Sorry, y'all. I had to take care of a few things. I kept pushing it back, but we're finally here. I hope you guys have had a wonderful Saturday so far. We have a lot to talk about. I will not be reading the entire filing today, but I will be starting that on Monday. I will be reading through the entire filing and pulling the live streams just like we've done with everything else. Just so everybody is aware, this is not part like a filing in regards to the RICO. It's the same group of people, but they are asking the court for an emergency petition for a protection order, basically. It's the wildest thing. So I want you to understand, they're not the first people who have claimed they had 200,000 documents. I mean, what was found at Mar-a-Lago, need I say more? But I also have a few things to say to a few people about things that were going on last night. So let's just get into it all and talk all the shit. Sorry, guys, hold on. The vacuum is going, so don't mind the noise. But for those of you that have not seen the newest edition of the household, there is Doc. There is the little Doc. And there is the pretty girl, Bella, that runs the house. Bro. The pretty girl. He's kind of like a vacuum cleaner. Oh my God, you guys. If you're members, we did a members only video earlier with him. It is the cutest freaking thing in the world, if I don't say so myself. Not me, but he is. Oh, he's just the cutest thing ever. He's so dang cute. Oh, hold on. I'm going to be up and down a lot. Where is he? Buddy, come here. Oh, he's drinking. Okay. All right. You want to come out with me? Okay. Bella's coming out with mom. All right. It has been a wild freaking week. First and foremost, how are you guys doing? How are y'all holding up? I know for a lot of you, this week has been extremely hard. I know for a lot of the people that I consider friends and a lot of just my subs have really taken a lot of this stuff very personally. And I just want to check on you guys. Are you guys doing okay? I have not been okay this week. I will be honest. This week I was not okay. I usually fake it really well. But this week it was a little rough. And not for the reasons why a lot of people are alleging, which we'll talk about that. You're angry. You're trying to keep your sanity. Emotional vampire. It's okay to not be okay. YouTube bad actors, you're my friend too. Hey, Sheila. Hey, everybody coming in. I'm going to try to just read these as you guys come in because a lot of them are older comments. I appreciate you guys all being here, all the support, everything. You guys are incredible. Thank you, all the mods, once again. It's exhausting. This week has been exhausting. Hey, the real angel girl. You took a good break at a good time. Oh, Thor, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. That's how I felt too. Like, YouTube's just the icing of the cake. Like, the real life stuff that we are dealing with off of this app. Like, that's why a lot of us are on this app as a distraction, or this is something within our grasp, something in our control. Like we can turn it on and shut it off when we want to. This week got a little bit crazy with that stuff, but I will say once again, please understand. Angel Wings, thank you. My pal Sal Vintage, I hope Mercury gets the fuck out of Gatorade because it feels like it's in Gatorade for sure. Thor, you know, if you need us, we're here. Hey, Queen Bella. It's a never-ending roller coaster ride. I usually love a good ride, but a lot of Sheila, I have to apologize to my mods too, because a lot of you guys had no idea. Like, you guys learned stuff this last week that I've never shared. I don't do that kind of stuff. Like, it's just not something I do. So it was really heavy for a lot of my mods because they were hit in the face with a lot of stuff that I think a lot of them probably wondered, but they didn't know. And I feel really bad. Angel Wings, I will never say that I don't have a great community of people. It is, I really do. Hey, Coco. Okay, Thor, if you need us, we're here though. Hey, Duchess, I'm glad you're eating pizza. Tell the Duke I said keep up doing the good job of cooking. Brooke, you know, I understand that, and I'm really sorry because it is like sometimes you need a distraction from the reality of how shitty the pain is, emotional, physical, whichever way it is. And sometimes this place can be a little bit hard on that. Oh, Queen Bella. I hope you enjoy every minute that you get with them. And I'm sorry you have to leave. Hey, Deborah. My pal Sal Vintage, didn't you know it was such a vile, evil chat? I guess truth and honesty is vile and evil. Queen Bella, unfortunately, that was a 64th of what I should have probably said publicly. I probably should have said a whole lot more to warn a lot more people, but one thing I've learned on here is people have to learn their own lessons in their own time. If anybody heard what I said, it should be enough to pause and maybe reevaluate a few things, because when I say it's 1/64th, it's probably double or triple that of the shit that has happened, and the betrayal and the backstabbing and the fuckery and the games played over the last 2.5 years. A lot of people don't know why I stay away from a lot of people I stay away from. Well, there's good cause for 99% of it. Hey, Avi. Yeah, Miss Britt, I agree with you. And I hope you're doing okay too. Hey, Angel Chips. Avi. I know, Chico, but I feel like sometimes a lot of my mods have been here with me from jump. So my personal relationship with other people, it doesn't necessarily impact them, but some of them it does, because some of those people formed similar relationships in similar areas that I did. And I didn't want to ever impact that. So some of people have asked me, and I've told them a little bit here and there, but for the most part, I didn't. And then I kind of felt like that was misleading, but that's just not who I am. I'm not running to people. Oh, do you want to know all the shit that they've done? That's just not who I am. Hey, Glitter is Forever. Hey, Aries. Hey, Lurker. How are you doing, Lurker? Been meaning to ask you. How are you? Hey, Vibe. Doc is so cute. Hey, Lip Locked. Hey, FBS Hides. I'm glad to see you. By the way, if you talk to our mutual friend, give her a big hug for me, please. You were called mean last night? Oh, well, of all the things that you could be called, I guess honesty is mean. Oh, Hannah, no, it's not down yet. And actually, I'm going to address some of that. Oh, Queen Bella, in due time, I will. In due time, I think, things as they, but at some point in life too, you have to realize that certain relationships fulfill certain things. Some are to teach you lessons, and I learned a lot of them, a lot of lessons. But the one thing for me is I've been able to walk away and keep my head held high while I've watched just nothing but bullshit be spun. And I don't know, it's kind of a good feeling. Hey Alma. Hey Adrian. Hey Amber. Lady Pants. All right. Revival, do you need me to send you some from Costco? I got you if you do. I'm sorry, Queen Bella. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry if I had, yeah. I do not, Thor, but I have handled everything appropriately. When and if I make some decisions legally, I will let you guys know. But right now, we're just kind of in the making sure everything's reported. So let me touch on that because I know there's been a lot of allegations made. Brittany J, you might want to listen up for a minute. You thin-skinned, weak-spined, fucking ignorant, stupid, wasteful, good-for-nothing, dumb, lying sack of shit. I mean, is there anything else I need to say? I wouldn't call you simple or complicated because you're just not. He's right here, around the corner. Hey, Nevada gal, thank you for popping out of the bushes and saying hello. First and foremost, Brittany J did a whole stream last night. I haven't watched it because I was out enjoying my life and, handling things. But first and foremost, she is once again trying to misconstrue this whole thing of why I shed tears. The bitch that cries victim on this app is worried about why I shed tears. First of all, you wouldn't really understand betrayal because you're the one that betrays everyone. You're the one holding the knife in everybody's back. So you are the betrayer. So you wouldn't understand being a good friend to anybody, which I get that. Like, that's why you don't have friends in real life. That's why you have no support in your real life. And yes, I'm being very honest. And if you think that I'm being cruel or mean, check out because this isn't going to be for you. Oh my God, mom. What? I know, he's ridiculous. See, every moment. Kenzie brought him a water dish out here. Now Kenzie's taking him in. Kenzie, can you tell everybody's in love with the dog? But she is trying to misinterpret and misrepresent what my tears were for this week. Again, I'm not going to apologize. I shed more tears this week than I have in years. It's fine. He just makes a mess out of it. It was a really hard week. I lost my dog. I lost an animal that was my best friend, one of them. But you wouldn't know that pain because you're a negligent animal owner. And I say that with my full chest and everything I mean behind it. It's not an assumption, it's the truth. Some of us actually love and care about animals, humans. You can't teach that to people like these. These are the same types of people. They just mask themselves differently. But that was where my tears came from, was a significant fucking loss. Significant loss on top of extreme betrayal that I've hid from the internet for other people's benefit, not my own, for years. And like I said, that hole is so much deeper and the wound is so much bigger than people even realize. But it is what it is. It's what I have to deal with. It's my choice. I made the choice to be there at one point in time. I get to deal with the repercussions of it. And I'm a big girl. I can handle it. But she is trying to, her and her buddies, which I know there's the two Dumb and Dumber. I wouldn't even call them Dumb and Dumber. It's like Forehead and fucking, good Lord. Nobody wants to stalk you, ma'am. Nobody even wants to review you or watch you. I can honestly say I've never watched a live stream from that person and don't intend on it. I get sent comments and clips and I'm like, ooh, how much more can you embarrass yourself, you loon? But how she's crying the victim when nobody's even paying attention to her is fucking wild to me. But back to Brittany last night, she tried to do this ironic twist of sorts. Meanwhile, what she should be concerned about is, once again, she's a plaintiff in a fucking filing that is so ridiculously embarrassing that it's comedy gold at this point. And it's not comedy gold because it's impacting people's lives. Again, my heart goes out to Jess and the other defendants. Like, this is fucking bullshit. Again, it's just fucking using lawfare to try to financially exploit them, in my opinion. But the fact that they think this is acceptable at this point in time is okay. And the people defending it still. Oof, Danita Theta. So you sat over there last night talking all this shit. You alleged, based on comments in your chat, that I exploit my daughter for cash and gifts. No, ma'am, that's you. You, fully. But you actually tried to basically allude to me pimping my child out to a man. I mean, you're not the first, so you're just the fucking mouth from the South, right? Sorry, it's windy out here. The mouth from the South that likes to run with misinformation. Kenzie has never been exploited. Not a moment. Where's these gifts? Can you tell me what we're supposed to have? Because I'm sure Cash would like to know what type of gifts he sent. And I'm sure Kenzie would like to know too. Does she know what pimping is? I don't know. And there she is. And there she is. You people have lost all connection with reality. But I guess when it's like this, that happens. Yep never scammed me. Let me be very clear on that. Yep never scammed me. I haven't shed a tear over Yep. Not a fucking concern over Yep. But again, this goes back to, I have relationships with people that I care about. Again, people like this don't understand because they don't have relationships. They have very fake fronts of relationships because people are only in their world long enough for them to use them and get rid of them. It is what it is. But then you guys took it to the notch of trying to implicate that I am behind a channel like this. Whoo! I love this for you, Miss. I'm in legal litigation using a missing child's name and don't know what I just said online is in fact slander and defamation. To the extent that you would never even know. You know the difference between me and you, BJ, is I mean, there's a million of them. There's a million differences, but a main huge difference is I showed this channel so everybody would be very aware what's going on. This channel has been reported numerous times. It has not been taken down. I thought about reporting to Team YouTube on X and was advised not to do such as of this time. And there's a reason for that. So I opted to not. But the fact that you think, here's the funny thing. You came out when you were crying victim so many times and needed me. Are you going to defend that nonsense? Are you going to speak up on that? Brittany, guess what? I never expected you to speak up and do the right thing because, bitch, if something like this happened to you, you would have done 15 live streams dry begging and crying victim and needing money for an attorney or a private eye or how do I call the police department because you can't do anything on your own. Hey, Doc. I would never make allegations against my partner, somebody I care and respect and love dearly, that he was touching a child inappropriately. I can't even understand that rational thinking. But again, that makes me think the way you guys are trying to justify this is a little weird. You guys are all so pressed about the fact that this channel was looking for attention, looking to get noticed, came in my comment section, made comments intentionally threatening my family, underneath the video I did on Yep, a mod caught it because one of my mods was monitoring things because they knew I had a lot going on and there was a whole conversation going over there that they wanted to make sure they were checking in on, and they caught it. They hid the comments and they alerted me instantaneously so I would know it was there. There's nothing weird about how the account was found. The account was found because the account wanted to be found. See, this account was around for months before, making comments in the direction of another creator and vile things. This account had been tracked. And the interesting thing is it's only a certain group of people that go after a few of us to the extent that we are being gone after. And every single one of you is connected. You are really, really losing your mind. Yeah, I know. You are losing your mind about something that has nothing to really do with you. The only thing that you should have done was be like, yeah, that's bullshit. Nobody should be saying stuff like that. But instead, you had to try to put an epic twist on it. Sorry, once again. Nobody gives a fuck, truth seeker. Stop promoting in my comment section. Jesus, people are fucking stupid. I can't imagine why you guys are so upset about this account getting put on blast for everybody to see. Guilty conscience of sorts. Guilty conscience that you and your mod Penny or your buddy Penny Monroe, you created an entire fabricated story. You created an entire fabricated story about me doing something to your children. Recording your children. You had a fucking full-on come apart trying to play victim, which in turn emboldened Penny Monroe to say in your comment section that I was a child predator. And then ironically, an account gets changed and created saying I'm a child trafficker and I'm doing things to my adult child in regards to a man in the UK, and my other half does stuff to children. Ironic? I think not. 2 weeks ago, I told you guys to start paying attention because they tapped in the most real lifers on this app. We all saw it. We all know. I knew that they were up to no good because when you can't silence the truth, they got to play dirty. I don't know who's behind the account, but I sure as fuck know that there's a lot of people that are really freaking out about it and seem really unhinged about it, just Irish. And it has nothing to do with you. Has absolutely not a fucking thing to do with you, just Irish. Are you a little salty that I showed your camera slip? Are you a little salty? Huh. I mean, you guys always show yourselves. I've been down this road before with horrible allegations, death threats, single white female stalkers. None of it's anything new. But the difference is how I handle things and how you guys move. So will you continue to sit over there and spin your wheels of what I'm doing next? Just remember that you brought it all on yourself, because what I'm about to do is just make you look like the pathetic, wasteful piece of shit who uses missing children and their parents, their grieving, vulnerable father, for a personal vendetta because you can't handle anything like an adult. And all I have to do to show that is use your guys' own words and your actions and what you're doing out here publicly. I don't have to do anything else. I just sit back and watch the clock tick because the clock's going to run out. And I would probably start watching your mail because I have a feeling, in fact, I heard something about somebody sending you a preservation notice for legal purposes because they're debating on whether or not, and this is nothing to do with Granny, nothing, so don't twist my words, nothing to do with Granny whatsoever. But I've heard that there's a good chance that somebody might be coming after you legally and sending you a preservation notice for all 7 of your group chats that you're in. Oh, and they have the names listed. So I might be starting to watch your mail. And I would be really concerned about your name getting brought into even discussing stuff of making allegations, such as CSAM on somebody else. Because my house, well, shit, you can eat off my cupboards. I can let somebody in the door of my house. Can you say the same? I mean, again, the truth is a bitch, and it's never been on your side. So will you continue to make community posts telling people to read the filing? My question to you, Brittany J, is, have you even read the filing yet? Have you read the filing yet? I'm sure you haven't, though, right? Because isn't it your child that still is having to wake you up when you pass out? Your words, not mine. Nod off on stream. I'm sure you're too busy, right? Nodding off on stream. Again, September video, I showed it yesterday. Her words were she nodded off, not mine. So, well, we sit and let her stew because, once again, all Brittany has is pathetic lies and twists of the truth. All I have to do is continue to tell the truth and stand where I stand. Let the law take action. And, you know, there's also a thing called lawyers. I don't think Lesniak's going to be so willing to represent you in a defamation and slander suit for some of the things that you've been doing. Who's going to bail you out legally when it comes to your backyard? Who's going to save you then? You don't have a missing child you can hide behind. You don't have your own children you can exploit because you've already done that. What's she going to do? I guess we'll see, huh? And I hope you spin and spin and spin. Because you're doing yourself no favors. But you're doing the rest of us a lot of them. And you're just one of 10 stupid, idiotic plaintiffs willing to sign on to things like this. So, with that said, let's get going. That's all I have to say. Pay attention. If you know, you know. I've always said, at one point in time, there will be a line. There will be a line. And at one point in time, the consequences of one's own actions will come back to haunt them. And those aren't mine. So I'll cry my tears over things that actually matter. Significant loss, things that you don't even understand, because again, if it doesn't involve you, selfish you, it's out of your wheelhouse, right? Ooh, unicorn cowboy, when your backyard or your kitchen counters look like that, I wouldn't be encouraging or inciting or dog whistling for child services to get involved with anybody else's home ever, especially when that person you're inciting that against is a mandated reporter who also, well, let me just leave that alone. Surprises are always my favorite. I always told you guys I would do everything out front, and I will. When the timing is right, I will let you all know what I'm doing and where I'm going. But for now, we just sit back and watch. Abso-fucking-lutely, AT. Abso-fucking-lutely it is. And that's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about how this is such a waste of court time. This is such an incredible disservice to the court, and all for games by people who are legit spiraling. They are using our court system to continually harm victims and their families, and now a whole new group of defendants in these filings, trying to financially exploit them, in my opinion. So we're going to start with Mr. and Mrs. E. Mr. and Mrs. E, for those of you that might not remember, were the ones who broke the first filing. Mr. and Mrs. E, like I said, we're not going to go over the entire filing today and read it, but I will be doing that. I'm going to do it just like I've done the breakdowns of all the other filings with the receipts. Yeah, that's okay. He can come out. He can come out.
What breed is he again?
We think he's a blackmouth cur. Sorry, Kenzie. Kenzie and her questions. But they broke this the last time. When the E's came on the scene, a lot of us had hope that they were going to be decent human beings because they looked like, you know, the Brady Bunch or the Duggars. I mean, which you pick your poison. They had that nice guy look about them. Once again, looks are deceiving. Don't judge a book by the cover, because talk about playing a role, playing a part. These people have proven to be some of the most disgusting. Yeah, that's exactly what I said, May. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you can't, how can you explain? You can't explain stupid to these people, May. You know that as well as I do. They will run and twist anything. The only thing Rockabit said the other day when I used the term access to, that's the only thing I should have said differently, because I guess, you know, for people that don't know, but it was really easy and clear to know what I was talking about. But once again, that's never happened. Just so you guys know, if they have contacted CPS whatsoever, I will be completely transparent. I will not use my kids for content, but I absolutely will tell you if and when that does happen. I will absolutely let you know. But even if it does happen, just I'm letting you know everything here will be okay. We are going to be okay. That's always going to be my first and foremost priority. Now, the people who are inciting this type of shit and having entire shows to incite further harm, defamation, and slander to that, you know, while she's crying and twisting the words harassment and stalking, she just opened up a huge motherfucking can of worms. Let her keep talking. Because while that bitch is so ignorant and doesn't understand terms like harassment, stalking, defamation, slander, there's some of us that have just been sitting back. Again, she's got a new audience she has to peacock for that don't know a fucking thing about what she's talking about. But pretty soon, in 6 months, they'll be apologizing and over here saying, I'm sorry, because they were shit on too. It's just the nature of the beast. She knows that. I know that. It's how she will continue to say that she's got victimhood. It is what it is. But not once was that said. They have not. The internet has not caused that for them. So there we go. Let's go. This is fair use based on their bullshit and being a part of the team.
He's in a lot of pain. And so I have no idea.
What a disappointment they are. What a disappointment they are. Thank you, Anna, for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana. Hey, BJ. I hope you enjoyed all that money you made further exploiting vile allegations. Well, you cry victim about things that never even happened to you, such as, well, somebody sent you an email that they might have seen a comment or a statement that somebody wanted to nail your door shut. Did you ever get your cameras? Did you ever get the cameras? Oh, let me explain to people. You won't get cameras or invite cameras around your house, right? Because your husband's paranoid, or your boyfriend, whatever he is, and he's anti everything that's normal. He's an extremist with paranoid issues. That's why the black tinting on the inside windows. He's worried about Big Brother being able to spy on you. You know, that militia mentality. But where's those cameras, girl? Where's the cameras at? Where's the P.O. box at? Oh, you're not going to get that either because the haters want you to? No. Get that P.O. box. I'm sure you'd get sent all sorts of things, such as preservation notices. All right, let's go. I'll talk my shit throughout. Okay.
What we're in for, and just a little bit I've seen is going to be pretty interesting, I think, actually, for all of us. But I'd like to welcome everybody in. I know we've got several of our mods here tonight. We want to make sure we thank them. They're wonderful to us. Dreaming of blue skies and sandy beaches. Ms. Machete. I know I saw Realme 2 earlier. I don't know if I missed any of the others or not, but if they're when they come in, let me know. I know K-Mac may or may not be here, and I guess she's having also some back problems. I had seen her talk about a collapsed lung, but it's the spine that's giving her so much trouble. So if you wouldn't mind to continue to pray for her, she's hoping she there's lots of options on how to go about it, and she let's hope for the best case for her that she gets some relief soon. My understanding is she's in a lot of pain. Oh, is that right? Charlene says that another batch of JFK release just dropped. Well, we will do a part 2 at some point, because we just barely scratched the surface on it, really.
Right.
Out of the 80,000 documents, we maybe read 40, 20, 30, 40 or so. But it was really interesting. We love doing it. But hello there, Car Guy and Daphne, Izzy Girl, Nada Drama Nana. I know I'm going to miss a ton of you. Lots of folks are pouring in here because I know this is of a lot of interest to you. Grandma Chachi, Lisa C, BJ Boop.
Shannon Pisces.
Yes.
Rock and Rhonda.
Allegedly innocent. Welcome in. Rock and Rhonda. Lori P, Orange Wedge, Deanna.
Lori P. Yeah.
Detective Whiskers. Good
Deanna.
to you too.
Detective Whiskers is cute.
Yeah.
All right. You see the typical blah, blah, blah.
Huh? Your sister doesn't like them either.
Jen Rogers' disappearance, who's been missing for over months, or you're new to our channel, or maybe you don't know anything about this whole injunction that got filed months ago and all of that, so, and why that happened.
That's Robro. I swear you live in Kyle's head at times. It's kind of scary, actually. But that's what he thinks they are. He's like, these guys got to be the front because the rest of the group is just like the jackass fucking group. Okay, so never mind. I won't even say what I'm. Never mind. I've pissed enough people off this week. Let me just hit this button. By the way, Kyle's unfazed. When you aren't a fucking grimy son of a bitch and have nothing like that kind of shit, nothing, like there's just nobody is ever going to be able to say things about that man in that direction. That man is such a fucking hard worker. It's unbelievable. Maybe if they understood the term work, job, they would know. But Kyle is unfazed as fuck, per usual. So thank you guys for checking on him. Of course, these are serious allegations, but he finds all of these people to be he said as well as I did, this is what these people do when you corral them and corner them. And he and I have collectively pissed off a few people out here. So, let them rear their heads. They're just going to show you more about who they are.
Happens. I'm going to kind of try to lay out how we got there before we get into the documents.
And there's been a lot of documents that have been added that I guess I had missed. There's like 45 in there now.
Oh, more documents?
Yeah, on the public site. Yeah. No. In the public site total. Like there's a bunch of different back and forth.
Yeah. So okay. So this is all really pertaining to, it may seem indirect, but in a way it is direct, to the Sebastian Rogers disappearance, who's been missing for over a year now. And so what happened over the course of the last year or so is you had these kind of camps. People started to develop these. So all of these YouTubers and TikTokers or so started to side with one parent over the other at times, and there became sort of a division in talks of teams and all these kinds of things, right? That have gone on. Some of the stuff that started to happen became really kind of nasty at times. There's been some doxing, there's been intimidation, death threats, people calling people's place of work and such. Various lines have been crossed like that. And general harassment and
Where's the proof, Mystery? Where's the proof? You don't get to just throw this shit out here. Where's the fucking proof that any of that has happened? Most of these people don't have jobs. So whose job was contacted? Whose job? Whose job? They've never shown proof of any of this. They've never had anything to show for any of this. Not once. By the way, May, I don't know what Sarah continues to try to. Sarah is really trying to act like me and her know each other. No, Sarah has followed me and wanted to, she is the one that says, well, she is quite captivating. She is funny. She is charming. She's got that charm. A lot of people like her. Sarah wants to wear my skin. Might be my right leg today. Might be my left leg tomorrow. Sarah wants to be anybody but herself. Jaxwell, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana. But I don't know her at all until her paneling with Brittany and all this terrible shit over there
and whatnot. So that kind of had escalated even over time, got worse and worse, it seemed to me. Then after the half-year mark, Dog the Bounty Hunter and At Night, the private intelligence agency with Nick the Hat, and that whole group came in and got involved in the case. And they ended up working with Seth Rogers, the biological parent of Sebastian, and started working on their whatever methods they were going to use to try to find Sebastian or find out what happened to him. Shortly after that, things got really contentious. Lots of attacks happened for them. And then weeks after that occurred, they filed an injunction. Actually, first they sent cease and desist letters to several other people involved.
Yeah.
And
it's hard to remember. I should probably have written down a timeline. Sorry.
So they sent cease and desist letters about the harassment, those kinds of things, and asked for that to stop. That didn't happen. No negotiations were made. Everything kind of went ahead. Then the preliminary or an injunction was filed, right? And that we read here. And what they were alleging was that this group, they referred to them as an enterprise, were a criminal conspiracy of sorts, and they were connected through this overall harassment and intimidation of anyone trying to solve the case, find justice, or find Sebastian Rogers through a variety of different alleged criminal acts. And it was setting the stage for a civil RICO lawsuit. Was the allegation? Right. You can't just so it's a civil case, but they were laying out the RICO argument and citing why it was and how these people were connected, of course. So that got filed, and then over the last several months, of course, the people on the defendant side, were upset about that, and some of them hired their own lawyers and fought back, and
some of them were upset about it. Oh, what is this? This guy is so fucking ridiculous. The way he just, some of them are upset about it. Are you joking? Yeah, Kim, you took the words out of my mouth. Oh, some of them were upset about it. You helped them lie and try to intimidate the defendants by claiming that Bruce Castor was representing these people. You helped do that. You showed the press release, the date that it was supposed to be released, and you went into a whole dissertation about how scary Bruce Castor is.
Various things. And initially there were two principals named. One was Barbecue Lady and Granny's Watching. Both reside in Pennsylvania, where a lot of the people on the plaintiff side also live. Like a lot of the At Night folks, and I think Jules the dog handler lives there also. Maybe some others. Anyway, there's a lot of folks that were living in Pennsylvania, so that's where it was filed, and they were the principals. Then there were these. At one point, I think there were up to 52 does that were not necessarily exactly named, 50 or 52,
something like that.
And that number changed a couple of times, I think. And then we kind of had an idea of who they were just because of
that number changed a couple of times. Initially, before the filing, it was they were going to be sending out 20. That was SW on BJ's panel. Then it was no, possibly up to 7. Then these jackasses all got involved, and it was 50. Then it was 52. The facts don't fucking change, and it's an accordion over here. Can you just give us accordion hands, Mystery, to go along with the lies? Because we're getting there. Can you just act like you're starting to play the accordion with all the fucking lies you're telling?
The filing.
And they're the ones that broke the initial RICO filing for the Green Team. I want you to remember that.
Certain channels were named, so you could kind of guess who some of those does may or may not be. And so, of course, this got the attention of everyone covering this case, no matter where you stand on it. It became important not because, you know, YouTubers suing other YouTubers. That's nothing really new. That
Right.
goes on.
Mhm.
We wouldn't talk about YouTubers taking other YouTubers to court.
Oh, they wouldn't talk about YouTubers taking other people to court. It's common for YouTubers to take each other. What in what fucking world? In what world? Yes, does it happen? Yes. It's usually ridiculous over fucking baseless bullshit. But what, sir, are you talking about? These people are as grimy. And Aunt E, what is wrong with your face right now? What is wrong with your face? Back it away from the fucking camera.
Except this is kind of like when we had to cover the Bullhorn Betty situation last summer, because in the Bullhorn Betty situation, you had both parents, they're both proud feet as plaintiffs,
Mhm.
trying to get a protective order against Bullhorn Betty, who at that time in particular was working very closely with Seth, the father, and he was appearing in court. And eventually Chris Profit took the stand and gave sworn testimony and everything. So it was all
Gave us a lovely clip.
it gave us the machete parte.
Yes.
Yes. So we, if nothing else,
Oh, gave us a lovely clip. Look at that. Cash, look at this, by the way. Hold on, you guys. Just so you guys, just in case you came in late, we got a new co-host on the island. This is Doc. Doc, can you say hi to your friends? Are you mad because I put you in timeout and made you sit down? Doc, hello? He's having a fit right now, okay? And it's windy outside, so sorry about that. Can you say hello to my friends? Who's that? Who's that? Who's this guy? Doc, look, who's this guy right here? For anybody that doesn't know, this is our new friend. Okay, back to the fun. Sorry, he's so much better to look at than these people.
you know, if
That was the
nothing
gift
but-
that keeps on giving.
nothing else. We got that
For
clip
sure.
forever. But we had to cover it because all three of the principal parents were involved, and you just didn't really know what was going to come from that and how it might relate to Sebastian's case. I mean, there was sworn testimony given on the witness stand by Chris, who we believe at some point may very well face
I was
some
looking
type
for
of
her.
criminal charges, you know, and
Yeah, little horses. I don't like that. That word. Please don't use that over here. We don't. You can talk about how terrible they are without calling them inbred. That's shady level shit. Chronicles of the Shady calls people inbred, which I find is disgusting because a lot of the times that leads back to molestation and sexual assault. So I don't get down with shit like that. Thank you.
so of course we had to cover that. This is kind of similar, just reverse this time, and that Seth is one of the plaintiffs, and then Chris and Katie were both named in the injunction, although they weren't named and implied that they had some connection to the enterprise, the way the wording was. So it looked like potentially they might even be one of the 50 does named at that point, right? Okay, so we have to cover for that. I mean, it's sort of like, it reminds me of what's going on with the Karen Reed situation, where and I don't know a lot about that case. I just kind of see headlines and hot takes and things like that. I haven't dug deep on it. I don't have strong opinions about what happened in the Karen Reed case, but there is a YouTuber there named Turtle Boy that sort of injected himself into that case, got very close to Karen Reed, and now he's facing charges for witness intimidation. So this could potentially get that way because people have so gotten involved in the case and crossed various lines. Whether you agree that there will be a RICO charge, you know, and charges brought or not, but
It's
there
fascinating.
have been
though.
some.
Yes.
There are people that, in my opinion, are flirting dangerously close to breaking laws, if not breaking laws, that may find themselves in trouble. At some point.
Oh yeah, I would agree with you, but it's not the people you're going to allege. It's not Granny. It's actually people you sit with. Have you not seen the unhinged rambling of a madman that looks like a soccer ball on X? I mean, have you not?
I was just excited. I wanted to show Auntie
Oh,
hasn't
yeah.
seen the baby. The baby got
Aw.
groomed.
She looks cute.
Yeah.
Did
Well,
a
they both
brown-
got groomed.
Brown.
All right, they have cute dogs. That's about all I can say about them. They have cute dogs. Okay, there's one plus, the only plus on the positive side for them. Cute dogs. Okay, carry on, idiots.
E and Bailey and Charlie. She looks so cute.
They gave her a little red
She can see
bandana.
again. She's happy to be able to see again.
Yeah, because her hair gets so long in her face. Aw, Auntie, your dog is so cute.
Actually, why does that one kind of look like Bullhorn Betty? Is it the mustache throwing me off?
She's sleeping.
Our dogs are cuter. Sorry. No, I'm just kidding.
They're all the
No.
same.
They're all the same.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what's going on with. But I just want to say thank you
thank
for
you for the-
criming out loud.
yes.
Auntie says your dog is so cute.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You can see Charlie there in the background.
She's mapped out.
Yes.
But where's Granny? That's the question.
No, she's in her room watching.
Okay.
Mm.
she'll text us and not chat, right?
Right.
That's usually her way. But anyway, so I don't know what's happening with Turtle Boy. I don't know if they've dropped those charges or not, or like I said, I haven't been following that closely.
If we're being honest about that, as far as Gigi, people have read the documents, but they hate the defendants because of people's past problems, people's history, and they're unwilling to look past their past hatred of a person to say that, no, these things are not acceptable. These are not things that we do, even if you dislike somebody. I mean, I can't imagine having these type of people as enemies because they're okay with weaponizing the court system for frivolous allegations and wasting the time and money. But it has nothing to do with what they're reading or hearing. They know exactly what's going on, but they're going to continue to misrepresent that based on their hatred of people from situations 99% of them weren't ever involved in. You know, hate bonding, it's fine. It's a weird motherfucker with grown adults. But you can tell a lot of these people have failure to fucking launch, I guess. They've never gotten past the middle school stage of life. They're still in that.
But you don't want to get in any kind of like legal, especially criminal issues, because you've gotten too close to a case and got too involved with the people that may have things going on.
I did want to answer, I believe somebody asked. Oh, Sonia.
The irony of that statement, Mr. E. Aren't you the one that told us all about Nick the Hat? If you're involved in a scandal and need a fixer. I've never seen somebody so joyous to be involved with somebody on felony parole for fraud. I guess if you need a fixer, who do you call? You got him on speed dial, don't you, Mr. E? Why would you align yourself with people like this, Mr. E? I've got questions.
Yeah, asked what breed they are. They're Cavapoos, all of them. All of
They're
them.
Cavalier King Charles Spaniel Poodle mix.
And Aunt E's dog, not the dog I just showed.
That one,
my other dog.
back there.
Aunt E's dog and the dog that's down here at my feet, who will probably be at my lap later, are brother and sister.
Yeah, we got them the same time, the same Christmas.
Yes.
So that was filed. Then Barbecue Lady and Granny both got attorneys.
Mhm.
And Barbecue Lady's response, her defense, we read when she filed her motion in response, and which was essentially, I didn't do the things I'm being accused of.
Right.
And so that's where that was. Then there were some other motions filed. It took forever for a judge to get assigned to the case.
Yeah.
We would check on this periodically, and it just kind of was hanging there in the court. And then about a month ago, they did have a hearing, and that is still not resolved, from what I understand.
Yeah,
The
I
judge
checked
still hasn't
today.
ruled.
Mhm.
So
No judgments.
and what they were doing there was to see if this was going to go forward, and then the defense was trying to do an anti-SLAPP motion to try to, which is essentially a law where you're alleging that the lawsuit being brought against you is frivolous in nature, and an anti-SLAPP is like a protection against frivolous lawsuits where you can basically countersue for higher financial damages than you typically could in a state that does not have an anti-SLAPP law. And when we talked about this months ago, the example I gave for what those laws are intended to do is like there was a lady that had put a negative Yelp review on a restaurant, and so the restaurant came in and sued her for her Yelp review for defamation. And
what did you miss? Which part did you miss? Did you miss when the E's did the whole segment on Nick the Hat? If you need a fixer and involved in a scandal, he's the person you call. You might have missed me reviewing that. I don't know which part you're talking about.
And she ended up winning, but it took tens of thousands of dollars in defense. And when she went to countersue, they only allowed her to sue back for like $10,000. So it's such an unfair advantage that a big corporation could have by bringing a frivolous lawsuit against you like that. They're trying to even the playing field from people just getting bullied around because you give a one-star review somewhere. I mean, imagine if every time, you can't have that.
And our son's home, so if you hear him laughing, he's running around laughing.
So that happened, but the judge was, I don't know how long they can take, but she's taken at least a month deciding.
I don't know when the hearing was.
Several weeks, which, I don't know what that means really, but my feeling on it was the longer it took, the better that probably was for the prosecution, or not the prosecution, but the plaintiffs. Because my thinking was that if the judge thought
Oh, I get it. No, his name is Mr. E. Mr. E's Crime Cast. That's the name of their show. He goes by Mr. E, not Mr. E. Mr. E. That's what their show is called, is Mr. E's Crime Cast.
The whole thing was frivolous. And
if it was a home run for them,
then the judge would have said, no, we're not letting this go through. This is so ridiculous. I'm going to grant your anti-SLAPP.
I was like, wait, what are you talking about?
But because
Right.
it's taken a month and the plaintiffs put out so much evidence that she must be taking it seriously enough to read through it all. Because it was a lot of evidence. It was a lot of exhibits. And, you just.
Oh, did I trigger a bitch's hurt fifis? Oh, did somebody make me a community post already and call me disgusting? You wish you could get blamed for something so somebody would talk about you. Quack, quack. I hear crickets, Loon.
I'm sure that judge has other cases they've got to attend to. We can't
Right.
just sit and go through it.
I do wish we had been in court because we heard a bunch of different stories, and that's why we like to go to court because
Yeah.
we can actually, judge it ourselves and see it with our own eyes. So
Yeah.
the main reason we started going to Betty's court cases is because we were getting very different stories.
They said it. They like to go to court so they can see it with their own eyes. So when they're named in lawsuits upcoming, I'm assuming because they have facilitated so much misinformation and disinformation and been a part of the campaign to disseminate this disinformation and misinformation and targeted harassment, in my opinion, against the defendants. I mean, they said it best. Just refer back to 24 minutes on this video. They like to be in court.
So
Right, you get a kind of bias in things, and things are left out, or So I wish we could have been there too, but that just wasn't possible. And then of course there was no video in that courtroom.
right. Mhm.
Which actually became kind of part of the controversy. There were some pictures supposedly taken by by people
Yeah, I
inside.
kind of read ahead. That might be in there.
Okay, so we'll get to that.
I just
I
kind of
leaving-
scanned ahead. I only got like maybe 12 pages in or something.
Did I set the stage kind of with what we're about to do? Is that
Yes.
Am I leaving anything out as far as kind of giving context to what's happening here?
Yeah, real me too. Always best to be boots on the ground in the courtroom.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just because both sides always come out declaring victory. Everybody thinks their attorney's great. Everybody thinks they put up the best argument. And you don't really know what the truth is. And even if you read transcripts, you can't catch tone and things like that. So if you can be there, it's always best.
And I just want to, just say to everybody, let's try to be kind to each other in chat. We do welcome other opinions as long as they're respectful.
As long as they agree with everything we're saying. In other words, you either fall in line or our mods will time you out because either you agree with us or you don't. Okay.
And we don't want to talk about other creators in chat. So
Someone also asked, how come the
We don't want to talk about other creators in chat. Meanwhile, we're going to just disparage the defendants continually because why not? Why not?
live stream, the last one, the chat did not come up. When you go back to, because I went back to review it and I usually follow along with the chat and it wasn't on there. And someone asked why it wasn't on there. And I'm really not sure because I wasn't.
it's a setting that you can do. Sometimes I remember to click it, sometimes I don't. So it's just that
It
simple.
wasn't intentional.
No, it's just that simple. Sometimes I remember to click it and sometimes I don't. So
And we did get another new member, RKB. Thanks for
welcome.
becoming a member.
Thank you, RKB.
Thank you for becoming a member. I will do when we take, he'll have to have a break because I think this is, what did we figure? I printed out 243 pages.
It's possible some of it will be redundant and I won't have to read all of it.
Mhm.
And
We'll see.
CB Canada said, I thought that the judge wouldn't accept at night's materials because Lesniak said he wasn't served or something and asked for a continuance, but it was denied. Do you know the answer to that?
It was denied.
I don't know about that.
I do know that this is a new filing, and I do know that
This has nothing to do with the anti-SLAPP or the RICO and racketeering allegations. This is a new motion for an emergency protection. Meanwhile, just so you know, we need emergency protection, but we're going to bog down the court with 200,000 pages of bullshit because we really don't need an emergency order for protection. We can wait 20 years in hopes that a judge can get through all of this frivolous waste of paper and $100,000 because let's say that there are 50 cents a page to file, $100,000. I mean, hey, that makes a lot of sense. We need protection, Your Honor, but we're going to bog you down because we really don't need protection and it's all just a PR optics stunt. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so.
several thousand pages of exhibits were provided.
Yeah.
Several thousand.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to see if we had any answers on that before we started.
I don't know the answer to that. I mean, I haven't been following this that closely. Just periodically, we'll just kind of go to the website and see if there's any then we just kind of hear from people here and there that people have filed a motion or an extension or whatever. So we really, and I don't know that much about civil court this way that to know, what this means. I mean, do you have an answer to that question that they had earlier? I don't know.
No, I mean, I don't know anything about that. So, I mean,
she said she was referring to it could be
Revival, that is a good point. Seth says that he is in charge and he is the boss. This is the company he chose to align himself with and sign a contract with. Now, meanwhile, while we state that, we can also state that Tony Mathis encourages us to see Seth Rogers as a vulnerable, misguided, misunderstood, incapable father of a missing child, which would lead one to believe that people such as At Night, the E's, BJ, Hong, Nick, Tony Mathis, insert name here, are exploiting a vulnerable, incapable father who claims, and they have attempted to rally around and make it look like he is in charge of everything. So is it exploitation of a vulnerable human? Or who's really in control?
a he. It's CB. Said I was
Don't forget the bullhorn Betty, who is doing everything to muddy the waters so people don't realize that she's likely going to jail next month.
referring to the court date about a month ago.
right.
Oh.
Well, see, that's the thing is we've heard so many different stories.
Yeah.
I don't know what's true. So that's why I was just kind of saying that it's much easier when we just go to the courts and watch it ourselves
Yes.
because you hear everybody has an opinion of the way it went. And, there's three sides to every story. There's one person's side, the other person's side, and the truth. So it's hard to say. I don't know about that. We just heard about the filing, got excited, and decided to talk about it.
I mean, it's going to be kind of a surprise to us too.
Right.
I'll tell you something I've been meaning to say, and I have said this in the past on this. I hate this situation for everybody involved.
I do too.
Whether you're the defendant or a plaintiff in it. So I'm gonna just offer my advice that will probably be ignored. If you can negotiate, whatever side you're on with the situation, once you get into a courtroom, you lose all power. You can think you're completely right and justified.
Yo, sir, your advice is about as good as your fucking little curl in the front of your hair. It's worthless. I mean, it's not as bad as Lesniak's hair, so I'll give you that. You're a little bit up there. You're a little bit better off than this dude, but your advice is worthless, just like Lesniak's toupee. I mean, your advice fails just like Lesniak's toupee. Yeah, there's no way to settle with this whole situation. We're way beyond that, because if you have seen the settlement offer that they sent Barbecue, they wanted her to confirm things such as their random reward fund. And they were basically attempting to extort her, my opinion, based on what they put in writing and offered to her, which we went over publicly. Again, you can have your dislikes of these people. You don't have to like them. But what is true. And that settlement offer was disgusting at best.
But once you get in front of that judge, your thoughts don't matter. Your opinion doesn't matter.
Right.
All that matters at that point is how the judge interprets the law. And that
Exactly.
judge might interpret it differently from another judge.
Mhm.
You can go in there and be a right fighter and think you're going to win. But to me, the smartest play from the beginning, from the very first day they sent cease and desist letters, was try to negotiate your way out of a situation. And in any successful negotiation where there's a contentious element to it, both sides should leave a little bit unhappy. Right.
That's a good point.
So, the further all of this goes, the less leverage you have, because now people, especially if you're on the defense side, I don't even know if they negotiate anymore now, but they might. But if you can negotiate out, that to me, that is the smart play, to at least give it the attempt. Maybe you can't, and maybe it's too late for that. The further, once people invest this kind of time in something, the less likely I think they may be to give you the same negotiation you might have gotten 4 months ago.
Yeah.
It's going to get more painful the further it goes. Because if I know people think it's fake, it's not real. This would be a tremendous amount. This is front and back, just the motion.
Let's see. I saw some comments. I said, Sonia, I'm really sorry about your dog. King Charles dogs actually do have a history of heart defects, but that's why we chose this mix. We're a real popular breed, I think, like in Australia. And I was doing research on one that didn't shed, that was easy to train, and that's why we ended up with our babies. They're great dogs.
Okay, I think am I back here now?
Yes.
Yeah, so that was that was our son. Well, one of the reasons we
Allegedly Innocent, the one who wrote the song for Brittany J about the 1930, was it 1939 German antics? What a wonderful mental health professional she is, or one that shouldn't have a license.
we go a little
My opinion solely.
later than this, is he's more talkative and active this time of night. So, and
He just had
him,
questions.
to him, we're not doing a podcast.
We're just on the computer.
But I agree with you here, Jules, on the what.
And is anybody shocked? I mean, most of you, a lot of you knew about Craig's public YouTube channel. By the way, that will never be harassment or going real life when the man has a public YouTube channel with those extremist views and beliefs on it alongside a Twitter account. But you understand who Allegedly Innocent is now and why she aligns with people like Brittany J. Put the connecting factors together. They're all the same extremist group, including the E's. I know they don't seem like it, but they very much are. If you listen, especially to Aunt E, she is very, very much in line with all of that same propaganda rhetoric. Again, the extremist religion, politics. These aren't your typical conservative liberal belief systems. These are extremisms. These are your doomsday prepper fucking weird shit.
But Auntie just read. I think that's actually a difficult position, especially if you're on the defense side of this, because if you do make a deal and negotiate your way out, there's an implication that you might have even been a little in the wrong.
Right.
And,
I agree.
and for your own brand, maybe you have to put up a fight to your viewers rather than say, yeah, okay, well, I did work it out. I'm going to delete these videos or not talk about this person or whatever, Yeah. I think that's right.
That is part of it for sure.
Michael Edge says a YouTube creator should be like real journalists. You don't take a side, but stay neutral and keep the cases on the real evidence and the victims. That would be ideal.
That would be
ideal.
That would be ideal.
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
We love hearing him. I know he's.
Can I tell Allegedly Innocent that we've been listening to her coverage of the Idaho 4?
We have,
and you've gotten us very interested. Very interested.
Yeah.
And I don't even know what to think about. Was it the one yesterday? With the messages? Oh, my stars.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to
the text messages. We are going to end up doing co-burger, and the kind I want to do, or I like to do, are the ones where I really don't know the answer to things, and I don't know what to make of the co-burger case yet. So I kind of want to. I think we'll do that, and we'll just see, because I have a lot of questions about it. So I think it'll be interesting.
Izzy girl will give you lots of prayers for your fur baby. He's having gallbladder removal.
And Betty's got a good point too. There are different types of journalism. There absolutely are. That's a good point, Betty.
Yeah, I mean, you can do commentary and you can have opinion journalism, and I think it's just more having respect for others and their different opinions.
Right.
But some of them are very, very hard to respect because of their behaviors. And I think that's where you get into, people that are just completely off the wall. And with, it's hard to respect those people.
There's bullshit in Betty. Michael, there are many different types of journalism. No, really, there's really not. There's just unhinged lunatics that print out their own press passes and call it journalism, such as Betty. But go on.
Well, when it becomes, when they say, like the phrase they say, going real life, that's happened a good deal, and that's why this has become.
You're taking part in going real life, Mr. and Mrs. E, by continuing to further complete bullshit against defendants. You are the ones breaking all of these filings. You're partaking in going real life, and you seem to be very proud of it, that these people used a missing child to go as real life as possible on two defendants. Interesting. Carry on. Tell us more about who you really are. Thank you. Thank you for showing everybody who you truly are and what you stand for.
Such a problem. You've got people that won't cover the case. They won't go to vigils. They won't go to searches. You scare people off, with a lot of these things, or try to get them fired from their jobs and things of that nature.
Yes.
Intimidate their children.
Tennessee nurse said ethics. Yes. Ethics.
Yeah. Just be professional with one another.
Well, in a lot of cases, subscribers take it upon themselves to do this stuff because of opinions and things as well. So
is it professional to keep the family of a missing child under surveillance? That's professional to stalk and harass. That's professional to get 4 ROs slapped on you and the judge tells you that this family no longer exists to you and you continue to talk about them every day, all day long. Huh. Okay.
And that's where they get into the inciting
sure
accusations too. Well, let's just get right into it, because I know that's why we're all here.
yeah, let's just go ahead and get right into it. This is basically going to be the fucking theme for today. So, like BJ said, let's roll the beautiful bean footage.
Am I right?
No.
Do you guys get my drift? Do y'all get when I'm smoking? Do you pick up what I'm putting down? Like, just because you
Are you down with the get down? No, none of us are. None of us are. But one more word of advice.
Whoopsie, made a oopsie.
Oh, and this basically sums up my feelings for the internet the last month.
I'm getting too old for this shit.
All right, let it rip.
So you want to?
Yeah, I was just reading allegedly, in a sense. I swear, I think we need to have her on sometime. I would love to pick her brain about some stuff.
I got very emotionally invested in the case of Suzanne Morphew. It is so hard to stay neutral when you do the deep dives and you see patterns of behavior. I think I don't like like neutral. I think at a point you have to go where the evidence takes you. You know,
Right.
go in and try to be fair and open-minded. But if you study a case for a year and you still
Evidence you don't say. Oh, rumors and speculation on the internet, according to creators, is evidence. Where did you guys come from? Because you guys just started your page based on Sebastian Rogers and driving routes in cemeteries in the local area, claiming that you were locals who were interested in this. Is there a little more to your story here, Mr. E? Is there a reason why somebody like you would align themselves with a fixer who you call if you're involved in a scandal? Just asking for me and all my friends, which there might only be 20 of, but still we're nosy bitches.
haven't drawn any conclusions or made any determinations at all, then you've kind of just been spinning your wheels and wasting your time and your audience's time. I think if you're doing this, I think we try to be as fair as possible to everybody in the Sebastian case. In fact, we've tried to make every excuse possible for the Proudfoots. Try to think of every possible scenario where they don't have any guilt. And there comes a point where you just have to accept what it is.
Well, I think what we did is we tried to
accept what it is, or I thought you had a source that was very reliable that told you things that were going on through law enforcement. I thought you had a direct source that told you things were happening that haven't happened. Oh, shocker. Things that didn't come true again.
we started with the easiest people to clear in that case. The easiest people to clear, and we just kind of whittled away at it.
Progressed. Progressed from there.
So this was filed today. We just heard about this a couple of hours ago. This is in Pennsylvania in Delco County. So this is at the Court of Common Pleas of Delaware County. Are you going to pull it up?
I was going to say, do you want me to, or are you concerned
about doxing issues? Because I don't even know if there's addresses in here. I haven't looked through this.
We haven't looked at it enough to know.
First page is fine.
They did.
When I can, I'm going to refer to people by their YouTube handles rather than their names.
Right.
Partly because just to help they're not anonymous, but to somewhat help with that. And just because
I can try to look ahead, a page ahead, to see if there's anything that you can't show.
Did you? Did I?
They did. They actually did. I will go pull that right quick while we're playing.
There will be people. I just don't know who they are, though. Because I don't know a lot of the. I don't.
Also, do you want to tell them about what Aunt E just sent us right before we went live?
Sure. Riley Strang's parents are apparently or did file lawsuits against several of the fraternity brothers. And not just correct me if I'm wrong. They're not just suing the fraternity. They're suing specifically members of the fraternity, right?
Yes, they are. Let's see. I can tell you exactly who they're.
We'll have to talk about that for sure.
Yeah. We may do that another day.
It was quite an extensive list of members. And they're basically alleging that the Delta Chi fraternity didn't prevent a dangerous activity by allowing excess drinking. They took a charter bus there. They're saying he was kind of coerced into going.
Here you go. Let me share this tab instead. This is from 3 weeks ago. This is from February 23rd, 2025.
Going, you know what? Let's give this a year or so to see if we can find either where they're holding him or where his remains are. And if we can't do it in a year, we'll just go ahead and go with the circumstantial and keep looking while the case is being, going through the courts. Maybe we'll find him in between. Sometimes
I'll go back a little.
Sebastian
I'll go back a little further so you guys can get full context.
is. Then it would make sense to me that sometime in the near future,
they may have all that they're going to get and go forward. I've also kind of thought this too. What if we know it's been a criminal investigation since almost day 2 or 3, right? Like looking back, we can,
which it isn't. It's an open investigation, and that has been clarified by Nick Barris. And again, any factual information you can find on the TBI website solely. That's the only facts of this case. Nobody has been arrested. It is not a criminal investigation. It's an open investigation. If you know anything, let me remind you really quick, since we are talking about this, because nobody seems to do this anymore. Let me remind you what this is in regards to. There is a missing child out of Hendersonville, Tennessee by the name of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. He is now currently 16 years old. He has been missing since he was 15. On February 26, 2024, Sebastian went missing from his home in Hendersonville. It has been over a year that he has been missing, and no information about his whereabouts are known. There is up to a $50,000 reward offered by the FBI for any information that leads to Sebastian or information of what could have happened to Sebastian. If you have any further information, please call 1-800-TBI-FIND, your local law enforcement, Sumner County, your FBI, anything of the nature, but please contact law enforcement.
all 100% acknowledge that this is a criminal investigation. So they've had a pretty good idea of what the crime was and what's been going on all along. So they've been building the case. They've had their suspects in mind. I've kind of I just think of things sometimes like a human nature way. Like, they've even been sitting there going, you know what, let's give this a year or so to see if we can find him, find either where they're holding him or where his remains are. And if we can't do it in a year, we'll just go ahead and go with the circumstantial and keep looking while the case is being, going through the courts. Maybe we'll find him in between. But we're not going to drag this thing out for 5 years and let them walk around free. But maybe they gave themselves kind of a deadline, if that makes sense. Like, they have been conscious of dates. They know the media pays attention at anniversaries, birth dates, and things like that. So it just wouldn't surprise me if they either have a big update, perhaps, or an arrest ready on the anniversary to control the narrative. Because, we are some of the few people that have been saying that we don't believe this is a corruption issue. Even,
Again, this was 3 days previous to the 1-year anniversary of Sebastian being missing, and things that didn't come true. There was no arrest made. But, again, in that live stream, they go on to say and talk about how they have sources that are incredible. Their sources seem to suck.
Going, he said, no, I'm not going to go. And then they kind of peer pressured him into going. And he did ride the charter bus there. They did shots and stuff on the way there.
By the way, I just flipped us back to last night in case you're lost for a minute. This was from yesterday when they did this.
And we'll kind of maybe give you a little bit more information on that. But they're basically seeking damage for the medical, funeral, and burial expenses, as well as compensation for his pain and suffering before his death. And they're also requesting additional damages and letting the court decide what they should receive in damages besides that.
Okay. Well, we'll go into that.
Okay.
Probably at a later live, because we're interested in the Raleigh stream.
And Betty said, I'm glad my heart breaks for remembering his mom. And yes,
yeah.
That was just awful. It was awful. So I'm glad that they're seeking some measures there.
Bullhorn Betty says, I'm glad my heart breaks remembering his mom's pain.
Oh, it was terrible.
Yeah. I mean,
it was terrible.
that's how we all kind of think moms should and would act in crisis situations for their kids, right? She was really out there fighting hard, and so that was awful. It was really sad. So you've already pulled it up here.
I did. I was trying to. I've got it where I downloaded it.
So I'm going to read.
I was trying to get that off there, but I don't know how.
And defendants here, because I know there's some of you that, if you're new to the case, this is all new to you. You probably don't even know weren't here when we did the first reading of the initial injunction. But so
I do have them sped up to 1.5, just because this is a 4-hour live stream.
Here are the plaintiffs,
and I want to get through quite a bit of it. We will be, again, if you're just coming in, I will be reading this entire document and pulling all the things that go along with it, just like we've done in every other filing that has been made. This is just insanity. and they are using the court system, to put out allegations against a lot of people that go back years before At Night was even established. I need people to understand that. There are allegations included in this that go back and date before At Night was even a company, against shit and creators that aren't even defendants in the RICO and racketeering. They are using the court system via public information to further a smear campaign against people. That's what they're doing. They're filing all of these things, saying all these things, so it is disseminated publicly, and these further allegations are levied.
So we have At Night Media, LLC. We have Dog the Bounty Hunter, Seth Rogers, the father of Sebastian Rogers, Tony Mathis, who is his spokesperson, Hong Ji, who is, I cannot remember exactly his role. He's an executive. He's got an executive role with that corporation. Bullhorn Betty, Brittany J, Chase and Crime, Jules the Dog Handler, and Nick the Hat. And Nick the Hat also works with At Night. The plaintiffs listed here are Barbecue Lady and
The Shady Bunch. The Shady Bunch. Insert Hartley's clip here. That was perfection the other day, by the way. Hartley's chef's kiss.
and Granny's Watching, and then SF Investigates, who is the at least at one time he was the private investigator for the Proudfoot family. And then Barbecue Lady is a TikToker mostly, and Granny's Watching is primarily found on YouTube. And then they list does 1 through 14 inclusive. So I don't know how this works, but I know a few months ago when they first put in the does, it was does 1 through 50. And so
So a deer, like these people, the fact that people are even, they're trying to sell this story. Now the E's are a little bit more convincing than the other ones. I am struggling, and I can't even imagine how you guys are feeling who are extremely close to Jess. I worry about Jess. I reached out and checked on her. Like, this is extortion, in my opinion. Again, it feels like financial extortion because they are trying to, once again, levy allegations and cost these defendants so much money for legal. Like, it's beyond.
something I've been curious about is, does that mean that 36 or so does got dropped
I don't
from
know.
all of this? Did they maybe negotiate behind the scenes, except, certain, I don't know, maybe made a deal like I was suggesting to try to negotiate your.
Or the fact that there was never, and they just said that. What about the 10 states? What about 10 attorneys in 10 different states? What happened to that too? Huh? What happened to the satellites that don't exist, that weren't even in the atmosphere? Oh, wait, that didn't come through either? Huh.
Your way out of the situation, or maybe they just dropped them because for whatever reason, or maybe there's something coming later.
Yes.
I just don't know the answer to that, but it's interesting that number has dropped significantly here.
And that's correct. Mel S was saying SF was not on the original.
AT, I am so proud of how she's handled all of this. Truly, so proud of her, how she's kept her head up. I don't know how she has. I would have burnt shit to the ground, but that's my personality, as you guys know.
Filing. Interesting. No, he wasn't.
Yeah, because
He did a letter. Remember?
he had kind of disappeared from the case for a while,
Mhm.
and then he got back involved late summer.
Oh, Sin, he's probably hanging out at Mar-a-Lago with his 200,000 documents. I have a feeling that that's probably, they really want, where's Trump at? He's sitting in the front seat of an SUV on his way to Tennessee. Well, in fact, this weekend, he's probably in Pennsylvania. It's kind of ironic that 200,000 were the documents, the amount of documents that were said to be at Mar-a-Lago. And then here comes these guys saying that we're going to come out with 200,000 documents. I mean, they are the biggest LARPers wanting to be noticed by the Trump administration. These are wannabes, has-beens, never-beens, never will-bees. These people are comical, but they see people in positions of power that should never have any power. And they're like, hey, we got a chance, guys. It's like the Goonies fucking take on the White House. That's what this group is like. Hey, you guys, we're pulling up. I mean, basically, you could put this group of characters together, the new age. I don't even want to disparage the Goonies like that because I loved that show. I love the Goonies. But my God, that's what this is like.
Summer or fall or so. Yeah, so I think you're right. I don't think he was on here initially. Oh yeah, he sent a letter into the court,
Right.
something like that,
Mhm.
and then basically volunteered to be part of it.
Ocean says more are coming. So Ocean says more coming.
More coming.
So
I know.
Yeah, so it might be in different
I need Kyle for a better group of misfit idiots.
states. There might be more coming in Pennsylvania, I guess.
I have
I don't know if they're going to try to file things where some of these people live. I just don't, I just don't know how that will work.
It's a booby
Um,
trap.
But I guess we'll find out.
I've gone through about the first 14 pages and I don't see any doxing information at all.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Well, so we'll do our best
we'll be careful.
to avoid anything that might pop up. So this is.
And of course, their real names are already out there too, but he's going to still call them by their YouTube names or TikTok
I'm going to
names.
try to anyhow. So this is a notice of emergency hearing, and it says, and now this day of blank. And my understanding is that this is the court will fill that in when they sign these documents.
I think
Aries, I already did White Chicks 2 featuring Molly and Mallory when they went to Pennsylvania. I already did a if you haven't seen that, that was some of my funnier shit that I've ever done.
so, yeah.
The clerks or whatever. Upon consideration of the exigent circumstances set forth in the motion to enjoin unauthorized recording, broadcasting, and doxing, and an emergency hearing is scheduled for, and then they will schedule that date. I saw from Hong, he's anticipating on X that he thinks that'll be in a week or two.
I'm sorry, I'm ahead
He
of
had
you.
posted about this earlier, and that'll be in Delaware County in Pennsylvania.
And no,
Oh, did I read?
no, you didn't. No, you're right. You're right.
Okay, so this is the second.
Yeah, I did them.
I just want to remind you too, it has been publicly stated by a plaintiff involved in this, Brittany J, that one of the other plaintiffs, being Nick the Hat, has been evaluated numerous times for mental illness and been checked out. Now, why you would willingly get yourself involved with somebody who is even having to be evaluated for mental, like to that degree, is confusing to me. But she proudly stated that he has been evaluated numerous times and cleared. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. She said that so proudly. She was like, he's been evaluated numerous times, friends. Where's Nick? Let me guess. BJ, you're gonna start a rumor again about him being in jail? Why is he being so quiet?
I didn't want to use 200 and some odd pages, so I did them back to back. So he's gonna get confused. I bet.
Oh yeah, they're not numbered, are they?
No.
So I'll have to really keep track. All right, so let's see.
Revival, sorry, that's my
Might
fault.
as well have stack.
But these guys all have, at the same time, again, you don't have to like fight in the comment section. This isn't a Trump versus, this isn't a conservative. These are extremist behaviors. These people all align with that. It can't be overlooked. It's who they are. It's their political bullshit, but it is very politically involved and politically charged and very extremist. But don't cause arguments in the comment section about your differing beliefs, because that's not what this is about. Unless you are an extremist and believe in the same type of shit like that, then, well, you're probably in the wrong spot. But be kind to my mods, please. Thank you.
Back from side to side.
Okay, so this is what they are requesting. The defendants, pending further order of this court, defendants, respondents, and any persons acting in concert with them are hereby permanently enjoined from. So, okay, so what is so? And now this day of blank. So I guess whenever they sign this, it could have been today, or maybe it'll be Monday or beyond. Upon consideration of plaintiff's emergency motion for protective order and to enjoin unauthorized recording, broadcasting, and doxing, and for good cause shown, it is hereby ordered and decreed as follows: pending further order of this court, the defendants, respondents, and any persons acting in concert with them are hereby permanently enjoined from. So would we say that if the court signs that today, that this all goes into effect now, or will they do this at the hearing in 2 weeks? I don't know. Okay, well, at least we'll see what
Betty knows a lot about the law. Maybe we should have Betty answer. Help us.
Oh, it is Spy Waffle. It is very much like the Q stuff. It is. No. You're fine, Revival. You're totally fine. I understand what you're saying, and all she's asking is people to not like disparage each other in the comment section or turn it into like a fight. These people. We all are very aware that they have very extremist belief systems. I talk about it very openly. It's just not up for like this interpretation or this fight or discussion about your personal beliefs. That's not what this is. These people are all aligned because of their political ideology and their belief system and the extremism. But don't let it become an argument for the bonds to have to get involved in, because then I'll just get involved and then I'll just fucking boot all of you. But what the fuck are you asking Betty for knowledge of the law? Let's ask the criminal who is out on a $20,000 bond for advice in the law. Okay, tell us how much she knows about the law, where she's sitting out on a $20,000 bond. I mean, it seems to have worked out well for her. Her rap sheet knows a lot about the law. Sure.
To answer that, because
So let's see what they are asking for. Their number one is recording, photographing, live streaming, or disseminating images, audio, or transcripts from the February 18th, 2025 hearing or any future court proceedings except as expressly authorized by the court. So that's the one we were talking about earlier where Barbecue Lady and Granny's Watching were trying to enact a anti-SLAPP lawsuit to the injunction there. And we still don't have a... So they're saying any more pictures, live streaming, photographs from that hearing, they're not allowed to use. Okay, so number two, doxing, threatening, or publicly exposing the identities or personal information of any attendees, witnesses, court personnel, or other parties involved in these proceedings. Okay, so I guess that's still relating to that was held on the 18th of February. Number three, engaging in or facilitating any live stream, social media broadcasts, or other public discussions, whether for profit or otherwise, that reference those proceedings unless expressly authorized by this court. Okay, so essentially a form of a gag order on whatever happened in court that day. Number four, encouraging, organizing, or participating in any press conferences, public events, discussion panels, or media appearances concerning this.
So nobody else has had a press conference. Nobody else has even attempted to have a press conference, but they sent out a memo about a press conference and then claimed that a marching band was going to be a threat. So they had to cancel said press conference. But they're the ones that have gone to the media. They're the ones who have used the public PR campaigns. Nobody else but them. Oh, so they want to be able to do all the things, but then they don't want to be able to have rebuttals put against them? Oh.
Litigation or as participants in a matter intended to influence public perception or interfere with judicial proceedings.
He's on like number 4.
Oh, sorry.
know.
I'm trying to keep up with chat and people
Oh.
are messaging me.
Well, Kane, from what I understand, CJ is now their head of security. You know, he comes with a security chat. So chances are his car's probably not running very well because last I heard the serpentine belt was still on the run. And he was still crying about being a crybaby bitch. But all 5'6" and 140 pounds of him can be found guarding your local floor somewhere because he can't even have a bed. He's such a broken soul.
Because everybody messages me when if I could have the entire day quiet, and then as soon as we turn on live, I get messaged. So
Yeah, and if anything seems unclear, Auntie, in the chat or whatever, just stop me. Or if
Okay.
if you want to talk about any of these, just stop me. Nothing in this order shall be construed to prohibit any individual from discussing, commenting on, or engaging in conversations regarding the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers, provided these discussions do not reference or interfere with these judicial proceedings.
The judicial proceedings already happened. See, that's the funniest fucking thing is because these proceedings already happened. The judge is actually in deliberation and making her decision on the anti-SLAPP currently. So that is where we are right now as is. There are no further judicial proceedings happening. The judge is determining her position on the anti-SLAPP before anything else happens. Ooh, things that are backwards.
Yeah, so this is reading so far very different from the injunction. This is really about that hearing, isn't it?
Mhm.
Yeah. Way to wake up there, Mr. E.
However, all parties and affiliated persons are strictly prohibited from using these discussions as a pretext to harass, intimidate, or otherwise prejudice the administration of justice.
which one are you on?
That was
Sorry.
number 6.
Okay.
He's number 6.
Number 7, within 5 business days of the entry of this order, defendants respondents shall remove, delete, and permanently erase all live streams, photos, videos, and other material shared and disseminated from within the courthouse to the best of their ability, including by reaching out to third parties demonstrating good cause for removal. So even if they shared pictures or whatever to other YouTubers, they need to at least give a good.
Member of a country club, I 100% agree with you. I would say I'm probably to page 190 in my own personal reading of this. You know how I have to go through. I'll end up reading it 6 times, which I might have no brain cells left by that time. Because every time you read it, you catch something different and you're like, what the fuck? But so far, what I've seen, this is laughable. It is a travesty, though, to see our court wasted like this. And I want to be very transparent here. The plaintiffs involved in this will not come back from this. When this is over and done with, they will not come back from this, in my opinion. And I mean, they will forever be seen. BJ put in her declarations how BJ, Betty, and all of them about professional relationships. After this filing and what they are doing and how they are using a missing child, there is no coming back from this. They all hoped, in my opinion, that this would be their stardom. This would be their ticket to fame. This would pay their bills. People would feel horrible for them. They would buy it. It was convincing. They were the victims. They lined themselves up. Yep, here I am, victim number 1, victim number 2. But people like this, she will never have any professional credibility. This will impact future jobs. This will impact her life in such a fashion. But again, when you use a missing child for personal vendettas, the repercussions are just because of your choice. You chose this, nobody else.
Good faith effort. Additionally, defendants respondents shall remove any and all live streams and content solely discussing court proceedings from February 18th onward. This shall also include the removal of any discussions or content dedicated to raising funds to prolong litigation wherein plaintiffs seek
Demon, and that goes back to Lesniak's book. Why would the parent of a missing child need to be involved with a company that's just in sole existence to help people involved in scandalous things, and they need to control public perception? Why would the father of a missing child need to align himself with an attorney who wrote, in my opinion, a how to get off of sexual assault allegations? Why would a man with a missing child, again, you don't have to, you can feel how you want to, but these are very realistic questions that need to be asked because it's all right there in front of our faces.
seek no monetary damages and solely an injunction until proceedings conclude. Yeah, and that's the weakest part of that anti-SLAPP motion they were trying to file, is that they weren't seeking damages. That's why I would be very surprised if that anti-SLAPP were successful, because it's really meant to prevent. Those laws are really meant to prevent people from.
Will you guys do me a favor before I forget to? I know she's probably not here because she had some stuff going on this evening, but I think she'll probably rewatch it. Will you wish our beautiful mod Terry Dean a happy birthday in the chat, please? She told us earlier that it was her birthday, and that was in our members group, but I know a lot of you don't know that. So if you would take a moment to wish our beautiful Terry a happy birthday. Oh, she is here. See, I'm not even paying attention. But tell that beautiful, beautiful human to have a beautiful birthday. She is an incredible human being that we are very lucky to have on the island.
Frivolous lawsuits seeking huge financial gain, and they weren't seeking those. So that, of course, like I said, once you get in front of a judge, you never know what will happen, but It would surprise me. Defendants respondents shall certify in writing to this court that they have fully complied with the deletion and removal requirements outlined herein, and that they have not retained any copies, backups, or alternative distributions of such content. Any failure to comply with this provision shall be considered a violation of this order and punishable as contempt of court. Any violation of this order shall be punishable as contempt of court, subject to appropriate sanctions as determined by the court, which may include monetary penalties, suspension of online platforms, or other equitable relief. This protective order shall remain in effect until the court issues a ruling on the pending preliminary injunction or until further order of the court. The court reserves the right to grant any other relief deemed just and necessary under these circumstances. Okay. So that of course has to do with these various pictures that came out and accusations of live streaming and updating in real time court proceedings, right? Things of that nature.
Auntie's in chat. What are you talking about? Cash rocks.
So, Show Poodle said Cash was in Nashville today.
Oh man, that would have been cool.
Someone was
That would've
asking.
been very cool, but I'm not in Nashville, so dang it.
Someone asked, have all parties erased the hearing lives and videos? I don't know.
And
But
then,
it looks like they have 5 days from the date that this is signed.
and then Karma says
it's
the
signed.
court wouldn't make someone take down their YouTube channel, would they? I don't know.
I don't know if that's gonna be
This is
cool.
kind of it's fascinating to me. It'll probably set some type of precedence, honestly.
On the injunction, my understanding was that that the plaintiffs make a request, and they listed their
I think this is going to set a legal precedence. I absolutely do. But I don't think it's going to be in the ways that they're hoping for at all. That's my opinion. What do you guys think? Do you think that this has potential of setting legal precedence with the frivolous filings that are being used to waste the court's time? but I don't think it's going to be in the ways that they're alluding to.
It was like 10 items, 9 or 10 items or something of what they wanted. And it had to do with deleting certain videos, not talking about the plaintiffs any further, things of that nature. But the judge could take that list and they could either say, you know what, this is too far. I'm going to enforce 5 of these, or they could even decide, I actually am going to go further than the request and hammer them further if the judge has all that power. This is just a request from the plaintiffs, right? That's the way I understood that.
Kim French says, I wish you guys would have a call-in show soon. Love them.
We originally were thinking we would do that.
I had it all set up to do it. I have to remember how to do it, but I did have it all set up to do that. And then we were like, I don't know.
It would be fun to do it on certain topics.
Well, I do know that we're going to have a members only live stream, and we're going to allow our members to come up and talk. So I do know that's going to happen soon. We're going to call it, it's going to be at least monthly, called the Dog Pound. So I actually have it scheduled for tomorrow, but since this happened, that's not happening because we might be reading this until tomorrow.
Okay, so this was interesting. For Criming Out Loud said there was a big true crime YouTuber who was court ordered to take down her channel last year. Many of you know who she is. She's now back on YouTube under a different name.
I did not know that.
Jim, why did I look up to that one? I'm over here minding my own business, and then I see Jim's comment. What the hell, Jim? And I think of a condiment to describe this fruit. It is mayonnaise, bland, white, and unimpressive by itself. My life. Where's Kyle? Unfortunately, the man's still at work, but that's like the best. Oh my God, Jim.
I did not know the story.
Me either. That's interesting.
We are still relatively new to YouTube.
We are. And Julie said, I bet SF appeals and acts as his own attorney. I do believe that he is doing it pro se. Correct?
My understanding is so far he has, yeah.
And while you were talking, and thank you, Julie, and for the super chat, we appreciate that.
Yes,
I did forget to put this up. Our wonderful Lisa B always says the E's are looking great as usual. Thank you for everything. Well, we appreciate you, and thank you for being a member for 6 months.
Jim, you know how to impress that man. He will love that, and I will make sure when he gets here, we go back to that because that's perfection.
And somebody was here the other night. They were a member for 8 months, or maybe it was
K-Mac.
No, was it K-Mac or Dreaming of Blue Skies?
Oh, wow.
And I said, I didn't even think we had a channel that long. So
we're just like 2 months from a year.
And Brenda Calvert says, member for 1 month. Thanks for breaking this down for us. Well,
thank you, Brenda.
We appreciate you being here.
So
and thank you for being a member.
That is the end of that part. The next section here is it's all the same.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I think it would have to do with all social media, right?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if it's certain channels. They may
No,
I think it's all social media.
Yeah, it would include everything they.
Yeah.
The way the injunction was reading, it was like all social media that not specific to any particular platform.
Because that's a way to circumvent that.
So this next section is called Emergency Motion for Protective Order and to enjoin unauthorized recording, broadcasting, and doxing.
Hold on.
I was going to say, is this a new page?
The Real Me Too has been a member for 9 months.
Wow.
Well, we appreciate you so much. And you are a wonderful friend and person. And we are blessed to have you in our life. Oh my gosh, Susan Smith too? I didn't realize we'd even been around this long, guys.
Yeah, we're at 10 months now.
And Susan Smith is a lovely person as well. We got to meet her at the vigil. Lovely person.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you both for being members for 9 months. It means the world to us. We appreciate it. Sorry,
you're not on what he's covering.
Do you want me to send it to you so you can do it?
Just go to the next page.
How ridiculous.
All right, sis. All right. So this one?
Yeah, but keep going down a little further because no reason to read all the names again. Right there's good.
Okay.
So this is seeking a
Butterfly Kisses 8 months. Oh my gosh. Sorry. Thank you, Butterfly Kisses.
They are seeking either a protective order and or preliminary injunction as warranted against all the defendants. And this is the meat of the motion here. This looks like this is next.
So once again, they're seeking a protection order against all the defendants, which is factually 2 defendants. There's factually 2 defendants. And think about all of the people who actually need assistance through the court or protection. Once again, all this does, and I want people to understand, this agency, this group of people, these creators, this national spokesperson are only further using our court system to re-victimize victims. Wasting court resources re-victimizes victims, and they are using these court filings to further re-victimize Chris, Katie, Sebastian, and defendants. There are 2 separate things. Sebastian's case is completely different than these filings, but they have used Sebastian's name to get traction and movement to re-victimize Chris and Katie, Sebastian, and then also the defendants. Crime's under investigation. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well.
200 or whatever pages it becomes. So part one here, plaintiffs so we know all the plaintiffs, I'm not going to read all that again. By and through their undersigned counsel, filed this emergency petition for injunctive and other equitable relief pursuant to RCP 1531 Special Injunctions, 18 PA-CS, unlawful use of an audio or video device in court, and Pennsylvania Rule of Judicial Administration 1910, seeking immediate judicial intervention to prohibit defendants from engaging in unauthorized recording, broadcasting, and dissemination of courtroom proceedings. On February 18, 2025, the defendants Barbecue Lady and Granny's Watching, along with individuals aligned with them, willfully violated Pennsylvania law and Delaware County court rules by recording, transmitting, and publicly disseminating court proceedings from a hearing before this honorable court. These actions resulted in widespread online publication of plaintiffs' personal information, harassment, and intimidation, jeopardizing the
Where did this happen? Because again, that is completely misrepresenting what actually happened. There was transcripts that were read from the court hearing in which it is very apparent that the judge was alerted, handled the situation, and nothing was found to have been done illegally. But they threw a fit, tried telling people that all of these things happened that didn't happen. Again, it is the judge's courtroom who did not remove anybody from the courtroom, did not arrest anybody from the courtroom. Phones were removed. So where and how did this happen? Oh, it didn't. It didn't.
integrity of judicial proceedings.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So that's what we're talking about with the pictures that were coming out.
I
and
see.
all that.
I see.
Pennsylvania law unequivocally prohibits the unauthorized recording, transmission, or dissemination of court proceedings. Makes it a misdemeanor offense to use or operate a device to capture, record, transmit, or broadcast any photograph, video, or audio of a court proceeding without judicial approval. Yeah, we kind of looked into that later, and that appears to be true. Like even in the hallways and stuff, like you can't anywhere in the courthouse. You're not supposed to do that. Additionally, PA RJA 1910 mandates that judges shall prohibit broadcasting, televising, recording, or taking photographs in the courtroom and areas immediately adjacent thereto. Number 4. Defendants' conduct violated both statutory law and court rules, directly interfering with the administration of justice. Further, their actions led to the unauthorized publication of court materials on YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, and X, exposing plaintiffs and others to targeted harassment and threats. This court has the inherent authority to maintain decorum and enforce compliance with judicial directives. Pennsylvania courts have repeatedly upheld contempt, sanctions, injunctive relief, and criminal penalties against individuals who violate prohibitions on courtroom recordings, including and they cite a case there, and Commonwealth versus Leshinsky. Pursuant to Delaware County Rule 208.3b, which authorizes expedited court intervention in cases where immediate action is necessary to prevent irreparable harm, plaintiffs seek emergency injunctive relief. Plaintiffs further request an order directing the removal of unauthorized online recordings and real-time court updates disseminated by defendants. Without immediate intervention by this court, plaintiffs and other individuals involved in these court proceedings face continued exposure to real-time doxing, harassment, and privacy violations. Further, the failure to enforce Pennsylvania statutory protections and judicial administration rules undermines judicial integrity and emboldens similar
Okay, just a note on that. First and foremost, the plaintiff's information, I'm coming to get it, sis. The plaintiff's information was on public filings that they released. The plaintiff's information was also published on their website when they released the first section of exhibits that were never sent in the court. Not once were they filed with the court, but they were released publicly on At Night's website. So again, where is this going to be true? It's not. It's never going to hold water because that's not true. They themselves, the company, released the plaintiff's information, and it was because of BJ's Maud Kristen, who sent the filing to a YouTuber by the name of Molly Go Lightly, or Hoopapalooza, who sent that court filing. BJ's Maud Kristen sent this information to Molly Go Lightly to publicly disseminate that and further harass and harm the defendants. That's factually how it happened when in regards to the RICO and racketeering. So if anybody is at fault for their information getting out there, that would be At Night and the plaintiffs.
Misconduct in future court proceedings. For the reasons, yes, for me. Not yet. For the reasons set forth below, plaintiffs respectfully request that this court issue an immediate injunction and grant all additional relief necessary to protect the
Angel, that's all she does is lie. That is one unhinged lunatic that is only gaining more unhingedness with the days.
integrity of these proceedings. On October 18th, plaintiffs filed their initial complaint for injunctive and other equitable relief against defendants, Barbecue Lady, Granny's Watching, SF Investigates, and Does 1 through 14, alleging a coordinated campaign of defamation, harassment, and obstruction, targeting plaintiffs' efforts to locate Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. So that's the, when you hear people talk about the civil RICO suit, that's the one they're talking about. Since the case's inception, defendants have escalated in misconduct, engaging in unauthorized recordings, dissemination of defamatory content, and doxing. Due to the ongoing and increasing nature of these actions, plaintiffs filed a motion for leave to amend the complaint on November 6, 2024. From February 18th to present day, defendant Aligned Doe Queen Bee, joined by various panel guests and associates, including but not limited to defendant Granny's Watching, Barbecue Lady, SF Investigates, and various does, significantly amplified their series of YouTube and TikTok live streams and posts during which they ridiculed and distorted details of a court hearing, directing the remarks at the plaintiffs involved in the case.
Or the fact that the transcripts were read and or the public court filings were read. I mean, we need another one of these, because what the absolute airbud, whatever, headphone warning, it's loud. But just a reminder, say no to cults. Say no to cults. This is a cult that is formed in front of our eyes. The Green Team is a cult.
Whoops, you're in a cult. Whoops, you're in a cult. Whoops, you're in a cult. Whoops, you're in a cult. Whoops, you're in a cult. Whoops, you're in a cult. Giving grandma COVID and whoops, you're in a cult.
Say no to cults. Say no to cults.
On February 18th, 2000.
And I'll go over all of this in depth and bring up a lot of these things next week. Right now, we're just watching the E's try to spin stuff.
25.
Oh, sorry. I've got to step away for a minute.
Yeah, I'll scroll.
Okay.
Are we okay? Nothing bad. Okay.
I get it. Wait, is BHB still in here?
I don't know.
BHB, are you still in here? Let me see. It's going so slow.
Yeah. Can you pull that back up so I can scroll?
Oh, sorry.
Because I want people to scroll, right?
I wanted to. Okay, I'll be right back.
All right. On February 18th, this court held a hearing at the Delaware County Courthouse, Media, Pennsylvania, to address an anti-SLAPP motion filed by defendants Barbecue Lady and Granny's Watching. Okay, this is that page. Number 14. Prior to and immediately following the hearing, defendants Barbecue Lady and Granny's Watching filmed inside the courthouse without authorization, capturing plaintiffs, their counsel, and court personnel. This footage was broadcast live on YouTube during the proceedings and replayed multiple times, accompanied by defamatory statements and personal information, further exposing plaintiffs to harassment and safety risks. Defendants' actions violate Pennsylvania law, court rules, and prior judicial directives, warranting immediate injunctive relief to prevent further irreparable harm. Okay, so it's pretty clear kind of what they're alleging there. It just has to do with the pictures and video. I don't know if I've seen video from inside, but I know I saw some pictures taken.
Yeah, the judge saw the picture that had been taken and said, okay, move along. And here we are. FSU girl, good question. Good question. To further their own public personas, their own personal desires. All of these characters involved have very, very self-serving motives of why they're involved in this.
Number 17 at 12:15 responded to the courtroom during 2 occasions.
Now, let me say this, like, I'm not against documentaries being done for awareness purposes on the missing, but that's not what any of this is. None of that is even remotely what this has turned into. And it's so fucking disgusting because the two situations should never have collided. But I fear for the future victims. I fear for the next family that these people get their mitts into. And that's what all we can do at this point is document and continue to highlight who At Night is, who these creators are that are involved in all of this. Like, at this point in time, that's all we can do to potentially head off and warn future victims and their families of what these people are truly like.
sometime between 12:15 and 1:15 p.m. Both and defendant aligned Doe J for Justice covered the February 18th live on their respective platforms. A second
Oh my God, not them covering a court hearing, which is what true crime creators do. That's the crazy part, is so many of these people claim that they're true crime creators or followers of true crime, but then when public court hearing, oh, it's wild.
YouTube live stream hosted by defendant Doe J for Justice allegedly contained, despite these court-ordered precautions, unauthorized images and footage of the proceedings surfaced online within minutes of the hearing's conclusion. Oh, okay. So this was immediate events necessitating emergency relief. So part B is pattern of conduct post.
And again, Jay is not a defendant. She's obviously a defendant aligned Doe. Doe, a deer. I mean, jeez. They're reaching so hard. Like, they are reaching. Every muscle has been pulled in these little short guys' necks.
February 18th hearing. On February 18th, defendant Barbecue Ladies anti-SLAPP motion, later joined by Granny's Watching, was addressed in a hearing before the Honorable Court at the Delaware County Courthouse in Media, Pennsylvania. Plaintiffs and their counsel attended the proceedings. On January 18th, 2025, the defendant aligned Doe, Queen Bee, hosted a 6-hour YouTube live stream covering the court hearing, utilizing a makeshift press pool arranged by the defense without court approval. A press pool. Okay, so I'm not sure what this is. So a barbecue's supposed to come up. I guess this is quotes from the stream. Barbecue's supposed to come up here and talk to us, keep us updated. I got somebody else up there too that was going to keep us updated if she didn't have a chance to. So it'll all work out either way. We'll get some updates. That's too bad. They said Nick looks sick like that. S. Stress, drugs, life, parole. I mean, S. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if he did get violated for 100%, but through the grapevine, yes, it was alleged that they did put in a violate his parole. I'm not sure if he got violated or not. I'm not sure if it went through, but it was put in. I do know that for sure. I mean, his stuff is open just like everybody. I mean, if one person's fair game, everybody's fair game, right? I think she's a disgrace to use her service with this missing child.
Oh my God. Stress, drugs, life, parole. I mean, shit. You know what I'm saying? Well, what the hell? Those are things that need an emergency protection order over. What in the upside fucking hell are we living in? Demon, I pinned your previous comment, and I wonder. I mean, we've questioned that for quite some time. You and I have both been in the same wheelhouse of thinking that, and I've said publicly for months on end, I felt that they were trying to build the public perception even before they started the grand jury stuff, that they were trying to build a circumstantial case. Hey KB, it's good to see you. This is fucking crazy. Again, think about this. This is a motion for a restraining order, an emergency order of protection. This is what is included in the request for an emergency order of protection. Jay is not a defendant. She is listed as a Doe, but she is not technically a defendant. So again, just because Jay says something about Nick's looks, behavior, how does this escalate to protection orders?
And with this, and then wearing in her military today, I think that's disgraceful. I think she uses her service in the military to shield herself from criticism. I don't thank her. Why win Rico now? I'm all excited. Okay.
Can you scroll?
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, it was just that last sentence.
Yeah, and they're referring to Jules, the dog handler, who was wearing her
I was
uniform.
wondering if that's who it was.
Yeah,
Jules, the dog handler, who was LARPing, in my opinion, and intentionally wore her uniform, because during reading the transcripts, there is one part in there that it is even, I don't remember exactly how it's stated, but there's something in there about them oh, she's military or something. There was something that was made out of her being in her fatigues, if that's correctly what they're called. There was something about that, and I can't remember off the top of my head. I'll have to go back and look through those, but I'll have it all ready when I read through them. Hey, Jay, this is absolutely fucking insane.
Yeah. All right, so now we're on 21. On February 19, 2025, the defendant Aligned Doe Queen Bee hosted a live stream titled Court Recap.
How dare you say something about people's looks, Jay? Straight to jail.
For Rico, Little Skid Row shows out, and Hong goes full clown on X, lasting over 7 hours, focusing on the previous day's court hearing. Hong's going to F your lawsuit up anyways, or you're effing fake Rico BS, and I'm glad that Granny's attorney brought my name up there for the BS. Right. Writing effing racist emails with racist rhetoric. Effing team of criminals, team of effing frauds, in my opinion. All right, let's listen to this. At night, not intelligence agency. That
At night, not intelligence agency. I mean, that's a true statement.
Hong Nick not going on. They keep claiming they got death threats and this, that, and the other.
No defamation detected. You notice this isn't slander or defamation because it's true.
They're trying to run a narrative. They're trying to run a narrative that they're getting death threats. That all this is just, you know what I'm saying.
Oh, hold on. Let me back it up. Give me a second. Let me back it up. You said stress, drugs, life, parole. I mean, shit. You know what I'm saying. Straight to fucking jail. Straight to jail, Jay.
And with this, and then wearing in her military today, I think that's disgraceful. I think she uses her service in the military to shield herself from criticism. I don't thank her.
Oh, and you pointing out the obvious about Julia. Straight to jail again. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200. Thank you.
Why win Rico now? I'm all excited. Okay.
No
Can you
lies
scroll?
detected.
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, it was just that last sentence.
Yeah, and they're referring to Jules, the dog handler, who was wearing her
I was
military uniform.
wondering if that's who it was.
Yeah, she. Yeah. All right. So now we're on 21. On February 19th, 2025, the defendant, Aligned Doe Queen Bee, hosted a live stream titled Court Recap for Rico, Little Skid Row shows out, and Hong goes full clown on X, lasting over 7 hours, focusing on the previous day's court hearing.
I mean, Hong did go full clown on X. Again, no lies detected. I don't know. I don't know what we're supposed to. Again, it's an order of protection. How is this in an order of protection? Are they trying to mind fuck this judge? I wish I could be there when the judge reads this or sees this. I really wish I could see her face.
Hong's going to F your lawsuit up anyways, or you're effing fake Rico BS, and I'm glad that Granny's attorney brought my name up there for the BS. Right. Writing effing racist emails with racist rhetoric. Effing team of criminals, team of effing frauds, in my opinion. All right, let's listen to this. At night, not intelligence agency. That Hong Nick not going on. They keep claiming they got death threats and this, that, and the other. They're trying to run a narrative. They're trying to run a narrative that they're getting death threats. That all this is just, you know what I'm saying. Yeah, this is their little BS to try and prove that they're receiving death threats. Get the F out of here with that BS. Out of context, a video, crybaby B.
Okay, scroll.
All right. All right, let's see. So on February 19th, defendant Aligned Doe Queen Bee hosted an additional YouTube live stream targeting the plaintiffs and their legal proceeding.
B-fam, I mean, imagine somebody looking in your windows outside your house and you using them in court filings, but not filing a police report on somebody being a peeping Tom outside your house. That would be what Hong did. And again, it's being used in this filing even for an emergency order of protection when they have photographs of this supposed guy that was peeping in his windows, but he never filed the police report, but he's used it as a part of his injunction. Imagine being so desperate that you reach out to Uncle Taco and Aunt Burrito and ask them to write declarations and submitting those publicly on your website as facts when she lies from paragraph 2 to paragraph 4, whether she was home alone or not. I mean, these people can't even get their fucking facts straight. It's all of it, every bit of it's embarrassing. I'm telling you, they're not coming back from this. Aussie Trisha, thank you for becoming a member or renewing. Welcome back to the cabana. Thank you.
On February 20th, 2025, defendant Aligned Doe Queen Bee hosted a YouTube live stream continuing to target plaintiffs and discourage participation in legal proceedings. On February 21st, Queen Bee hosted a YouTube live stream using intimidation tactics against plaintiffs and others involved in the legal proceedings. On February 19th, defendant Aligned Doe Queen Bee hosted another YouTube live stream titled Court Recap for Rico, Little Skid Row shouts out, and Hong goes full clown on X. On February 19th, February 20th, 21st, and 22nd, Queen Bee.
They're claiming by the time that this is all over, there's going to be 200,000 plus documents. That's why I'm making the reference. If you don't understand some of the references I'm making, again, there was 200,000 documents seized from Mar-a-Lago. These people follow. If you follow any of that type of stuff, they are using the same numbers, the same shit that they know people would gravitate to because of their political involvement. That is what they are saying and what they are using. Again, this is these people, these characters have huge political involvement and leanings and ideology and all of the shit. But if you know what I'm talking about, that is, in my opinion, why they gravitate to those numbers, because there's other things that associate with those that they're trying to. I mean, how long ago, months ago, they said Trump was on his way. The Secret Service was on his way. They put Trump in the front seat of an SUV.
Posted additional live streams designed to intimidate and discourage participation in legal proceedings. Okay, so part 3 of conduct leading to the February 18th courtroom photography.
Okay, I've lost you.
Sorry.
That's okay.
So we're at part 3 there. Anything to add on any of that? I mean, I don't know what there is to say. It's kind of what it is.
It is what it is.
Part 3, pattern of conduct leading to the February 18th.
BFAM, that's why I always say, like, this has nothing to do with right or left leaning. These are extremist offshoots. This is a whole other mindset mentality, whether it's religion or politics, whatever the case may be. This is that extremism pockets that exist, unfortunately, and this is a huge group of them. And once again, these people are using humanitarian issues, human interest stories, profit off of people's pain. They are using good causes such as advocating for missing children, just like we saw with OUR and Tim Ballard. They tried the trafficking thing to get notification, and all it ended up being was a bunch of wealthy white men flying to third world countries to participate and pay for sex. And then they set up all these the whole thing. It's very, very similar, just a different noble cause that they're using. It's the exact same thing. And I can do a whole side-by-side breakdown of the characters and who they align with and everything like that with the same OUR. Once again, OUR, at one point in time, I believed in them. But this group has came in and showed their ass from day one. But they see that people like that can do that. And remember that in that situation too, and the reason why I reference that is because a lot of people don't understand. They had the Attorney General, Sean Reyes of Utah, that was involved with that group. Wealth and power and these whole things are a big push. They want to be noticed. That is why Dog the Bounty Hunter allows them to use his name, because he wants his legacy to be known as, right now, it's the Christian nationalism.
Courtroom photography. So on September 4th, Granny's Watching hosted a YouTube live stream further focusing on tracking and intimidating individuals related to the legal proceedings. September 4th, Granny's Watching hosted so this is last year, September 4th, hosted a YouTube live stream ridiculing plaintiffs and spreading false claims about their credibility. All right. Okay, so part A here. So we get this article, and the first thing I see is like,
I mean, fuck. The Villages probably doesn't want him, so what's the next best thing? Political office. I mean, it's all about the same, right?
wait, there's something really freaking weird about this, right? And I'm reading it, and I'm sure the same way you all did, and it's At Night Private Intelligence Agency and Dog the Bounty Hunter amplified the reward to 100,000. And I'm like, well, geez, 6 months later, but never right. Better now than on September 4th, and it says for immediate release. And I'm like, well, who's this company?
And no shade to anybody that lives at the Villages. I mean, they're living their best lives running around on those golf carts doing their thing. I mean, no shade to those people, but Dog should be retired enjoying a cocktail on the golf course. Instead, he is still trying to be seen as some sort of hero of sorts, when all he is a washed up, zealous celebrity, in my opinion. That has to be... never mind. Let me leave it alone.
Okay. On September 6th, Granny's Watching hosted a YouTube live stream in which she criticized the plaintiff's motivation and monetization practices. You don't care about clicks or any of that. Why are you monetized? I love when people say that I don't care about clicks, I don't care about money, then turn off your ad revenue. Why did you monetize your channel and keep it 100? You don't monetize your channel, you don't care about the money. That's BS, because if you didn't care, you wouldn't collect it. Why couldn't Tony do this? Why did they need Dog to do it? You couldn't do this without Tony. I mean, without Dog. Tony and Seth are the ones that had the ability to get involved, get News Nation involved. Matter of fact, he was just on Vinnie Politan not too long ago. Looks like S on his upper lip. Okay, number 30 here.
And thank you, Nina, for the super sticker.
Thank you, Nina. We appreciate that. Anything else we want to, anything going on in the chat or any comments about anything?
No, not really. I think, no, I mean, I don't see anything big. Just some people that I guess also was kind of were following it, but no, nothing big.
Okay. Yeah, just stop me if there is, because I can't really see the chat while I'm doing it. Especially if something's not clear, you know. On September 7th, Granny's Watching hosted a monetized YouTube live stream minimizing the plaintiff's professional credentials and threatening to release personal records. Yeah, and I'm not going to, I mean, I guess I've been skipping this, but they do have these listed as exhibits. So I'm assuming they've got either
Documentation
or yeah, that they're going to submit with all this. On September 9th.
Supposedly they have 7,000 documents in their exhibits. And Hong showed a photo of something of 7,000 from his little camera roll. I mean, these people are, remember, his associate, Nick, was sent to prison for fabricating shit on people. These are the group of people who can get you into the Me Too movement and or out of the Me Too movement. They are known for their shady dealings. So until we see 7,000 documents uploaded to the public website through the court, I'll hold my breath on what these exhibits actually are. They're probably more screenshots of posts that don't have any relevancy, you know, because it took 70 plus people gathering their first 300 exhibits, which were laughable to say the least.
Granny's Watching hosted a YouTube live stream and made statements mocking and misrepresenting the plaintiffs, particularly targeting the search effort and individuals associated with it. On September 10th, Barbecue Lady and J for Justice engaged in a YouTube live stream discussing strategies to discredit Seth Rogers and other plaintiffs, alleging furthering their campaign of defamation. Granny's Watching hosted a YouTube live stream in which she and J for Justice attacked former FBI agent Jennifer Coffendorfer with mockery and insults. And then some examples here.
It's an attack with mockery and insults. Jennifer insults her own self every time she hits live on her channel. She's an insult to her own.
Look what I bought.
Oh my God, go away.
I'm getting pro up in here.
Oh, can somebody, I can't even say, can somebody come get your ass now, because I'm being accused of pimping you out. Jesus. But really, can somebody, are we joking right now? What are you doing?
And I got a gaming chair. But
Oh my God. Somebody, Kenzie wants attention. Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm going pro.
My God. No. Yeah.
Let me get out of the way. Wait, hold on. I gotta block the addresses.
Yeah, thank you for what do you do?
I got a headset and like mic thing.
Oh, guess who bought it?
Me.
Oh, are you sure?
And I got a gaming chair.
Oh,
And
wait.
a gaming mat.
How did you do that? Oh, a job? Oh shit. Okay. I can't even say shit. Kenzie, go back to the stairs. I can't even say somebody come get your kid. I can't do that anymore because they'll take it seriously, but seriously, somebody come get the kid, please. She got out from behind the stairs and here we have it. Lord. God. Okay.
And also, I think they're a distraction. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if basically behind the scenes, Mr. Seth Rogers or Tony is talking to these people and saying, hey, can you act that no one pays attention to overhear what's going on over here?
Basically, all she just told you guys is she just upped her trolling game a notch. And if you play Call of Duty, chances are you're about to get cussed out even louder by Kenzie, because now she's got a mic that she can be heard on. So that's basically all she told you, was she will be increasing her trolling on COD. Go back to the basement cellar.
What's the truth? That's basically a distraction. Okay. I don't know what that means. B, you a-hole, F-face, because two people in your effed up chat 4 demanded.
I know.
Facebook. Now shut the F up. Okay. Take that back to your B. Thank you. Stop lying and keep people's names out of your FA mouth. Yeah. Before I got your address, B, stop eating just to Lisa.
And scroll.
And stop
Sorry.
lying.
Oh, you made my
sorry.
computer go crazy. Okay.
Okay. No, she showed all over the place that she's even had money in her mouth. Okay, I don't know what that means either. January 1st, Granny's Watching hosted a YouTube live stream in which she and defendant UA Crimson Tide defendant SF investigation while discussing Seth Rogers' background and actions.
Oh my God, this is so pathetic. You guys, this is what they're asking for, a freaking restraining order, order of protection, an emergency order of protection. What is happening here? Oh my God.
Another exhibit here, but these are, I guess you're giving some examples or highlights from those exhibits, right? Well, y'all are mad that we went over his resume. Well, if you want to talk about him being a hard worker, most of his job was being the caretaker or a security consultant for Sebastian. That's to UA Crimson. Well, not only that, but the fact that he just went back to work right before Sebastian disappeared, he was on disability before.
And again, no lies detected.
Exactly, and they didn't want to admit that. I don't know. They have a problem with the truth. I'm sorry, Seth don't like the truth, so I like the truth personally. Well, this wasn't with
I mean, again, what's the problem with all of that? What? Oh, this was worthy of being. Okay.
SF is what I'm hearing people are asking. SF had absolutely nothing to do with this. Okay. Then on January 6th, Granny's Watching hosted a YouTube live stream in which she and panelists Kluman, Nadi, and Cletus mocked individuals associated with the litigation,
Lou and Cletus made it too. That's right. This shit.
focusing on personal relationships and roles. She raised 2 autistic kids, sure, but then exploited them in her role shamelessly. What are you even saying? She acts like she's exceptional. Should we respect her for this? Talking to journalists, she should focus on her book or her stepkids instead of attacking this family and contacting reporters.
So this is actually in regards to Julie Skolnick. But somehow these idiots, all knowing, twist that. And this will be where we segue off this one for a little bit into some more entertaining bullshit with the team. And then we'll come back to this. Like I said, they've given us so much content. We have weeks of content off of this. So be prepared for the typical nonsense live streams of we're going to read all the filings, we're going to insert all the things, we're going to pull all the clips and break it down and show what fools they are. This is where I excel, in my opinion. And we will have a lot of fun in the next couple weeks mocking the ever-loving shit out of this embarrassing waste of court resources.
Who is she specifically referring to?
Yeah, and that's probably Julie Skolnick.
Okay.
Because they talk about 2.
And while we continue to mock this embarrassment, I also will remind you, please support the defendants in their legal funds. These people, in my opinion, are using the court system to financially extort them further. And unfortunately, their attorneys will have to respond and handle these situations, which I have full belief that they will be able to do, but they need support in being able to do so. So if you don't mind, go hit up Granny's funds if you have something extra to spare. Thank you very much.
2 stepchildren with autism.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, could it be Brittany? Jay?
I don't know. I don't think it's, I don't know. Well, does she have stepchildren?
Oh, Sherry. Oh, Sherry. Chat, did I say, those of you that have been here from the beginning, did I say that I was going to call CPS on Brittany J, or that somebody was going to? Let's give Brittany the attention that she wants, because once again, this is exactly how this happens. So let's just take a little pause and a reflection moment for the stupid idiot allegedly with Brittany J. I could say the sky is blue and she would be like, oh, nonsense, said somebody's going to do something to me. Thank you, Sherry, for telling me. All right. That's it. Let's go back to this bullshit.
Oh, it said
Oh,
yeah. No. It's Julie then.
On January 7th, Granny's Watching hosted a monetized YouTube live stream in which she discussed plaintiffs and their legal team. On January 14th, Granny's Watching hosted a YouTube live stream in which she discussed legal filings and plaintiffs' attorneys. On January 15th, Granny's Watching hosted a monetized YouTube live stream in which she discussed legal proceedings and court filings. On January 19th, defendant Granny's Watching hosted a YouTube live stream in which she discussed involving minors in legal proceedings.
I'm going to have to leave to pick up a child shortly, too.
Okay. Is there anything you want to relate to me before I go? Because we're getting a million texts.
We are getting a million texts, but we have had some very nice people who've given us super stickers and super chats that you might want to just acknowledge real quick.
Oh, sure. Let's see.
We did Nina last.
I just ended page 12, so you go ahead and do it if you like. And then
Wait a second. They're getting super chats and super stickers. According to the plaintiff, allegedly without a brain cell. Oh my God, bashing for cash. Wouldn't that be considered bashing for cash? Because they're bashing the defendants by reading this out and adding to all of the things and trying to make it look like the defendants are actually doing this. So aren't they bashing the defendants for cash? Wouldn't this be racketeering according to the plaintiff, BJ? Brittany? Oh no, the E's are involved in RICO and racketeering and bashing the defendants for cash, straight to fucking jail, according to BJ.
take a sip of water.
And then I didn't get to look at Nina's. I love her sticker. She does the cutest.
I'll show. Let's see if I can.
Let me see if I can find it.
Oh, the lab is here.
Hello, the lab.
Hello,
There's,
lab.
there's Nina's super sticker. Thank you, Nina. And then thank you, Julie, for our super chat. She said, "I'd love to see Judge's face listening to a Queen Bee live." Yeah, wouldn't we all love to see the Judge's face? When
I mean,
we listen to that garbage.
I'm like embarrassed reading it.
It is. I mean, you have to.
Our next fundraiser will be coming up shortly because it will be the 1 year anniversary of me finding out who allegedly with Brittany J is on this app, March 28th to be exact. So we will be doing a live stream with a fundraiser in honor of that and all of the fucking ridiculousness and the lies that she has told over a year to benefit a good cause. So that will be coming to a stream near you in the very near future.
I mean, it's like you have to say initials FAB.
I know.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
No kidding.
I mean,
And then Kelsey said, "Hello, Ease, mods, and subs. I feel like Evan idiot been busy this week. I have no idea what's going on. Love you all and Miss BHB."
Oh, that's sweet. And then Lisa did a mad sticker. Thank you, Lisa.
Do you know? Thank you for letting us know, but we already know, and that didn't happen. So if anybody continues to come over and promote her, just delete their comments. She's live looking for attention, and we're giving her the attention that she needs right now because she's a plaintiff in this filing asking for an emergency order of protection and forgetting that she used her children in this whole situation to begin with. So whatever happens in her situation is not anything to do with me. Again, I don't call CPS. I don't weaponize resources like that, but she involved her family in this. So carry on. She'll never catch up. She always plays the victim. It's all she's got. I'm telling you, there's a reason I say the things I do and how I maneuver. BJ, checkmate, bitch.
That's cute.
Thank you, Lisa.
So thank you, Julie.
And then Kelsey did another one.
She did. She did too.
She did. Oh, she did too.
She had a
Did-
question about who was against who. But you don't. No, ask any questions you like. It is actually the plaintiffs have changed somewhat, and the defendants from the first RICO. It is now at night. Dog the Bounty Hunter, Seth Rogers, Tony Mathis, Hong Ji, Bullhorn Betty, Brittany J, Chase and Crime, Jules the Dog Handler, and Nick the Hat. And it is now against Granny's Watching, SF Investigates, Barbecue Lady, and then 14 does. But I don't know. I don't think we've really had like a list of the does yet. I don't know if that's going to happen later. Although they've kind of implied a few times too.
They've identified a few.
Yeah.
Josh makes me laugh.
Usually she's so well spoken. We're just
Oh,
Oh, and
Sorry.
thank you, Lisa Lamonda, for your super sticker.
yes, that she did a mad face, and then Nina did one with the sunglasses.
Oh,
and
gotcha.
all
Okay,
super
great.
cute. All
Great.
super cute.
Great.
so this was filed today. The beginning of this had related to the February 18th hearing.
Music City Mom, thank you for the support. Much appreciated. Bash for Cash coming soon. We're all going to jail. Straight to jail for RICO and racketeering.
They had where they were listening to the anti-SLAPP motion, which is still no decision made.
What is that noise?
And that's been a month ago.
Oh, it's a dog.
And then they're also seeking it looks like an emergency motion for protective order and to enjoin unauthorized recording, broadcasting, and doxing. So and that's the bulk of it.
And Jules says that Mr. E that they're identified throughout the document, the does.
Demon Chihuahua. Let me say that. And I thank you guys. I really appreciate the fact that you all know I would never, this is bullshit. Again, the distraction is intentional. She's struggling. All she has, the green team, she is actually seen as a liability to the green team because of her behavior and things that she has done. the green team and the plaintiffs are in more of a pickle because of BJ's actions. And it also, they are very upset about her releasing private communications between Tony, Justin, and her with her mods. She is in the shit house with most of the green team, but they can't really rid of her at this point. So she is not really able to discuss what is going on here. First of all, because she can't comprehend it. And secondly, because she is not trusted. That is why it's handed off to the E's and Justin and those type of people, because she doesn't even know what she signed up for. So while she continues to spin, everybody over here knows they will never, ever be able to prove or say that I called CPS on anybody. Her sheriff's department, absolutely I did. I introduced myself to them 100%. But yeah, CPS, no, I never encouraged anybody to. In fact, that's what they were doing last night, though. So thank you guys for all knowing that. It would never happen. I don't do that type of shit. I will not waste resources or put kids in harm's way. That is not something I do. They are the ones that re-victimize children and use children and exploit children. That's a them thing, not an us thing. So we'll just keep it moving. Yes, and the mods that signed the NDA. Yeah, and they've talked about that publicly too, where that would, I mean, NDAs are supposed to be private.
I think they referred to J for Justice as one of the does earlier.
And they did SF as well.
But yeah, he's actually just named.
No, there's another one though. What was the one? Oh, Cluminati and Cletus.
Queen Bee.
And Cluminati and Cletus.
Revival, I've corrected that numerous times. I've said over and over again that I called her sheriff's department. She can call and find out herself. She'll find out I'm not fronting.
Yes.
So that's
Hi,
at least 4 of
Mischief.
them.
Welcome in.
It appears. But you know, there was it did have 50 does originally, and then Uncle Taco and his wife were on here originally. And I don't know if anybody else has dropped or added.
I have the original print.
And once again, I said it the other day, she's desperate. She has lost a lot of her big financial supporters over the last few months. We all know that. She knows that. She's publicly acknowledged that. She has lost a lot of her financial support. It's nearing the end of the month. What do we have? 8 days left, 8 days of the month. So she has got to amp up the victimhood status. So she'll take shots at me. Then she'll go back at Jay. Then she'll go back at Queen, UA. It's a rotation for her. It's the victimization, the back and forth. She's desperate. The next 8 days, it will be victimhood status 101 because, again, she can't get a job, and this is her job, is to play the victim. She has to amp it up because she's lost majority of her financial support. So this is to be expected. This is all things that we predicted and have talked about publicly. Let her claim whatever she wants to. Ain't nobody over here listening. I got a new dog.
I think that's it.
You can't take my thunder today. You ain't gonna get me to sad today. Plus, Brittany's never given me a sad day ever. Comedy, yes. Sad, no.
I think that's a little different, but
Let's see. And Julie said, oh, whoops, the dogs are just going nuts for some reason. I think they got to go potty. Julie was asking if you could read that part about her sons again.
Sure. So this was
She absolutely
it's
is.
Exhibit 14,
Kathy.
Julie.
She is.
And it's let's see what date it was.
Yeah,
This would be
one,
Granny's watching from January 6th.
Yeah.
And they have 2 quotes from it. The
right.
first one is from Granny's watching herself. Actually, both of these are her. She raised 2 autistic kids. Sure.
Okay. I see everybody's really distracted by this. Let's talk about this for a few more minutes because I know you guys absolutely, Terry. I hope you had a wonderful day. I'm so happy for you. Let's just talk about this for a minute because I know it's really distracting, and so people are concerned about this, and I appreciate you guys being concerned about it, but there's nothing here. Again, do you want me to play what she said last night? Do you want me to play some of it? Are you guys not going to feel better? And please be honest, would you rather me show what she said last night so you guys understand the level of depravity that they're going to? Rainbow said, and they did a poll. I would never, ever make an allegation about my partner, somebody I love, share a home with. I would never do such a thing. Like that is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. I would never re-victimize my own children, my other half. None of it. I would never do such a thing. people that even think to that nature are her type of people. I don't either, Chico, but I know people are really, really distracted by this. And I just want to make sure, like, what do you feel better about doing? I don't feel I need to respond to it. And let me explain why, because I'm leaps and bounds ahead of her. Brittany J isn't worth the shit on the bottom of my shoe. Brittany J couldn't walk a day in my shoes with the shit on the bottom of them. Brittany J has been a perpetual victim her entire life. This is why she has nobody in her real world. There's a reason why I ice people like this out at times. You'll notice it's a push and pull. She takes and goes to the extremes. I let her sit there and be seen for what she's doing. She's a shit stain on society. She offers nothing to society. Hazel Eyes, thank you so much. With people like this, they're always going to be. They're always going to exist. That's true, Sienna. That's true. And I know this is one of those things again. And the reason why I paused is because I know that you guys have a really hard time and you're really protective of me. And I really appreciate that. But I need you to trust me when I say I'm good. I am extremely good. I've filed all the reports that I've needed to file. I've been in communication with the people I need to be in communication with. I am not concerned about a fucking thing that they say. They're looking for attention because Brittany needs to be the victim. That is why she has used a child, a missing child, for a personal vendetta. She can't do that with me. But the defamation and slander on her behalf, I need you guys to trust me when I say, let her. Don't correct it. Let her play the hand that she's playing. Do you think that I give a fuck? Because those same people that are sitting in that chat today going along with this shit will be here in 6 months apologizing after they're done dirty. You know that's how it's going to happen. And while she's over there talking shit and rewriting history and saying all the things, she might want to go through her group chats that are going to get called into court and start preserving all the shit. Because I have a feeling Brittany J will be something that people talk about for quite some time. And it won't be because Brittany J is a victim. It's because Brittany J is about to get everything that she's ever deserved. When you can't even stay awake and have to admit that you yourself are nodding out and your child has to wake you up on stream, and then you lie to people about it, she's losing in life, not even just on the internet. This isn't a game. She's trying to play a game that she was never invited to. Let her play her little Connect 4. Well, we just live our lives. It is, Jen. It absolutely is. But remember, she started all of this by alleging that I was intentionally recording her children. And then allowed comments such as I'm a child predator to be made in her comment section and doubled, tripled, quadrupled down on said comments. had her shit stains that she is directly implicated alongside of her, who are doing her dirty work for her. That can't get any attention. Let it roll. Trust and believe. If there's one thing I know, it's I know this type of personality. Are you guys going to be okay? Everybody okay? I would like to continue with this because she's really not worth the time and energy. She is a shit stain on society. People like that will never change. Casual art, absolutely she does. Abso-fucking-lutely she does. So while they have to make up stuff in the court of law and ask for protection orders against people that don't even pay attention to them, I think those of you that are understanding me very clearly right now. Let it roll. Let it rip. I appreciate you guys sticking up for me. I appreciate you guys letting me know. Some of you are shit stirrers and pot stirrers that run back and forth for intentions. That's fine too. But I've always asked you guys to let me guide things like this. When it goes real life, like they have been doing, which I told you 2 weeks ago they were doing and getting ready to do. Did I expect it to go to this level right off the bat? Absolutely not. But when you put pressure on a group of people that have nothing else, they're desperate. They are desperate because they are pathetic. I will tell you everything that I can as we go through whatever process we're about to embark on. But as of right now, everything has been reported. Everything has been documented. My family is exceptionally well, happy, healthy, clean. My neck's not fucking dirty in the folds. Oh, should I show that just to make sure? My hair's a mess. But see, I can't even accomplish that. So until she starts washing her ass, can we just leave her where she sits in the pile of filth that she is? You guys okay with that? I look like hell today. I'm going on like 7 hours of sleep in 2 days, so the hair is just not. The hair is just here. All right. I appreciate you guys. Once again, I really appreciate you guys. But I need you to trust me on this one. Let her play it out. Let her keep doing exactly what she's doing. Because again, I remind you, she is using the court system currently to make allegations against other women. What she is doing and saying to me is minor in comparison to using the court system to leverage the things. But it's free. It's pro bono. Say hello.
Hi.
Can you make sure that they all know you're good?
What do you mean?
Just that you're good. Everything that's going to happen and on, like, you're good.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah, he's fine. He's just tired. You guys want to see the fingertips? Just the tips. Just the tips. I think he's more than fine. I think we're good. He's got his babies. Cantonio is great, except for he's probably worked his ass off today and he is covered in grout and all the things. Oh, NorCal said that at night, the condiment that they are is mayonnaise. Oh God, I'm gonna have to go find the exact comment now again. It's something he said something about mayonnaise and white bread. Very unimpressive. It was a spot on comment though. I'll go back and find it for you. It was for you. You would have really appreciated it, but you weren't here. All right. Just the tip. Just the tip. Okay, let's get back to business. Let's drag some fools. Let's go do it. All right. Dad's home. I don't have to babysit no more. Okay. Let's roll. Thank you all. Thank you all.
Sure, but then exploited them and her role shamelessly. What are you even saying? She acts like she's exceptional. Should we respect her for this? And then the second quote is talking to journalists. She should focus on her book and or her stepkids instead of attacking this family and contacting reporters. I know.
And welcome, Robin.
So Julie comes in and provides a $2 super sticker and says, can you go over what they said about my son? Okay, so you see that pin.
Robin became a new member. We appreciate you. Yeah, it looks like Yada was asking, wait, Taco and his wife have been removed. It looks like it.
I don't see, at least they're not on this. I don't know if that means anything as far as the original.
And there's Yada. Yada. Casual art. I just looked down. He does. He absolutely has a huge wrench.
Those are not because
they're
not on this.
They're not on this one. Yeah.
I don't know why.
And Robin, thank you so much for becoming a member. We appreciate you. And I have to, on that note, I'm going to have to go pick up a child. So you guys are going to have to take over.
I think we got it.
Okay. So I had scrolled back up a little bit for.
If you need me, I'll try to pay attention to.
And Auntie, can you talk to chat for a second? I do need to tell him something privately.
Sure. And Detective Whisker says, I only watch channels that use their brain, not their vulgar swill. I agree. I don't give them any of my time. So that's why we don't know a lot of the things they say, because we just don't give them our time. That's just kind of the way we do things. And we'll do the songs. And as soon as Mrs. E gets back, we'll do kind of a break and do the songs for those of you that have done the super chats or super stickers or become a new member. We'll do that as soon as she gets back, where she's going to go pick up one of the kids is not far. She'll be right back.
What is the question?
There wasn't songs. I told you would do them when we got back, and we kind of take a break here in a minute when you get back and do the songs.
Oh, who wanted a song?
Do one before you go. Which one are we doing?
I mean, we've got super chats and super stickers. And I mean,
go ahead and do a super chat before you go.
I wish we could do the songs. I'm looking for it. I can't see it right now.
You have to go to media assets.
No, not me.
Yeah, you can do it. You can do the same thing I can do.
Where do I go?
Over to the right. We're under. You see comments. Remember, we went through this one day.
Oh yeah.
So you can do them.
Okay.
You don't have to wait for me. They should be labeled accordingly.
I do see that. No, so does it mute us automatically when I start it?
Yes, you just start it and you wait till it's over and then you come back. It does everything for you. Okay?
All right.
But I am going to go get a child. So you all handle it however you want.
Okay, well, I'm going to do the super chat since we had some super chats. And we'll do
What in the absolute fuck is this? Casual art, I'm here for it. We need the laughs. What is this? What in the Wiggles type of hell is this shit? Oh my. This is Miss Upper Thigh. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana. Oh my God. What is this?
Thank you for the super chat.
What? Teletubby.
Super chat. Thank you, Auntie, for running the board.
Hey, I didn't know. I forgot. She told me the other day and showed me how to do it.
Yeah.
And where they're located, so I can do it now. I forgot about that.
What in the what was that? Oh my.
Oh, and guess
don't
what?
know.
I have control of the machete.
Yes, you can
I don't know where you're.
Hold on, just chill out. They're not there anywhere.
And I'll do the super sticker one since we had some super stickers.
Thank you for your super sticker. 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 Thank you for your super sticker.
Did Justin do their what? Oh God.
Thank you for your super sticker. Thank you for your super sticker. Thank you for your super sticker.
So that covers all of our super chats.
She was fucking jamming to that shit. Oh my. Can you imagine these people being invited to a rave?
And super stickers. Thank
Very
you,
good.
everyone, for doing that for us.
Yes, thank you very much. Let me scroll up here. All right, and number 40. On January 23rd, Granny's Watching hosted a monetized YouTube live stream during which she read email communications related to the court process to our audience. She generated revenue from this activity through super chats, which are viewer tips. On January 28th, Granny's Watching hosted a monetized YouTube channel or live stream during which she essentially sold her regular updates on the instant matter to her audience through viewer contributions.
She what? She what? She which she essentially sold her regular updates on the instant matter to her audience through viewer contributions. So would that be what all the plaintiffs have done by reading? This is the supporting documentation for an emergency order of protection. This right here. Back on January 28th. So if it was so needed, why didn't you file for an emergency protection order back then? Help.
On January 30th, Granny's Watching hosted a YouTube live stream in which she made statements about
What's the name? Lincolnshire Lass. This is called an absolute shit show of an embarrassment. We are listening to Mr. and Mrs. E, who were the Green Team's breaking news segment yesterday on this new emergency petition that was filed by At Night and Crew for an order of protection because, you know, their fifis got hurt and somebody said something about them. Not because there's actual threats or anything of that nature, just because of some words on the internet. Yeah, that's what we're watching, and it's quite embarrassing. So welcome to the secondhand embarrassment of watching these people try to sell a story and make you believe that this is really a big deal when it's a travesty using our court system.
deposing the medical records of plaintiff's children and commented on plaintiff's legal claims. So A, it says, if we decide to, we can absolutely depose the medical records of her children and all that to prove that they faced any harm from this. They can't meet their predicate acts for RICO. When you make a YouTube channel, you are standing on a stage. If you don't like the tomatoes being thrown, step off the public stage. All right. On February 3rd, Granny's Watching hosted a YouTube live stream titled An Organized Effort to Deceive Public Perception, Shadows, Apps, and Unscrupulous YouTubers. Why? During the broadcast, she accused plaintiffs At Night, Rogers Mathis, and Nick the Hat of operating a social media cleanup crew to manipulate public perception as referenced in transcript pages, which is Exhibit 24. In this live stream, defendant Granny's Watching asserts that plaintiffs did it for Sylvester Stallone and did it for Bill Cosby, adding they're a social media cleanup crew. Granny's Watching further alleges manipulative media practices by questioning plaintiff Rogers' involvement with an interview pulled by Nancy Grace. Why would Nancy Grace pull her interview? Did it come down because Nancy Grace fell for actual manufactured drama? They did a good campaign, but it won't last long because when their litigation falls, you're going to have to question the intelligence. Who needs PR? Who needs a cleanup crew? What these outrageous non-factual building fiction BS when their child's missing? On February 5th, Granny's Watching hosted another live stream titled
Again, Tony said himself on BJ's panel, which we have the clips of, that he came in to clean things up. He has also said that he is the national spokesperson. Again, none of this is problematic, and would any of it be grounds for an order of protection?
Request for Admissions. First up, Nick the Hat and Seth Rogers, Intelligence Agency. And then it gives all the page numbers there, which allegedly demonstrate ongoing harassment, defamation, direct threats, and witness intimidation, along with potential wire fraud through soliciting funds exchange for sharing legal filings. Early, since this has come up, so the wire frauds and things like that. One thing I think there's just been kind of a general misconception about this whole RICO filing in general as a civil suit is that it may or may not ever become criminal. You can file a civil RICO case, right? And it's happened before. Whether or
none of this is criminal. This is all civil. It's state court. It's not even federal at this point in time, unlike they've tried to lead people to believe.
not a prosecutor ever picks it up and decides to take that evidence and prosecute, that's out of everybody's control other than the prosecutors, right? But I get harassment, defamation, things of that nature.
There's just a lot. There's a lot of exhibits. There's a lot of evidence, and the more evidence.
Where is the evidence, Aunt E? Where is this evidence? Up to good question.
I would think would weigh heavy on that fact.
Well, I think what I was going to say, yeah, I mean, this is all new. This wasn't even in the original.
Right.
Very little of this I recall reading from the last time. So they're producing even more. But what I think what the kind of stuff that gets the feds and prosecutors interested are the ideas of fraud, wire fraud, fake charities, and things of that nature. And that's been some of the allegations made throughout here. So I think if there's any actual meat to any of those claims, that's the kind of stuff. They may not care as much about harassment and cyberbullying.
By the way, just so you guys know, the loon is over there saying that she is the one that heard me make that threat to Brit. This is how desperate she is for attention. She is desperate for attention and somebody to review her. Not going to happen. I don't review racists on my channel.
But they, our government loves to crack down on.
Well, actually, I do. I review BJ, so there's that. But to that extreme, hell no.
Fraud and money that they think they should get. That that's the kind of stuff that they go after. So if they think there's actually anything to that, which we don't know. Anyway, that's just my thinking. When I see them talk about these fake charities, wire fraud, things like that, that's the kind of stuff that I think prosecutors get excited about.
And Robin gave us the super chat. She said, it was great meeting both you guys at the vigil.
Thank you, Robin. It was good meeting you too. That was one of the great things about the vigil for sure, was getting to meet everybody, put a name to the face and all that, yeah, we met. I wish you could have done that, Auntie.
I know, me too.
You would have loved it.
I know, I would have loved it. I would have loved getting to meet people. And maybe we can do a meet and greet someday.
Oh, I see what they're saying here.
Maybe we can do a meet and greet someday. These people really think there's something special. They think because they built a channel off of a missing child in their local area that people want to do they want to do a meet and greet. Oh my God. What in the fuck is this world? Baton Rouge, thank you so much for the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Welcome to the cabana, you guys.
So they're saying they're soliciting funds in exchange for sharing the legal filings. So like quote A here. So set a goal for today, even if it's $1, $5, or $50, like Sasha did. It counts. And if we meet the goal, we will read Brittany J's admissions. If the respondent party does not respond, the matter is automatically admitted. Certain entities will be looking forward to a thorough examination of Seth Rogers because of this frivolous action. So March 15th.
Why did they mention Riley Strain's mom in number 47?
I don't know.
That's odd.
So March 15th and March 23rd, defendant aligned Doe UA Crimson and Doe, I don't know who that is. Rebecca 81 USA?
Yeah.
Do you know who that is?
No.
Posted on X regarding Riley Strain's mother. See Exhibit 37. I mean, I know UA Crimson was involved in that. Between March, but I don't know who that Rebecca person is. Between March 29th and 31st, defendant aligned UA Crimson posted on X regarding the Riley Strain case. Between March 29th and March 30th.
What does that? What? Okay, hold the fuck up. Hold up. My brain is mush. What does UA, who is not a defendant, what is UA's posting about another case have anything to do with the defendants, and how is that even included as the basis of a need for an order of protection? Again, UA is not a defendant. And how are her public postings about another case anything to do with this? Yeah, Lisa, it's absolutely ridiculous. But again, why now? Okay, so here's the couple things that come to my attention. BJ is a liability. Plaintiff 1 is a major fucking liability. They've lost footholds with Julie, which they never really had. Betty is ultimately going to go to court, and whatever happens there is up to the court. But none of this, like, why are they spinning all this stuff now? What is this needed for? Are they trying to frustrate the judge to the point that she won't make a decision in the SLAPP? Like, what is this distraction needed for? Because none of this makes them seem credible. Not a bit of it. Casual Art, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Hoodie and a crowbar. Hoodie and a crowbar. Ooh. Double pissing off and threatening. Oh my God, she's got a crowbar and the hoodie. Thank you for the gifted memberships. you guys. And Yaka, thank you so much for the gift and memberships. Oops, they're shaking those fucking bushes. Run, bitches, run. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships and the support.
31st, UA Crimson posted on X regarding the Riley Strain case. Defendant tweeted to Doe Derek L stating, I've been watching you since Big Brother and I'm watching your podcast, but I want to share something with you to dig a little deeper into this case. Please DM me. Doe Derek L? Do we know who Derek L is?
No, I don't.
I don't know that one. If anybody in the chat knows, if they have another handle that we might recognize, but it might be a TikTok person.
This is, and people are eating this up as fact. People are eating this up as fact. Avamos, thank you so much for the gift and memberships. Y'all, welcome to the cabana. Run. You're getting knocked out of the bushes, even if you're not here. Run. But how does any of this have anything to do with the current time?
No, maybe you guys know who it is. I don't know who that is. But I guess they were on Big Brother.
We're going to go mix up Doc's food. So we're going to watch this. So if I'm silent for more than a couple minutes, just know that we're making Doc's food. All right, let's go feed the puppy.
Whoever they're talking about?
I guess so.
On April 8th and April 24th, UA Crimson posted on X regarding an individual associated with a high-profile case and Nate Oates. On April 24th, defendant aligned UA Crimson posted an image suggesting that an individual associated with defendants in a high-profile case always looks good and has a shady background. Between April 29th and 30th, Scott Mangus and defendant aligned UA Crimson engaged in a Twitter exchange regarding the responsiveness of user @BonnieJet. Between April 25th and 28th, UA Crimson engaged in Twitter activity involving defensive posturing, potential alias concerns, and an intimidation attempt.
Derek was the winner of Big Brother.
Oh, okay.
He was the winner.
We watched a lot of the early seasons.
Somebody said, is Rebecca Queen Bee for the X post?
I would guess not, because they had a different handle for Queen Bee. It's like Queen Bee with a bunch of numbers.
On X?
I don't know about X, though.
Yeah, that was an X
Maybe.
post.
I'm not sure.
Oh, scroll, please.
Oh, sorry.
Derek did an incredible breakdown on this case. His was probably one of the most factual breakdowns from the true crime community that I'd seen so far.
Okay. I think this is about where we are. Defendant aligned UA Crimson engaged in Twitter activity involving defensive posturing, potential alias concerns.
Casual Art, thank you again. Thank you for the gifted memberships, you guys. Welcome to the cabana. Islander strong. Can't bother us. Thank you.
An intimidation attempt, and then here's the
Real Me Too says
Scott
yes,
Mangus.
Rebecca is Queen Bee.
Oh, okay, so that's her X account. Scott Mangus questioned defendant aligned UA Crimson's need for an attorney and warned against threats, stating, "Why would I need an attorney? I'm asking questions just like you were asking the police chief. Also, don't threaten me. It's the last thing you want to do." Okay. Between May 10th and 14th, defendant aligned UA Crimson and defendant SF investigates engaged in Twitter X activity related to the Riley Strain case. Yeah, that's right, because
He's the one that did that independent investigation report.
Right. So
Yeah,
he had some.
I actually read that whole thing.
You read his?
Uh-huh.
SF investigation?
Uh-huh.
On May 10th, 2024, defendant aligned Doe UA Crimson reposted defendant SF investigate statements regarding the Riley Strain investigation. On the same day, defendant aligned Doe UA Crimson also reposted defendant SF investigates tweet asserting that the family approved an investigation parallel to law enforcement efforts. On May 13th through 14th, defendant aligned UA Crimson amplified defendant SF statements by tagging journalists and urging engagement. On May 14th, defendant aligned Doe UA Crimson stated he actually coming for Riley Strain. On May 10th, 2024, defendant aligned Doe UA Crimson posted defendant SF statements on Twitter regarding the Riley Strain investigation. On June 2nd, defendant aligned Doe UA Crimson sent a direct message on Twitter requesting a private conversation with user no info needed 707. Don't know who that one is either. Between May 10th and May 14th, defendant aligned Doe UA Crimson and defendant SF investigates engaged in Twitter activity related to the Riley Strain case. On or about February 7th, 2025, defendant Granny's watching broadcast a YouTube live stream containing defamatory and harassing statements against plaintiffs Jackson, Nick the Hat, At Night Media LLC, and Rogers.
Rebel Soul, you guys, thank you guys so much. You guys, it has been a fucking week from hell over here. Thank you guys all for the well wishes for Kyle's family too about his cousin. We still don't know anything else there, but you guys have been, between the loss of Dexter, the loss of Judy, the emotional, like all the shit happening. I can't thank you just for the support in general, you guys being here for me and my family. Like truly, the love and concern that you guys have shown for Cash, Kenzie, Kyle, myself. I can never say thank you enough. Thank you guys for the support. Seriously. You guys have been an incredible distraction for me this week when I needed it the most, and I can never say thank you enough. So again, sorry I'm mushy, but yeah, like I always say, you need a community and a village, and I am so thankful that I have you guys.
She also stated that her lawyer put his foot on Castor's neck. Okay, and then the quotes from that Exhibit 27 are
Good grief.
Granny's Watching falsely attributed a statement to Plaintiff Jackson about opposing counsel, saying at this time, Mark, they literally said that he is a back alley attorney and he's not happy about them saying that.
I'm lost. Where are you?
Come on, I just read A.
Okay, I missed it. Okay.
So they're just saying this is a false quote that they said.
I was looking at the bottom. I was like, that's not what I'm reading. Go ahead. Sorry.
Defendant Granny's Watching mocked the plaintiff's legal filing, saying, my attorney at one point said this is just absolute dribble.
Okay, but that's exactly what they were calling Granny's attorney, a back alley attorney. That was stated on BJ's panel, one of the plaintiffs' panels. They were the ones taking shots at Granny's attorney. Again, still not the basis for a restraining order. Is Lesniak, have they decided if Lesniak is a plaintiff or is he the counsel? Have they decided who co-counsel is yet? Are they still using Castor's name without his involvement? Consultation. What the fuck is going on here? None of this. Again, the grounds for an emergency protection order, this fits none of it. Not a single bit of it. KB, thank you so much for the support. Thank you, KB. Thank you.
That I can't even dumb myself down enough to know how to respond to this. And oh, am I? It's funny because my attorney's the one that came and put his foot on Castor's neck, isn't he? My attorney's the one that currently has your spokesman silent as a fart in the wind. Granny's Watching encouraged retaliation and mocked plaintiff's RICO claim, saying, I always ask all of you to please not even hate watch or go in and comment. Get the F out of here. Sure, you can be bothered by my attorney's emails. I'd be bothered too if I had a RICO case and had to have another attorney come in and tell me exactly what RICO is. Defendant Granny's Watching disparaged plaintiff Nick the Hat's professionalism, stating Nick may have...
Hold on, you guys. I'm going to hand you off to Kyle for 1 second. He's watching Racing, though, but say that.
Hey, Cash.
And what did you say to the other ones?
Good to see you here, buddy. Hey, Bob.
And you said he was screaming thank you across the room.
Thank you, everybody, for the support. It really does mean a lot. It's been a pretty rough week, and your guys' support really does show, and we really appreciate it.
You guys constantly defending Kyle and shit. Like, he's got a bunch of sisters and mamas and aunties and little sisters, big sisters. You guys have been incredible. So we really appreciate you guys. And holy shit, I just looked up. Casual art, subletting Bob's closet. What about Bob? I'm sure Bob will share. Bob, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. You got to move over in the closet. Casual art's coming in. Thank you, guys.
Have been let out of the civil action here, but nonetheless, he was deeply enthralled in it, right? He doesn't even have the respect to sit up when he's speaking. It's not very professional, is it? Interesting.
It is interesting.
Because I just, you don't know where all this is going exactly.
Somebody asked if Stephen Crabtree was named anywhere in any of this, and I actually don't know. I only got a few pages in, so I didn't see his name in the first 20 pages.
Not yet, right? Maybe we should have a running list of who the does are as they're named, because I don't know. So I've got Jay for Justice, Cluminati and Cletus, Queen Bee, and UA Crimson, right?
Yes.
Is there anybody else? So that's 5 of the 14, I think. So
now, does Cluminati and Cletus count as 1 or 2?
Oh, I think that have to be 2.
Okay.
Yeah. On or about. Did I read this already? No, I don't think I did. On or about February 13th, Granny's Watching hosted a YouTube live stream titled The Scrambling Has Begun, Recaps, Reality, and Reviews, featuring Barbecue Lady as a panel guest. During the broadcast, they mocked the court, discussed a courthouse publicity stunt, and expressed intent to manipulate legal outcomes. Defendant Granny planned, I want to reenact what's going to happen in court, so I think I need a judge's outfit. Barbecue Lady responded, I just want to know if you'd be willing to make a short clip. I'm bringing my own camera crew.
Oh my God. Do you guys real? Oh my God. Parody Street, thank you so much for the support. Thank you. Appreciate that. What the absolute hell? Again, they're using this in court filings. I want people, none of this, Lisa, this is such a miscarriage of justice to even weaponize our courthouse like this.
Granny barbecue elaborated. So I've got this thing envisioned in my head: slow motion, walking out the doors, walking down the steps, putting our glasses on, and walking out.
In the Pines, thank you for popping out, and thank you so much for the support. Thank you.
Defendant Granny said, "You know what I find repulsive? The entire filing. That's what I find repulsive. The entire filing. Okay, what do you guys find more repulsive? Their photos being taken in a public space, or the fact they filed this off the back of a missing child? Put a 1 for the missing child. Put a 2 for their poor photos being shown."
Somebody said Fisher's mentioned 232 times. We're not talking about Stephen Fisher. I'm talking about Stephen Crabtree. Someone asked about him specifically.
Yeah, SF is just, I'm sorry, go ahead.
But Nick Jack says Crabtree's mentioned 34 times. And then he says 12 times.
Okay.
I don't know that. And then Fisher was mentioned 232 times. I don't know what the numbers, if they've actually sat and counted those or not. But
Well, SF's not a doe though. He's actually named as a plaintiff or as a defendant.
Right.
There's 3 defendants on this, because I think when he sent that letter in, who was talking about this? He basically acknowledged the court, and that allowed him to become a plaintiff there or a defendant there.
And Julie was asking if we know where she could download the file. Isn't it on the court website?
Yes. Yeah, it's just on their website, but we can if you can't find it, we can text it to you later. But yeah, it's just public
It's
record.
a public site. Yeah.
And then we just printed it off because I like to have the paper in my hand to read, because I'm just that way.
It's the whatever court there. What's the court? She said, "What website? What court website?" We'll have to send it to you, Julie, because I don't know. I know Mrs. E's the one that downloaded it, and it's on that county website. Let me see.
Mrs. E should be back here in about 15 or so, and I'll have her email it to you. Okay, so number 61, on February 21st, Granny's Watching hosted a YouTube live stream titled "A Look Back at the Egregious Behaviors That Led to the Criticism of Seth Rogers and His Spokesman Tony," during which she attacked plaintiff Seth Rogers and his media involvement, implied coordinated media manipulation, and suggested unauthorized courtroom video exists. Granny's Watching attacked plaintiff Seth Rogers and his media involvement, stating, "At what point, Tony Mathis, as a national spokesman, do you step up to the plate and do your job, which is to keep the focus on Sebastian again?" Granny's Watching implied coordinated media manipulation by plaintiff, stating, "So the reason Tony says that is because all day long accounts under Seth's name and Tony's name, which they claim not to be them, hyped everybody up. They would be going on Smileys that night." Granny's Watching attacked Seth Rogers' parenting and financial status, stating, "I find men who don't work, who don't schedule a routine, who don't take care of their kids, who come in asking why there's 2 bags of fast food but none for them, and scream that other women are whores and have nothing to offer their kids. I find them to be oh so fancy worthy." Granny's Watching further stated, "Why would they ever consider allowing Sebastian to live with Seth? Was Sebastian's I lost my spot. Was Sebastian's behavior so out of control they just didn't care? I don't think it's about not caring. The fact of the matter is Seth was asked a year prior to take Sebastian."
Okay, quick question, because I know we're just kind of listening to all this. Have you guys heard a single thing at this point in time that would make you believe that this is grounds for a protection order? Is there a single thing that you have heard that would even raise your eyebrow to needing an order of protection? Bob, thank you so much for the support. And Yaka, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. KB, thank you for being a member for 25 months. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for the support. Not one thing. Okay, I am losing my mind, but I haven't seen one valid, and I'm being open-minded to this. There is not a single thing that has been stated thus far that, in my opinion, the defendants, there's nothing here. Now, doing this, though, in the court, and how they are continuing to target and harass the defendants, is it grounds for the defendants to turn around and file? Ooh, that's a good question. That's a very good question. Yeah, that's the basis of restraining orders. Like, restraining orders are for, like, what Betty did: stalking, harassing, making threats of violence. I don't think filing the equivalent of an innocuous brief makes one a defendant. I think they actually have to be sued first. But what do I know? This is so fucking insane to me. I mean, let's just be honest here. 200,000 pages. Again, the reason why they're using that number is because it directly correlates with something that got huge publicity. So they are looking for those headlines, those same attention getters, things of that nature. But Rebel Soul with restraint. Oh, Pennsylvania is a weird state in general, so I don't like to like make any statements of fact about their legal system because it is a little backwards in what I'm used to as is. But I would think that the judge has to look through this over and decide if there's grounds for a restraining order or protection order. So, I mean, yeah, they can toss it right out. They can say, nope, it is a Commonwealth. I don't even know how this would work, though. Like, I can't wrap my head around how this would even be remotely fitting. Darzilla, part of me wonders if they already have an inclination that the judge is going to make a ruling against them and they are just doing everything to stall that. That's part of my question. Thank you, Pika. Yeah. See, you just, yeah. Pika, we're on the same wavelength. That I think they're going to piss the judge off too, but I think that they're trying to find a loophole to drag out the judge's decision. I think it's all stall tactics. Yeah, they're just stalling in every way, shape, or form. And I also think it's a whole situation of public optics once again. But what for? Because if you think about it, again, we know this has nothing to do with Sebastian's case. This is not helping Sebastian. These people are not interfering in the search for Sebastian. They've not put any resources. You know, we know the reality here. At Night has done nothing to assist or help facilitate Sebastian being located. But what's the purpose of now beyond just trying to distract and muddy the waters? There isn't one.
Granny's Watching suggested unauthorized courtroom video exists, stating, bye-bye. I love the fact that they're like, I'm out of respect for the attorneys. We're not going to play their voices. Then whose voices did you play? And you know what? I'm telling you right now, there's a video of the courtroom. They better be careful. He ain't going to frame us. We got all of that everywhere. Filed this case from the
Hey, Lady K, thank you so much. Thank you for the support and stopping by.
beginning in bushes. Yeah, so that's what they're talking about where they, sorry, I did not scroll that part.
Yeah,
right there is
Cash,
where
it's weird.
in bold. If this becomes, so I guess this was really going to depend on how the county feels about this video recording and cameras and
Runs with scissors. That's what I don't understand how. I don't, again, if you go back to when they first filed this, they filed that motion to like amend, which they didn't even need to do. There was no need for any of that. They filed frivolous shit all along. But this one's a little bit different because they're asking for emergency order of protection. Again, I believe that they thought that their team could sell this better. I really think that they thought their team could sell this, but they're failing miserably. And watching Mr. E, that's why we're watching it from Mr. E. I will break it down and we'll read through the filing ourselves because he's just throwing shit out there. But I think it's really important to see how they're trying to sell it to their audience because he has been instructed to portray it in a certain way from his handlers, which are At Night, Nick, Hong, Justin, Tony. It's a power play. Yeah. Dutch agreed. But why? Okay, here's another question. So Lesniak, to me, this would be career ending. Like what he is doing here, I don't know how an attorney comes back from this. He's never going to be seen as credible again in his local area, and that's where his clientele is. He represents people in Pennsylvania, and this is lawyers talk. Lawyers know lawyers. And trust me, in his circle of colleagues, he is being mocked, ridiculed, a kamikaze. Yeah, he just tornadoed his own career. But for what? What do they have on this guy? Why is he willing to risk his career and sanctions for this? What do they have on this man? He's represented Nick since he was a teen. Something ain't adding up here. I don't know.
You know, if
The bigger picture of why always bothers me. The bloodsuckers, like the mosquitoes, the plaintiffs, aka BJ, Julie, Hong, like I'm not shocked by any of them being like, yes, oh yeah. You know, they're just attention seeking stupid asses. But these other, oh, that's interesting. Something's weird here.
if they care,
Uh-huh.
you know, I mean, if they care, then we'll see. But as far as I know, no charges have been brought yet against them from the county, right? We probably hear about it. I would
I mean, there
guess.
was a lot of skepticism that was coming, but nothing's happened that I know of.
Yeah. So we'll have to see if anything comes of that or not. I don't know.
Thank you, Castle, for dropping that link.
But they at least here, that's, I'm telling you right now, there's a video at the courtroom. They better be careful. So acknowledging that happened. Defendant Craney's watching implied Seth Rogers is an abuser, stating, to me, Seth is abusive in my opinion. Perhaps Sebastian. I definitely think he is. He looks just like him. He looks just like him. Granny's watching mock plaintiff's legal team in court filing, stating, I know you guys saw that thing on the docket from the judge that was old. That was just sitting on there that we had the hearing. But this right here, I thought was so important. Granny's watching further said, anyways, this says over here, the plaintiffs, which include a media company and a television personality, now they're a private intelligence group, are more than capable of counteracting any false statements in the public sphere. Then she says, then they basically admit that by having Dog the Bounty Hunter and at night, they made their attention on Sebastian's case reach national levels, and within a week made the attention,
I 100% agree with everything you guys are saying. My problem is what are we missing? I mean, we all have our opinions and are pretty clear on why they were needed, the play there of why they brought them in. But at this point in time, it's not working. They're bringing more attention. Are they, okay, bear with me, tinfoil on. Tinfoil hat emojis, because here's my conspiracy weirdo honesty for a minute. Are they setting Tony and Seth up? Part of me believes that they are intentionally trolling and attempting to set Tony and Seth up. There is no other reason. And Seth and Tony, I mean, Tony aligned with these guys. We watched it not long ago when Tony jumped headfirst in with this group after knowing that Dog the Bounty Hunter read him his Miranda rights. Because if you think about it, Tony also stated that the first time they had a call with Dog and Nick, they were convinced that Seth was guilty of something. They were convinced. Tony said himself that they were telling him, you could go to jail as an accomplice because they thought Seth was guilty of something. What do you think? Something's weird here. Are they trolling them all? Are they trolling all of them at once? Something's weird about that. A lot of risk, Dutch, a lot of risk, and no gain financially for Lesniak. That man's not going to risk his career. Yeah, I'm gonna dive into that for a little bit. Are you guys good for a little bit longer? I think that's what we're gonna segue. You see how Mr. E. Now he has been instructed. Let's just do that. Let's take a jump. We're gonna jump to Justin for a minute though first. I want to play this. So what I'm gonna do here is we're gonna segue into the situation around Justin, Smiley, and Julie. Now, Julie is having to come apart because the green team, okay, let's talk about Julie. Julie is a complete train wreck. as you guys know. Julie says and does horrible things. But one thing I will say with Julie is Julie bought the rumors, the lies, the speculation fully. She was fed so much misinformation and she bought it hook, line, and sinker. Now, does it give it her pass for all the other shit? I mean, the bitch said she was going to sue me. By the way, I'm still waiting to talk to your publisher, Julie. But she bought the speculation and the rumors. Like, she is a prime example of how their public PR campaign has worked. She came in, believed the hype, and then she was treated like shit because one thing different about Julie than the rest of them is Julie puts action behind what she says. So they say, oh, there's corruption here. She believes it and she puts action behind it. Oh, they're not working with him or treating him fairly. I'm going to put action behind that because that's what people do. To make change, you put action behind it. And Julie went full in based on rumors and speculation. When she did that, we get him, he's grabbing rocks. When they did the whole petition, when Julie did the petition, because of supposedly 5 CPS reports, she started having a major issue with Tony and Seth because they know that's not true. So they required that she take the petition down and they started treating her like shit. Then she was not an approved member of the green team because how dare she, based on their lies, put action behind it. So they started treating her like shit because she once again acted on their rumors. Meanwhile, she believes that there's 5 CPS reports and there's not. There's no proof that there's 5. So she was duped once again. And now here we have it that Julie's story, what she claims is her story, her being discussed because of her foul behavior and how she maneuvers, is being used in this filing, and she is not even remotely a part of it. And the green team is having to come apart because Julie isn't buying the shit. And Julie is always, let me say this clearly too, Julie has never really liked Tony. And she's been pretty open about that. I wish she would follow her gut and continue down that hole because I think she would realize they're lying to her on so many different ends. Kismet, I think part of it, but to my understanding, Terry Lynn signed an NDA with them. Absolutely, to Autumn. Okay, so let's look at, we're going to go, this is how we're going to do this. We're going to look at the end of Justin so you can see, because Justin went in there. Again, Justin is a handler. He is supposed to be getting these people in check. Now, the green team also knows that Betty will be going to jail soon. So enter Smiley. She thinks she's something cool and special these days. So we'll look at that one too. We'll just hang out. It's Saturday night. We have nothing better to do besides hang out with Doc and all of you guys. So give me 1 second. Where did he go?
She's ordering it. It's just what do you want?
Okay. Give me 1 second. Let me play this. If you have questions, ask, because I know I'm taking a jump on you guys, but I just want to kind of show how Justin, being the handler that he is trying to get Julie in line. And she's like, no, fuck you. Answer these questions. So we're going to watch Justin, Smiley, and then we might end out with Skull.
It's amazing to me. If I ever, if had a problem, if with Bliss or something like that, I would just say, hey, Bliss, can we talk? I wouldn't like single her out during a live, especially whenever you're texting in chat and then you're communicating up here. First of all, things can definitely be misconstrued. And second of all, that's just, you are jumping ahead. You are jumping ahead, which is what I feel that she has done in every bit of this. every bit of this. I think she is just, she goes from 0 to 60 and then that, you know what I mean?
As the lead detective or the only detective working full time on the Sebastian Rogers case, Carter has put the Carter has put this investigation in jeopardy. Not the
Yep.
investigation. Carter has put this case of getting justice for Sebastian in
I
jeopardy
agree.
by
So
not
good.
either doing his job, or if he doesn't have the capability or the resources to do his job, to speak out to his supervisors to say, hey, I can't handle this volume. Why is it disrespectful? I asked Justin a question. He says to me, Julie, you don't know if he has an attorney or not about Seth. First of all, I do know he has an attorney, but I do know that attorney doesn't accompany him everywhere he goes because Seth and Tony said this out. And someone came in the chat and said, that was moons ago. And I said, no, it was right before. It was with Jennifer Coffendaffer in less than a month ago, right before the vigil, right?
Well, again, you understood that wrong, Julie. Again, you understood that wrong because they were referring to Edgar and KK having attorneys with them during their recent interviews, allegedly.
So Justin is the fixer underneath Tony. Justin is the fixer on YouTube. He kind of corrals, or the creators are supposed to kind of fall in line to him. It doesn't make sense.
So you got that wrong too.
They've iced me out. Smiley
There
is
it
friends
is.
with this woman who told Smiley a lie and said that I said Smiley had brain damage when I was talking about.
There you go. They iced me out. That's what it's about. She thinks and you can go back to any of her lives and it is constantly she feels like she is left out. There is no green team, whatever these people say. There is no packet. There is none of that. There is not. It's, oh my God.
That's a lie. We've seen the packets. Smiley exposed the packets. We already watched that. That was absolutely. We've seen the packets that are sent out to creators and what they're supposed to build content into from At Night.
These people are.
We've seen your group chat with BJ and how you handle and record for Tony and how you keep BJ in line in said group chat. There's a lot more that BJ released about your guys' group chat there, Spanky.
Morons that believe this.
God dang it. Keep stepping.
I don't know.
Forward.
They say because Smiley accidentally showed her notes one day, which I will tell you, Smiley has notes out of her ass. She always has notes for her live. Always. And she showed something one day, and that's now a packet only in YouTube. Only in freaking YouTube. It's insanity.
Why is he's terrible about lying? He's fucking terrible about lying. It was an email. She showed it on her screen. There was no denying it. Production companies turned down Dawkins, where Katie is made to look guilty. What would they pay someone who got a confession on camera? Hypothetical. Ooh, Bree. Oof, Danita. Vida. At this point, they're desperate, so who knows? And thank you for the support, and thank you for letting me know because I didn't see that. Thank you so much. Sorry, guys. I was feeding puppies. Thank you.
But that's what it is. She said they iced me out. Smiley always has notes.
A creator named Nonsense, who is not creative at all. And I said, I don't know what kind of brain damage she has. Nonsense.
Yeah, that was me. That was me that she said that I had brain damage. Yeah, she's being honest there. She did. She also threatened to sue me.
She can't think of anything original to say. And then Smiley's friend,
Spanky nods his head because old Spanky was involved in going real life on me. Spanky is not the innocent little fucking train wreck he likes people to believe he is.
her and said, I said it about her. So I sent Smiley the email with the timestamp. You could see I was talking very clearly about Nonsense, not you. I said I would never say that anything as horrible like that to you. Never. I respect you.
Exactly.
She never wrote me back.
She would never say something horrible like that to Smiley, but she sure as hell would to Nonsense. I love these people.
I asked my friend, Michael Silvers, who is my friend.
By the way, just a quick reminder that Justin's mod ICU, who I see frequent some of the chats that our other people frequent, ICU is one of the dirtiest real lifers on this app. She gathers all of Justin's information, doxes victims, their families, connects with family members, and exploits the ever-loving shit out of them, alongside of most of his other mods too. They are some of the dirtiest people I've ever seen.
Already to contact Smiley on my behalf, and he did, and she wouldn't respond. That's fine. There is jealousy, but it's not me towards others.
Hey, Rickson.
And it's also not nice when Justin comes in here. I think it's disrespectful. Justin comes in here and Tony doesn't come in here to defend himself, but has Justin and
See what she said? I think it's disrespectful that he has Justin to come in here. No. Again, you're overstepping. First of all, he couldn't come in there and type if he wanted because he's blocked. And at this point, so am I. Because I kept texting and nobody was responding. And then I said, can anyone see me? And nobody responded. And I said, hello, can anyone see me again? Just for safe measure. Insanity. It's, yes. Just wild accusations.
Justin and Smiley to come on in, bring their cavalry of their friends.
See, here we
say,
go.
We love Justin. Why are you being mean to him, Julie? I'm not being mean. I'm asking legitimate questions. I don't.
I never. I've been blocked for at least a month and never commented before that. Gotcha. There you go.
Don't trust Carter. I think, and I'm looking into it because now I got the phone number of Rags Talk, that the partner of Rags Talk might be Detective Carter or a close friend of Detective Carter, who they don't want me to go to the DA about.
It wasn't a.
Oh ho ho! We're gonna watch this, but they are doing damage control majorly. So Spanky is on the attack. They're pulling their support from her, and Smiley went in on her, and we're gonna look at that right after this. But you see how they're playing here. They're playing good cop, bad cop. Spanky's trying to be the nice, gentle, sweet, oh, he's so innocent. Just a guy with a monkey. And then Smiley is going in hardcore. You see how they're trying to play this? I believe Julie was about to do something and out one of their sources that they know isn't a source of theirs.
The mod, butterflies.
And I think the chances of a successful prosecution,
It wasn't a mod.
if left in the hands of only Sumner County.
Well, I'll just say this, butterflies. I won't say it's not a mod. I take that back. I apologize. I don't think it was a mod because she blocked Bliss herself. So the mods were pretty much all agreeing with me, except maybe one or two.
The mods were all agreeing with me because I tell everybody what to do. I tell what people to do, and I am the handler out here. And in order to have access through Tony and Seth, you have to go through me. So it's like an MLM of creators. I'm the one that they trust with making sure all the misinformation comes through. So I handle down the trickle effect. And in order to get information from Tony and Seth, you have to go through me.
So I'll just say,
God, he's gross.
perhaps Ahmad did, but she blocked Bliss.
And I'm talking about his behavior. Don't even remotely say anything about his makeup because I don't give a fuck that the guy wears makeup. Could not give a shit about that. That's the least of my worries. His foul fucking behavior and his re-victimization constantly. Doxing an SA victim down to her social security number, attempting to unblur images of a deceased minor child, going through the Judd's unaliving scene and salivating over the unaliving scene of the Judds, hunting down Jose, insert anything, announcing that a Marine veteran was deceased when he wasn't. That's just in the last, 3 years that Spanky's done?
Yes, I do know that on her own. No, Butterflies, I said, first I said it wasn't Ahmad, but then I said I apologize. It may have been Ahmad, but she blocked Bliss on her own accord, and she told
MN Greg, I will say that he, because of his direct connection and how he inserts himself in these cases, he's way worse than Rockabit. Rock a lot. Not Rockabit, sorry. Rock a lot.
people not to block anybody. So I assumed it would have been her, but again, that's an assumption. Tim, she is really coming off a little unhinged, in my opinion. I mean, you know, this is why a lot of people,
Demon, yes.
frankly,
Before he was, yes.
both sides of the aisle, if you will, just won't mess with her. And that's
Absolutely.
just truthfully. I think she has.
And the scary part for Justin is not money motivated. Oh, Sin. Oh my God, I can't. I think I'm at like 190 something in the pages, and there was things in there that just took me out. Justin's not money motivated. Justin has a very financial, like very, very, he is financially secure according to everything he's bragged about online. Now that is nothing, that is public information that he has talked about, this fancy fucking motorhome that he has, that is all of the things. He is not financially motivated, which is even more dangerous in my opinion, because there is some sort of, in my opinion, a sick, almost fetish about these cases with missing children, and it's very disturbing.
I think her intentions are well.
Oh shit! And just like a couple weeks ago, we went on Nancy Grace and tried to spin that those photos were people carrying something. I forgot about that too. And Demon, you're right. Like, the list goes on and on with him. He doesn't get the attention and what he deserves. I've really thought about starting to highlight him more often, but he is absolutely miserable to listen to. But he is the start of so many of these rumors. Between him and Crime Time Buzz, those are the two base lines of your misinformation and the new rumors that carry through. Are Crime Time Buzz and Spanky.
And I really think she thinks, you know, what she is doing is valid in her noggin, but she is.
So now they're trying to discredit Julie's mental status.
Really assuming a bunch of stuff that's.
It's very obvious what she's talking about. Actually, I disagree with Julie. She's threatened to sue me. She said I had brain damage. I was one of the first, I think because of Pika, I was the first YouTube creator to cover Julie and highlight the bullshit. The very first day she came to YouTube, Pika's in trouble still for that. I'm just joking. But because we pushed back again, I'm still waiting. I think I was supposed to get papers the beginning of January.
Just way out there. Way, way, way out there.
I will forever be sorry. Pika, I love you.
So.
Okay, can anybody confirm this? I don't watch Molly at all, but I heard Molly recently drug him too. I think I saw a clip of that on Lippy's channel. By the way, if you haven't checked out Lippy, go check out Lippy. Lippy, I swear, Lippy and Hartley keep me in stitches. If I need just somewhere to go for just fucking giggles. Oh, True Krama did an excellent layout today again of Tony being a piece of shit and Brittany acknowledging he's a piece of shit and then backtracking. True Krama did an excellent layout. Great compilation done again. Just Saying has been doing excellent videos. I'm trying to think of anybody else off the top of my head. I always miss some of the clip channels because I don't use them often. We needed to just do a clip channel shout out review again one of these days. I did that a couple years ago and just highlighted a bunch of clip channels. I need to do that again, but I can't even think of all of them. I love Lippy. I've always loved Lippy's channel. Always. Hartley's an OG that I've loved all along too.
Oh, Miss Looney, that's this is just part of YouTube. Unfortunately, I don't get in the back and forth stuff because I'm not here for the drama.
Parody Street did a good video of Rewrite too. Shout out to Parody Street. That was funny as shit. Cramit has been doing a lot of. Are they doing clips now too? See, I can't do Molly either. After all the shit I know about Molly, I will never. I can't. Fuck that.
I can't. True crime channel. True
Mock
crime
media,
and
yes.
Whenever you get into this, it really takes the focus off of why we're actually here. And
okay, I just got to point out, he constantly says that. He constantly says he can't do the drama. He doesn't do the drama. Meanwhile, that's all this man does is rumors and speculation, which involve the drama. He tries to put on this persona that he's not involved in all this shit. Meanwhile, he's involved in all of this shit. He was fucking neck deep. Molly's been going hard at him lately, Demon. Okay, maybe I will have to watch a little bit. Hartley, people get so offended by Hartley's edits, and I crack up. I asked Hartley to turn me into a pig roast, and she did. Can some of these people not fucking get a sense of humor ever? Because when we say stupid shit, I mean, it is what it is.
So that's why I really don't address this stuff, but because of this the way it is.
And Detective Carter
Doesn't want to look at the rest of it because she's spot on about what she calls these people out for. And I don't care for Julie, but a broken clock is what, right? Twice a day?
And Craddock, given the fact that anybody could walk in and out of that scene in the beginning, and I'm not following up on tips and everything else, is very.
We always have sounds fish.
I don't think they're protecting Seth the way they need to protect Seth.
They see, okay, I want to make this very clear. The reason why I'm highlighting this about Julie is because they use creators who are, in my opinion, mentally unwell to feed them high amounts of misinformation to emotionally charge these people to buy their narrative. They use people who they can drive in. You know, the autism factor for Julie is a huge piece. She's advocated in her way. And that was a huge connection for her. Abuse, things of that she is very emotionally charged over. So they emotionally exploit people to push their narrative. Again, cult mentality. Heads up. I'm going to play the cult button one more time. Just your friendly reminder. Say no to cults. And if you have headphones in, you might want to turn your sound down.
Whoops, you're in a cult. 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 Giving grandma COVID and whoops, you're in a cult.
Can I just tell you guys how good it feels to be back into actual content and not listening to fucking BJ's victimhood status? Can I just tell you how fucking mentally exhausting that bitch is? I can't find it in my fucking pinky toe to have any sympathy or empathy for her at all. And she is just, she's stupid. She is mentally exhausting because you're like, nobody believes this. The people that are even agreeing with you don't believe this. She is mentally draining. Yeah. I mean, just a shit stain on society, period, point blank, end of story. So I'm sorry, I would rather review Justin, who is another shit stain on society, but at least I have something here. Like there's something I can give back here. Oh, sorry, I just had to vent. I'm like that. I feel for Granny on so many levels. Like, I don't think people understand that. Like, until you're in this toxic bubble where she brings you, like, you can do everything. As you guys know, I don't even take low blows about her looks very often. I mean, I did say she fell out of the ugly tree and hit every branch on the way down, and I stand 10 toes down on. I mean, she turned her camera on. She's got a dirty neck, not me. She hit the ground awfully hard, obviously, and hasn't washed since. But I mean, I've taken more jabs lately. I'm not innocent. I'm a fucking petty asshole. But God, she's fucking mentally just exhausting. I can't imagine sitting in a room with her and attempting to have an intellectual conversation. There's nothing there. I mean, the most intelligent thing she might be able to talk about is fucking fly strips. But she can't even do that probably correctly because, I mean, a full fly strip isn't going to attract flies. She's a succubus on society. Thank you. That's exactly right, to Autumn. Oh.
If Seth was protected, he would be protected by lawyers who are looking out for his best interests in terms of his freedom. His freedom.
Cash, you better be laying down, bud. Don't be standing. Your legs are going to cramp.
You're talking to the creators. They have something to protect in terms of their reputations, followings, income, whatever.
Yeah, she
CT,
has.
what's wrong?
Yes, she has.
What's wrong, CT?
Cash stands for.
Are you okay? Why are you in the hospital?
Bob. Don't face plant, Bob.
Me too, Cassie. I mean, I don't give time for anything else. Like, life is short for all of this. It really is. You're exactly right, Women's Warrior. That's right.
I'm just proud of him that his contour actually matches a little bit better this year. All right, we're not going to probably get to Julie's part, but we can save that for Monday. Because tomorrow I'm going to take the day off. I've got stuff to do with the kiddos and the family. My in-laws are coming over for dinner to meet their grand puppy. We were going to go over there tonight, but they decided to come here tomorrow. We got to socialize the baby. So, and I got chores to do, but you guys want to laugh and take some low digs. When in doubt, Smiley's perfect for that. You guys want to have a laugh at Smiley coming apart? Oh, Gigi, was she? She was telling her chat that I was taking her to court for defamation. Well, shit. That's interesting because I said I've heard that it's likely she's getting sent a preservation notice, but I did not say it was from me, no. But she also tried telling people that I encouraged people to call CPS on her today too, which didn't happen either. She says a lot of things that don't happen because she knows her people are scared to come figure it out for themselves. Yeah, Claire, exactly. And that I called CPS on her. Okay, yeah. I mean, and what did she do? Did she say and do exactly what I told you guys she was going to do? And is on live stream lying? Wait, is it defamation to lie about somebody and say they called CPS on you? Is it defamation to lie? Oh shit. I mean, Smiley's more enjoyable than that miserable asshole.
Okay, well, I don't have your number, but I'll.
Let's go here. But before, just a throwback to our beautiful Duchess. Let's not forget, this is who this is.
Did y'all not see it? It was Duchess. See it. It was Duchess.
I mean, off to a great start. And just a reminder, while At Night is putting out bolos, we have a bolo of our own. I think the eyebrow has been missing potentially from 1970. And it is yet to be found yet. If you find her eyebrow, please return or call 1-800-microblading. Yeah, Gigi, it's not true. If you want to see exactly what I said and how I said it, I encourage you to watch the beginning of this live. I did say what I had to say very intentionally. And the spins, the spins of things. And one more, courtesy of our beautiful Mal. I think this one was courtesy of Crystal, if I'm correct. And this is courtesy of our beautiful mod, Mal. You might be on the lookout for what seems like a roller coaster, because depending on the time of day, one might be missing and the other one might have had a really rough day. Half of it might be shocked. The other one just might be on the downhill slide. That Michelle, living my best life. Living my best life. I mean, I've always been good at something. Triggering bitches might be my specialty. Hello. Hello. And I can't help it. It's just their problem that they, right here, this sums it up before we go into Smiley.
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
Sarah lost her shit factually probably in 1980. I don't even know how old she is. Maybe 1990. I don't know how old she is, but Sarah factually lost her shit when she infertility shamed a bunch of women trying to take digs at me and looked like the complete fool she was. Sarah loses her shit constantly because she's seen for the liar that she is. See, they host the nonsense support group of all the people who claim I've given them a heart attack and shit like that. Like, they all congregate in a few different channels. There's a few new hosts for the nonsense support group. If you need to know where they're hosted, don't ask me because I could give two fucks. Bitches just be triggered. Doing my best work. All right, let's go. Sit up, bitch. You ain't got no neck when you sit like that. This is the most peaceful part of the live stream. Enjoy it.
Hey, y'all.
Oh,
hold on a minute. Hello. Good afternoon, y'all. Ashley, hey, Jude, Marley. Oh, I will. Okay. Well, I don't have your number, but I'll email.
Member of a country club. That's what my kiddo uses. It's just for men too.
I guess. Crochet, Janet. Hello, everybody coming in. Hold on, I gotta look up something. I didn't even put all this in. Y'all, do y'all see what's going on over there? Do y'all?
Much endeavors. Hello,
honey. I was just going down my post. I don't even know what. Heather. Thank you, Marley. Hold on just a minute. I gotta find something. And this is some bull crap. Again, all in Sebastian's name. This lady's lost her mind.
This lady's lost her mind. No, Smiley, you did that a long time ago. The epic rewrite of this. I've watched this in full capacity already, and I was busting a gut because she tries to I was one of the first creators. Yeah, bitch, you were. You were also the first one to call the cops and record them. And you also picked a side and started having a come apart because Duchess had the parents of the missing child on to bring awareness to the missing child. And you were fucking pissed.
Yeah. I don't know. I wasn't in there. I just was going down it. And I'm like, I passed it once and I'm like, why are they on Brandon?
Oh, you unplugged my computer again. You want to get up here with me?
Went back through it. I'm like, Why are they on Brandon?
Want to get up?
So I clicked on it. Because y'all done know, honey, I done.
Where are you
She's
going?
done flipped her lid. Because y'all know I done cussed her out once. And everybody's like, Smiley, you're wrong for that. Smiley, she's a good person.
All right, hold on. I'm going to interrupt this broadcast for a moment because we've got a friend that just decided to come up here and sit with me. Say hi. Hi, friends. Say hi, friends. I'm hiding from my dad behind my mom.
Why are you hiding from me, buddy? Why are you hiding from me?
Say, I just like to sit by my mom because I like to annoy the piss out of her right now. And I keep unplugging her computer because I'm a bad boy. I'm a bad, bad boy. Did you look up the black mouth? Oh, look it up. I'm positive that's what he is. There you go. Okay. Enjoy the cute little face. Not mine. Oh, there he is. There he is. Doc, where you? Why you gotta go behind me? Buddy, we're not gonna sell. He's like, which side do I want to be on? Oh, be still my heart. He's gonna be a big boy. Michelle, he's so freaking cute and he's so funny. That tail's gonna be a bitch.
Yeah, he's got big.
I'm like, okay,
He's gonna be
whatever.
a
And then I
big
privated
boy.
it. And then I think I took it down. Yes, she's
Yes,
nuts.
we are.
And then I went in there and then I heard her on Justin. And I'm like, what the hell? Justin's been more than nice to her. So I'm like, So hold on, let me see. Hold on. Just hold your horses. Like I gotta find her again. So look what she did.
Justin's being nice to her. So I'm gonna tell a bitch what about a bitch. Smiley. Okay, let me be very clear why Smiley does not like Julie. Many of you will not be shocked to hear this, but Julie got a lot of attention and grew very rapidly, and Smiley wasn't even seen as a valuable part of the team until their recent roundtable when they realized that they needed another unhinged lunatic to fulfill Betty's spot if she goes to jail. And Smiley has no morals, no boundaries, does all the things, wears a media shirt to a vigil for a missing child. Don't you think it's fitting?
Did was when she wouldn't face me. I said, drop me a link. And then somebody, I don't even know who said it. They're like, Smiley. I didn't even realize I was a mod. She said, Smiley, can you block some of these people? Because I guess trolls was coming in. And I said, block some of these people. Hell, I'm in here to cuss Julie the fuck out. What you talking about? I'm gonna get online and face her face to face. What you mean? I ain't blocking nobody. And then I looked down and seen I was a mod. I'm like, why in the hell am I a mod? And then I looked and she put it on subscriber mode and I'm not subscribed. So I tried to find subscribe so I could subscribe again. And of course I can't find subscribe. So I thought, okay, I'm gonna do a damn live. The hell, this bitch. So Smiley usually don't get into the drama, but I guess today Smiley's gonna be in the drama. Hold on. Hell, I can't even find her page.
Why are we lying? Why are they lying? Smiley don't get into the drama. Smiley ain't nothing but drama. She's a drama hoe. I mean, is it a prerequisite of the green team to just be dumb? I mean, really? Is it really? Is it really? Like, I've never seen so many stupid people. And I'm trying to be nice. Pink Birth, how you doing? Good to see you, love. Oh, was he really that, Michelle? I didn't know that. Dumb and or nuts, or a combo of both, right?
Page, let's see. This bitch.
This bitch.
We're just gonna check up on what she's doing. She done flipped her lid. She might have blocked me where I can't find it, or she might be done. Oh, now she's talking about me. Let me tell Justin. Send me her link. I think she blocked me.
She did. She did block you. She did.
Tell her to stop being a coward, because now I think she blocked me and I can't even find her page. Send me her link.
Ooh, look how excited she is. She had to come in swinging because her buddy Spanky was getting seen for the gaslighting piece of shit he was, and they couldn't control Julie. Julie was on a roll. I love this for them.
Tell her to stop being a coward.
Cash,
I can't find this bitch.
this is Smiley. Smiley Stories World. She's talking about Julie.
Oh, here. Thank you. Hey, Jude. Okay. I could have just asked you, can I?
And credit, given the fact that anybody could walk in and out of that scene in the beginning. And I'm
I
not
got it.
following up on tips and everything else. It's
Julie
very
Skolnick. I guess you ain't never been drugged by her skull
slim to
before.
none of getting a conviction. I don't think they're protecting Seth the way they need to protect Seth. If Seth was protected, he would be protected by lawyers who are looking out for his best interest.
Let me go back and see what she said
in
about me.
terms of his freedom. Bobby Simmons at the TBI. Carter would be Brandon Carter.
No shit. Are you knowing that just about
Tony talks to me.
over a year too late?
Seth talks to you, right? And we're supposed to trust.
Smiley. Smiley, did you happen to say that this bitch has never been drugged by her skull? I know that's what you said a couple minutes ago. Sorry, I was busy washing my hands for a minute. But this is definitely not what you're going to do. But you like to use missing children in court filings when your spouse gets in trouble. So while you're talking about her, let's talk about you. Let's talk about your behavior. Justin needed a new Molly, it seems, and he picked you. Desperate times call for desperate measures, I guess.
Them.
Seth trusts them. That's all that matters.
I trust Seth. Even though Tony is working with people who say it's not about a list, by the way, Justin. It's not about a list for me. Don't try to twist it like it's a list and like it's I'm being jealous or something like that.
I'm not quite sure, Dee,
No,
but I think I might have been on this case, not to toot my own horn, before Justin, if I'm not mistaken. Trev Lee brought this case to life, and I was right behind him. And then it was Josh and Justin. I think I might have been doing this before Justin. She's a year late.
Yeah, you factually were doing this before Justin. You were exploiting the shit out of Sebastian and went hardcore calling the cops and emailing them because Duchess brought awareness to Sebastian and you were floundering like the fucking tuna fish you are.
Ew.
Or the bottom feeding fucking sucker.
$8 and $1 short.
That Chris trusted Carter from the beginning. That there's certainly
Smile, hello.
I
don't know, guys.
Oh, now I can subscribe. Let me see if I can. No, that's I can't because
Cash, it's because it's that one syllable like doc. Like he is that
He's smart as a dog.
He's just, and we had Duke and Dexter. Kyle had a dog named Duke previously. I had a Dexter, so we picked a D name. His name was Tyler. We didn't like it. It wasn't fitting, so we just went with something simple.
Texted me yesterday because they
We're
texted me.
that's basically.
Don't forget, we're simple bitches over here. Dogs' names aren't complex. We're simple. We're simple bitches. That's what we get called.
Yeah.
You're a simple bitch too.
Thanks.
Don't be looking at me like that. You got a big wrench though. They're all bragging about Kyle and his big wrench lately.
Oh, good.
Look, so I can't.
Not to send the voice recording of her
It's a train wrench. It's actually a train wrench.
talking about her boyfriend to the DA. Why would they not want that to go to the DA?
Hey, Seth.
Talking about why would
What you think about this meth, Seth?
Why would Tony and his friends?
I just came in on it about 10 minutes ago. And everybody want to know why I cussed her out. Oh, about 4 months ago, probably.
And Seth is present in the chat. Now, again, Seth and Tony got mad at Julie a couple months ago because she put action behind what they claimed was happening. So they said there's 5 CPS reports. There was abuse in the home. She bought it hook, line, and sinker, didn't do any independent verification of anything, ran with it, made a petition to do something about it. Unfortunately, she was duped. And Seth and Tony got really pissed off at Julie, and that's why she's not a part of the approved team and hasn't been. Phoenix, ugly ass smiling. It's good to see you, Phoenix.
She's crazy.
We're being snowed. I think we're being snowed. And I don't think it's one big conspiracy.
Oh, we're being snowed, all right. Let me
either.
stop this. We're being snowed, all right. We're being snowed by the batshit crazy people like this and by the hate channels. Seems like to me, she wanted in on a little bit of this, and then she belongs right over with the crazy hate channels. Barbecue had someone in her live yesterday say something happened. I don't know what happened. I have no idea.
Really?
Okay, hold on a minute. Let's see. Regarding
Miss M, we didn't know. I just looked it up. He got arrested for street racing and stunt driving. Oh, shit.
Whoops.
Well, and then he shared his mugshot. I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked. I mean, he's 19. He's 19. Are they gonna, is he racing today? Did he race tonight? Or is he suspended?
No, he's on West Coast.
Oh, that's right. And it's an East Coast race.
Yeah.
Oh, huh.
Chat was saying last night about Julie. I'm watching Queen Bee while I'm getting ready. She's
You ain't
playing
first
Julie's live from
class.
yesterday. Julie seems pissed off because Tony won't answer her emails and messages and won't come to her chats like he does everyone else's. Well, no wonder he won't come to her chats like everyone else's. She's bat fucking shit crazy. She's a lunatic. Thank you, Lois. Let's see. And I'm sorry for reading this out loud, but I didn't say your name. So anyway, about her reported something new. Apparently, Barbecue Lady sent a cake to the sheriff's department. I think when Betty got arrested because Barbecue knows the wife of the deputies. Okay, so something like that was going on in my private live yesterday. I don't know about all this fuckery shit with whatever was going on Julie's last night. And y'all seen in my private live last night when I was trying to give away prizes, this bitch's name come up, and I was trying to be nice about it because I don't give a flying fuck about Julie. But anyway.
She's been jealous of Julie from jump. I'm not even joking when I say she was jealous of Julie. She tried to use the whole thing about when Julie was coming after me for the brain injury and mocking me. Smiley tried that to get going so she could fucking cuss Julie out and have problems with her. And the rest of the team weren't buying it at the time. So she got voted out basically of taking after Julie because some of the team saw her beneficial. Smiley was fucking pissed because she was jealous of Julie and Julie's numbers. And then now she finally got to do this. Yeah, quit unplugging my computer, bud.
I was trying to be nice about it. So I guess Julie reported this. Okay. Maybe more than this, but that's all Queen played. See, I don't watch Queen and all them anyway. Okay, unless I get clips here and there. Thank you, Raymond. Thank you for becoming a member, Raymond. Thank you, honey. Millie, let's see. Not Millie. Let's see. Okay, all right, I got you. Okay. Anyway, I don't know. Somebody must be thinking about me. But anyway, last night in my live when I was giving away my t-shirts, yeah, just keep faith for Sebastian. That's all we can do. Last night when I was giving away my t-shirts and showing some appreciation in my members live, somebody came in there and they didn't mean any harm. They were just telling me, Smiley, go look at Julie's, and they might not even know what happened that I done cussed her out months ago. But anyway, they're like something about, and I didn't understand, something about Julie done cussed out Melissa and this one and that one. And all I said was, okay, well, maybe she should have, or, whatever. I don't care about none of that. I don't care about them.
Why does she look like a fucking Shar-Pei? I'm sorry. I can't unsee it. I'm sorry. I've looked at a lot of dogs lately, but why does she look like a fucking Shar-Pei? I'm told you, ending this out in the most petty, but she does. I just looked down and I'm like, I can't unsee this Shar-Pei.
I don't care about the drama, which today now I'm in the drama. I am pissed the hell off. I went in there a while ago. I told her she was wrong when I seen her about Brandon, whatever she was putting about Brandon Carter, because I'm like, what is this I'm going down? I actually had a
Because Smiley called Brandon Carter and emailed Brandon Carter months ago on Duchess. Smiley's all-knowing. Sharpay's are cuter, Catherine. You're correct. You're correct.
whole live. I was fixing to come live, which I'll do after I calm down and come back and do that about Sebastian. But I go in there and then I hear her on Justin and Tony and this one and that one. I'm like, has this bitch lost her marbles? I'm like, no, give me a link. She's like, Justin, nobody has to believe you and nobody blah, 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 blah. And Justin, and just because you believe this way, look, nobody expects nobody to believe the way of anybody else. Adult, lady. Adult. And then you're telling Justin, go get all your
Pico, we've been on that road all week, man. We're just finishing it out with a bang. We've been on that week. I would say that next week's going to be better, but unfortunately we got a lot of shit to review, like 240 pages of complete insanity. So I would give hope that next week is going to be better, but I promise to make it fun. I promise to make it at least worthwhile of watching because it'll be cringeworthy.
pearls. Oh, that's when I dropped in. Go get all of your pearls. What? What?
Rocky, did you see
We
him?
don't tell nobody or tell people what to do or where to go.
Cash.
Okay, just keep an eye on them. It's fine. You know, we don't tell nobody where to go and where to come. Come on now.
Northern Light, yes and no. So I understand that to the point there. I don't watch a lot. There's just not enough hours in the day when you're trying to gather your own content and you have to watch clips and timestamp and stuff. I limit, like that is something that I do. I definitely limit. So I do think that certain people know and watch other things, but I hate that when I get accused of it because I'm like, I genuinely don't have time. I can't sit and watch somebody else do 6 hours of content and then myself do 6 hours of content and work a job and take care of the family. I just can't possibly do it. So I do miss a lot, but these people will constantly say they don't know nothing. Just because I'm not watching though, doesn't mean I don't know. I always get somebody telling me like this happened over here because I have people that watch from all different communities. It's wild. I know shit about people I've never even watched before. It's fucking funny, actually.
Come on now. Justin is the most kind-heartedest person probably on these YouTube streets. I was fixing to say.
Oh my God. Justin's the kindest person. She's an adult mini walrus. Google it. Oh God. Thank you for being a member.
YouTube streets.
Oh,
you
hell.
know, he forgives more than he should.
You want to
Period.
get up here again? Come on, buddy.
Period.
Oh, no, not behind me.
This is about Sebastian. This is about Sebastian and any missing child. Look, from what I know.
What did she? Okay, we gotta listen to this section again. Chico, did you catch what I caught?
Person. Probably on these YouTube streets. I was fixing to say tube streets. You know,
inner tube.
He forgives more than he should. Period. Period.
Did I not go back far enough? Inner tube.
This is about Sebastian.
Oh,
this is about Sebastian and any missing child. Look, from what I know, she came over from TikTok, from what I know. And from what I know months ago that y'all don't know, is she said to another person when she tried to get trouble started with them, which I happen to know personally from Tennessee, from my younger days.
You want to go with Dad? You want to go with Dad or you want to stay out here with Mom?
That she was going to come over here on YouTube.
You want to tell him goodbye?
And she thought over YouTube.
Hold on, you guys, just a second. Little one's going to go in with Dad, so I'm going to show you guys. Pika, thank you for always doing that. Okay, hold on really quick. One more because Doc's getting ready for bed. Doc's got a bedtime and he's getting tired. Can you tell your friends goodbye? Doc, look over here. Look over here, buddy. He sees his Bella. Can you look over here? Look over. No. Look this way. Hey, sir, look this way. There you go. Say goodnight, friends. I'm going to go cuddle up with my dad and probably play with toys so I can get my mom up at 3 o'clock in the morning. Can you say goodnight, friends? Thank you for being Islanders. I'm officially the island puppy dog alongside Bella now. He's a big boy. Okay, sorry. I kind of am in love. I'm kind of in love. Okay. Let's listen to this evil one.
And she thought overnight on this case, she was going to have millions of viewers. She did good on TikTok, and she was going to do it here. Now, when she first come on here, just like everybody else, blinded by
Thank you, AV.
I see people over there, and gosh darn, I'm ashamed of it now,
Bro,
especially
I
on
will.
Sebastian's name. But y'all are grown. You do what you want. You can see what you see. I think you're seeing it now. But YouTube is not.
Nope. It all started over jealousy. Smiley was looking for a way to turn people against Julie because it was about numbers. Julie was getting numbers that Smiley couldn't even dream of getting.
A place to come if you.
And Julie channel built extremely fast and didn't need their approval to do it. Her crazy behavior was enough to do it.
Make money, fine, good. But it's not a place to think you're going to make money off of a missing kid's back.
Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me? She absolutely is the Autumn. I guarantee. Okay, hear me out. I know you guys, like, Julie's came from me. You guys know that. And I've gone for Julie. It is what it is. But I find Julie and her husband hysterical. If she wasn't involved in the Sebastian case, I think there could be, granted, I do not like her content on TikTok with her child. I do not like that. But I think they are a very cute couple together. I will say that they vibe really well back and forth. And I also believe that in her day, I bet she was she's still beautiful. I think she's a beautiful woman. Like, on the outside, I do have problems with how she acts and how she behaves and shit and the things that she's done and said. But I will say that she's always put together. She can cry on command. Now that bothers me, but I do think a lot of that is caregiver burnout. And I think potentially a little bit more than that, coping mechanisms. So I sound like I am making excuses for her, but I do believe that Julie's a beautiful woman and she's intelligent. Her husband at least is funny and he's supportive of her. Unlike a lot of these other people, they would give anything to have spousal support like she has. So yes, Anyaka, that's exactly the way I should say it. She's got some redeeming qualities where the rest of these people are horrific. She is beautiful. She is a beautiful person. Al, I was cracking up listening to Al when Granny was reviewing them this morning. That man was like, let me just get back to watching the real mob shit. Like, these people are pretend. And Al was like, fuck this shit. Like, his personality is charming. I will say it's charming in that gruff. He's charismatic.
Now, I don't know for a fact. I don't know this for a fact, but I've been told she's using also her child that she says is autistic is not even her child. It's her stepchild. Okay.
See, okay. And this right here, here we go again. There's no need to go here. She has been in that child's life from the time that he was young. She has helped raise, and this is where I do have to push back because, again, just because they are not your bio children does not mean you don't love and care and put your blood, sweat, and tears. That's still her child. And the disrespect of this one, who also uses her child being on the spectrum constantly, is disgusting. They're twins. They're actually twins, aren't they? And for her to start dating a man with 2 twins on the spectrum, let alone marry them and sign up for that, that takes a special person being willing to do that usually. So I do believe that at one time, Julie was probably, I do believe she was duped. I 100% believe that Julie's trajectory in this case, now I can't, it's not for me to forgive, but I will never unsee the parody she did of the missing child's parents. Like, she overstepped and did horrific things and has done horrific things here. There will never be a day that I don't say that. But I do believe that there's something in Julie that has caused this versus just evil from jump, like these other people. Does that make sense?
A big deal, you say.
I hope I'm making sense. I'm not
Just tell
trying
the
to.
truth. And don't try to correct me or anybody else who does have an autistic child on how to use your language. Or
True crime Karens, I'm so glad that you had them, and I'm really sorry about your loss.
your words. Thank you very fucking much.
This is just unnecessary.
And I hope what you're doing to Ellie and Seth,
what you're doing to Ellie, ma'am, you were the first one to come out here on March 4th and call the cops on Duchess.
and even if you're doing it to Katie or anybody else, Tony, I hope you get in trouble for interference with an investigation. This is not a game.
I think all of you should, but I think you should be on the top of that list because you were the first one to call the police and record them. You also said you called the police and confirmed that Katie had an active criminal warrant out for her arrest. You also tried to mislead and misrepresent that Chris had a child he would have been 7 years old to have that child, but you doxed other people. You've interfered. You've drove by their house. You've done all those same things. So if Julie gets charged for interference, then you should be at the top of the list.
This is not a game.
With all of it, though.
And bitch, you better take my wrench from me. I don't know why I got a wrench in your chat. I have no idea. I don't like you. I don't like what you stand for.
Oh.
I don't like you putting your autistic stepchild or child out there.
Meanwhile,
making money, trying to make money off of his back. And again, you trying to be a victim. I don't like anything about you.
Yeah, she actually, it's still available, Body. She called to report what Duchess was doing and what Chris and Katie were saying when they did their interview with Duchess. It wasn't on the basis of anything they did. It was because of her hatred of Duchess that she called.
And I cussed you out once, and you don't want me on your panel? I would have cussed you out on your panel just now. I told you were wrong. You want a link over here? Come and get it.
She also was bragging about emailing them and showed emailing to Brandon Carter. She was so bent out of shape. She was so pissed off. It was toxic jealousy, 100%. That's why we have this during that. This is where this clip of this Duchess, let me show you guys this, is because of her anger around Duchess having Chris and Katie on to bring awareness. Now, Seth was invited too, but she lost her shit and started steering everything to a divide.
Did y'all not see it? It was Duchess. See it. It was Duchess.
This is where that all came from, was because of the jealousy and anger she had towards Duchess. She'll do the same thing with Julie.
Come and get it.
Come and get it. Come and get it.
Let's see what else she's up
She's
to.
never been
right
drugged
now.
by your skull. Yeah, she's a nasty bitch. She is a nasty, nasty bitch. There ain't nothing redeeming about this bitch whatsoever, and I'll say that
60
proudly.
days of the case.
There will never be a day
That's a liar.
say anything different
And
here.
Tony knows who it is. and they're not telling us who it is. But they do know that they're trying to pressure me not to go to the DA about her, but I already have.
Yeah, you're really trying to frick up Sebastian's case and what progress Seth has made with the law enforcement.
And Michelle knows her name, and Bliss Blessings knows her name. Why won't they give us the name?
They don't need to give you shit.
Why are they so unconcerned? I don't get it. Don't delete the trolls. Screenshot what they post and let Julie know afterwards. Yes, please. And send screenshots, then we can block them later. Yes, please don't, because I also have a problem with my mods right now. Anybody else? Being open to others' opinions helps everyone understand how others are thinking about the case, and we may learn something new or look at. I agree.
Hey, the deflectionist.
I know, yeah, Justin came in here first. We want to be friends with both of you. There is nobody I'm telling in this chat not to be friends with whoever came in my chat, Justin, Smiley, or anybody else I miss. Not at all.
Same here, because we're grown.
My opinion. If you come in my chat,
She's so angry. You can, this is somebody, the way she talks about Katie, again, she is buddies with that Lolly is Beautifully Broken. I have never seen such vitriolic hate of a complete stranger like they have towards Katie. The things that they have said. Yes, body. Yes. That's what they're, something with that. I don't know the TikTok movements like that, but it seems to me that that's what their assumption is.
and say something to me like, there is no list, Julie, and it's not a big conspiracy. Am I not allowed to answer back? And then tell me I'm giving you low blows when I framed everything in the
Talking about
question?
Justin.
Do you think it's okay for this? He didn't. I don't know if he answered the question when he went on Nancy Grace with.
Oh yeah, she cut him down when he went on Nancy Grace too.
Attorney with them. She's a prosecutor. Chris got himself in a hell of a lot of trouble being on Nancy Grace, admitting to literally.
Yeah, over a damn list, Cajun.
Of Sebastian. I did. Harley says I didn't attack Justin. Thank you. I appreciate that. He came in here. He said two things that were, he said I gave a low blow.
Oh wow, that was a low blow, Julie.
There is no list, Julie, and this isn't one big conspiracy. I wouldn't call
So
it
she
a
gets
low blow,
pissed
but I think
off
it's a little
for
bit,
that.
Provocative, let's say. Would you agree that was a little provocative? It was trying to provoke some kind of response from me. No one ever mentioned justice except to say you can ask him a question. But we can agree to disagree. Yes, we can.
Exactly.
I disagree with
Seth is Sebastian's father. He knows.
Strange they won't let FBI in. I agree.
Shut up for a minute.
Julie's had a rough day. Chris, you're so.
Yeah, Julie's had a rough day. Seth is Sebastian's father, and he knows.
Duchess, some of these ones would be worth it. I do say. I do have to say they would be worth it. Roro wants to know something about Eli and Tomac. I don't remember what she asked now. Eli Tomac's out. No, sir.
Time in one race, the leader is scratched.
Okay, sorry, I came in the house.
Here,
Can you hear? It's motocross. It's motocross day. I'm sorry, guys. Sorry. That's why we're live, because it's motocross.
What or whom he can tell, and it's none of anybody's damn business. I agree with that. And if Seth wants anyone to know, Seth would include her. Exactly. And listen, Seth or Tony didn't come in mind for a long time either. And she wants to say, oh, this is not about jealousy. Oh, it's all about jealousy because they don't go in hers. And that's what
he's got a broken fibula.
You just heard me read my text message, and I didn't even know that. But what I was going to say to that, you didn't see Seth and them coming in mind. Well, I don't know about Tony, but one thing I can tell you, well, that's because Tony, I don't want to speak for nobody. They can tell you, but I can tell you also from having dinner with them. I can just kind of read people too. But I also thought this, and if I'm wrong, Seth can jump in here and tell me. I can do it from reading from some of my other viewers, even when I was doing Robin's interview the other night, she told me, I always thought you were on Chris and them side. you know, when I did that about her daughter that was murdered. Because a lot of people didn't know how to take that interview. Seth is, and I understand that, Seth is Sebastian's father. And that was also brought up at the table the other night. And it was brought up about when him and Tony met. You know, that was the first time Tony had physically met Seth or in town or whatever. And that night he came up about Trevor Lee. And I won't tell the whole story, but the point is, but when I go back to the interview with Chris, and I can put myself in Seth's shoes. And yeah, Tony said he actually went to
There shouldn't be sides at all, but this is why she latched onto it so fast. When she first covered it, the first live stream, she brought awareness to it and showed the flyer. And then from then out, it was divide, create as much havoc as possible. And then it was all fueled out of jealousy. She was a huge source of misinformation from jump. This is why I go back to saying all the time when people are like, Sebastian's been lost in his own missing story. And it's been nothing but a straight up attack on his parents, one side to the other, since week one, since the first week. They all had a roundtable meeting. When I say that she is Betty's replacement, I'm not even joking. They sat down and had a roundtable meeting with Tony. Her husband was supposedly there. All of them were hanging out. Mr. E. She is, because she, in my opinion, she is useful to that team because she is so unhinged and will say anything about anybody without fact basis whatsoever.
her chat to support her a few times over the last few weeks, but then he had her blocked. Oh my God, she is an idiot. I don't think she's all upstairs, if you want to know the truth. I really don't. But Seth found a lot of things out in that interview with Chris that they had with me that he didn't know. Oh, and she blocked Tony. She blocked Tony. Well, hell, see, what an idiot. What an idiot. That is stupid. I'm going to block you, but you don't come in here. Tony said, I never block anyone. Yeah. Oh my God. These people. But Seth learned a lot, he learned a lot of bad things in that interview. And I know it was probably hard to hear. It hurt him. And it was probably hard to tell, hey, she interviewed Chris. Whose side is she on anyway? And I get that. I get that. But no, I wasn't on his side. I've always been on Sebastian's side, period. And I've always felt for Seth, always. I even said it in that interview, although I know it was hard to hear. And I even asked Chris, why would you, I was even taking up for Seth's mom. Why would you not respect how that makes her feel that you call him, whatever. But yeah, I mean, you can't control who goes where. You can't control who does what. Why the jealousy? Why? I have never got that. It Locker says, Smiley, in my opinion, TikTok.
Anybody? Ooh, thank you. Oh, Dutch, I love that you made a Spanish version. Thank you so much. Dutch is out here doing the thing with her broken arm and all.
Julie came over just to try and take over the case and said she knows more about autism. Yeah. And let me tell you something. She don't know more about
jealousy is all this one knows. Like, this is absolutely insane to me. Yeah. This, Miss Sarah, let's back that up. Sorry, I was saving these photos, Duchess.
Sebastian's side, period. And I've always felt for Seth, always. I even said it in that interview, although I know it was hard to hear. And I even asked Chris, why would you, I was even taking up for Seth's mom. Why would you not respect how that makes her feel that you call him, whatever. But yeah, I mean, you can't control who goes where. You can't control who does what.
She was giddy when Chris came on her panel. She was giddy. She was trying to pick a side, whichever was more beneficial to her pocket, if I'm being honest.
Why the jealousy? Why? I have never got that. Yet, like I said, Smiley, in my opinion, TikTok Julie came over just to try and take over the case and said she knows more about autism. Yeah. And let me tell you something.
Oh my, what a fucking, the way that they turn their chats. Oh my God. By the way, again, the Lady Freedom Raw Narratives commented under this video. Let me read you what she wrote. She comments under Smiley's video here, and I want to make this known because that woman is not somebody that should ever be touching a missing child's case or anything to do with children. That email that I read to you guys and other people have talked about is factual. She has, and again, I have nothing against people who have criminal records, reformed. People make mistakes. This one has there's just things that certain people should not touch, and this is one of those things she should not touch. Lady Freedom Raw Narratives. She's under Smiley's, and she says, "Thank you for everything you do to keep Sebastian's name in the forefront of people's minds. Every one of us in Sebastian's army are the reason that Sebastian's name is out there. It's our job to represent Sebastian well. If we do a good job, we will get drugged through the mud. Ma'am, you need to go handle your business elsewhere. There are people who don't want him found. They will stop at nothing. Good thing is, neither will we. There are people who pretend to be in Sebastian's army that run with the hate channels. You are so right, Smiley. Keep being you. The truth always comes out. Lady Freedom Raw Narrative, the truth came out about you, and you should not be touching any person's case, especially children. You should stay away from anything with children. And that's all I got to say about that.
You don't know more about autism. Autism is a huge spectrum.
Listen
it's
to
a
her.
Huge spectrum.
But meanwhile, she uses her experience with her son as a guiding factor for how she treats Katie and Chris.
And it's all different. Every bit of it. It's all different.
The Autumn, yeah.
There's things that I could tell you, things that I could say.
Dutch, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. You guys, welcome to the Cabana. Thank you so much.
There's ways that I could advocate on it. I lived it. I live it now.
Oh, Chico, that
I was just listening to my intro the other day, and sometimes I don't always say things right. I was hot that day. I was like, and I take this case serious, you know.
Up to good. This is embarrassing. This is why I wanted to play this, because this is how they maneuver. This is the same way they all maneuver. This is how they get their seats.
My third son had this. He didn't have this. It's not something you get rid of. It's not something that goes away. Now I see how I misspoke. He'll have it the rest of his life.
Exactly.
I deal with it on a daily basis, even though he's grown.
And Autumn, what blows my mind about people like Lady Freedom Raw Narrative, or the people that claim they're Sebastian's army and go do stuff like that. So Nancy Grace has a large audience. So they're encouraging people to believe that he is no longer alive, that he's been carried out. Somebody's carrying him. He's no longer with us. Meanwhile, that intention, or the attention and the audience, needs to be looking for a missing child. We have no indication if he's alive or not. We have no clue. So right now it's important to use those channels if they're going to be on Nancy Grace to bring awareness to Sebastian, right? No, what they do is go stir up shit like that with fake photos and encourage people to stop looking. Who doesn't really want Sebastian found? Think about that. And why do they continue to say that? I think a lot of these people see $50,000. I think Chris from the mob crew thinks he's going to solve this case and get $50,000. I think Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives, they're money motivated. She has Sebastian's flyer with her YouTube channel information on it. Again, she comes from Terry Lynn's crew. Not shocking.
But it's just the way I say things sometimes, you know?
Yes, they did, Redbird. Absolutely.
You don't have it and then get rid of it. It was just my mistake how I said it. But I'm the one sitting here going every time I see it. But I love to play that interview because it makes you know, wishy-washy eat his words
Yeah,
on
they're
the
huge.
foul play thing. So I like to play that. And yeah, they're completely
Absolutely
different. Bullhorn Betty was playing something.
Mob Crew has he's one I keep an eye on too. Occasionally, I struggle. Him and Spanky are about the same for me. I struggle reviewing him because he is the grimiest dry bagger I've seen. He's a fucking full functioning, capable adult. Like, it grinds my gears to watch how he does that. And his GoFundMe is just pathetic.
The other day too. I'll tell you another little tip about my son. He has mild MILD CP. If you don't know what that is, it's cerebral palsy. You can't tell, and I mean at all. And something she brought up in her chat about, you know, disabilities and all that. It's, you know, with him, all you can really tell is he kind of walks on his tiptoes. When you think of somebody with cerebral palsy, you might think of them all crippled up and all that. That's not him. Now, when he gets older, an old man, will he be? I don't know.
Oh my God. Medical lessons with Smiley. Lord, help us all.
But there's lots of things. Julie don't know a damn thing. She's not a doctor. She's not a nurse. Just because she has twins that she didn't bore, that she's raising, don't make her a know-it-all, be-all.
Why does she have to? She's such a vile piece of shit.
And Justin, thank you. And I'm so sorry you had to go through that. I don't tell you everything, Justin, but this is one of the reasons I cussed her out months ago.
He doesn't promote it in his most recent videos, Redbird, his GoFundMe. But if you go back to some of his initial videos, when he started covering Sebastian's case, he does have it in the description of his videos. And what you see is because he uses the fact that he's out here helping missing children and he's in a bind. It's the wording of it is really weird. I've covered it a few times, but it's in like his earliest videos of the Sebastian Rogers case when he inserted himself where he shared it in the description.
And Justin, I think you hung the moon on or off of YouTube. I really do. And you're doing so good in the Sebastian case. And like I said, I don't know who was in it first, me, you, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Oh my
That's not what I'm
God.
getting at. You don't see me out here trying to go.
Obviously, you've brought that up multiple times that you were in it first. So it obviously means something to you.
First, get things first. Be first. Act like I know it all because I don't. Yeah, she has gone off the deep end, respectfully. She reads too much into stuff. Exactly. Sometimes Justin will say, "Do you want to break this or that?" No. Or I have sent.
Such as when I called that out, when I first covered Mob Crew and I called that out, I got backlash for that. People were like, he's actually a really good guy. I was like, a really good guy or a grimy grifter? I don't know. He's from Utah. He's just got that look about him.
Justin something, and he said, "Are you going to break it?" I'm like, "No, I'd rather you," or whatever. It's just, if I feel like, and I've told many people that Justin don't even know about, I really love how Justin has took his channel and owned this case. I really do. He's a good person.
He owned this case. That was something I really wanted to highlight. He's taken his channel and owned this case. So when he first started covering this case, he was using his Justin for All. He got demonetized on that channel. So he moved to his backup. He's actually got 3 channels. And he owns this case according to her, right? He came in way after most of these people covered it. In fact, he was weeks later, end of March, when there was enough drama. Justin doesn't get involved until there's a divide that he can run with drama, speculations, and rumors and attack parents. He doesn't even get involved. Justin is factually the handler of other content creators. He gets his information from Tony and Seth. Again, he pays for access. I need to make that clear. He has said very publicly he's given Seth large amounts of money. Lots of money. Justin pays for access and a foothold into the parents buy, same thing he did in Marvon's story. They throw huge amounts of money at the parents for access to information through Tony. And then he puts it out as the source, and then creators salivate, so he becomes the handler of them. He's Brittany's handler, he's Smiley's handler. I think the E's are kind of handled by Tony and Justin, and even Nick more so. But he's also like these other little channels, they all are handled under Spanky.
Knows how to be calm. He knows how to handle things. You know,
Yes.
And that's what they hate. He has
actually stated, it was just recently I reviewed when he was on BJ's panel, and he says, I gave Tony large amounts of money in the beginning of this. He admits it, and it's in one of my videos. I can't tell you which one.
big heart. I remember the day he told me he's really going to take on this case and do this. He texted me and he said he's fixing to do it full force. I was like, hey, go for it. I didn't know he was going to go this full force. I feel like Justin is the voice for Sebastian's case. I just do. That's just me.
Oh, what the fuck? A complete random stranger that's never met. His parents are the voice. How disrespectful can you be? Seth is in that chat.
You know, and he can let things roll off. You know, he can. She's talking about my mod Bliss in an awful way. Let's see, she's talking about my mod in an awful way. About my mod Bliss in an awful way. I went to help her. I love my mod. We know, Justin. We know. Let her. Because you know what? At the end of the day, it don't make her look any different than the hate channels. It don't. Like I said a while ago, I don't know if you heard. She might as well join them if she's not already. She might as well. And we don't have to tell nobody, don't watch her. We don't care about all that. Watch who you want to watch. Let them make up their own decisions. Because at the end of the day, I honestly don't care who watches who. You know?
Smiley is desperate because Spanky, she is going to ride Spanky's coattails as far as she can. Spanky gets large numbers. He gets 12 to 1,700 people in his chats every day when he talks about this, and he talks about this every single day. He has driven the wheels right off of anything, and there is nothing new. There's been nothing new, but he covers it repeatedly. All the rumors, all the speculation go through him. But she is finding it beneficial to ride Justin's coattails because she wants and is desperate for the attention that Justin gets. She is jealous as hell.
You know, they have a mind of their own, and eventually they can see. I don't try to dissuade nobody from watching anybody. But I had to get this off my chest because months ago, people's like, no, Smiley, she's really, why'd you cuss her out or whatever?
Much Endeavors, they don't even share his missing flyer. They don't remind people to call the TBI if they know anything. They have not encouraged people to continue to look for Sebastian for months. It's disgusting. Purely disgusting.
Why?
And by the way, for anybody new here, I'm not true crime. I do not cover cases like this. I cover the content creators who do this to these cases, and I do some drama. I do what the fuck I want. But I do not. But I'm even trying to make sure, and intentionally, like we shared Sebastian's flyer earlier, because nobody is bringing attention to Sebastian at all. It's wild to me.
Well, now you're kind of seeing why. Now you're kind of seeing. And then, you know, back then, she hurt somebody else I dearly cared about, you know, and we all do, but I won't bring up their name.
He is Much Endeavor.
And she really tried to turn
forever
hell on them. And this person is very respected in this community as well.
Kelly, right?
You know, and I don't think it was right.
This person's well respected.
But everybody can make up their own mind.
They're not respected at all.
I don't think it's right what she's, you know, listen, Seth has made tremendous progress with Sumner County. Look, I went hard on Sumner County as well. I did. I'm not going to sit here and be two-faced and act like I wasn't mad at them. And, you know, I didn't think they were doing this, that, and the other and whatever. But more Socratic than anybody. I don't believe that anymore. Everybody can believe what they want.
But I just dread that if Sebastian isn't found, that this is going to be, they're doing exactly what they did. From the little I know about Summer's case, they all were talking about Summer's case up until Sebastian's case. If I'm not wrong or mistaken, she did this to Summer's case until Sebastian's come around. I hope that that's not what we see, but I have a feeling we will.
But I'm not going to make it harder on Sebastian in any way, shape, or form.
Is she going to become the prayer garden of Sebastian's case?
Because Seth believes differently,
Vanessa,
and he has
thank
for months, and
you.
he's made a lot of progress with them. So when I found out certain things, or I started piecing together certain things or whatever, I really started believing in Sumner County again. Well, I first believed in them when this case first came out. If you'll go to my first of my lives, I was like, yes, thank God it's Sumner County, because I had it up to here with Hawkins County, and I still do. But I look, Jesus, I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't got no lies to tell.
Meanwhile, tells lots of lies.
And if I'm ever sitting in a court of law there, I ain't got no lies to tell. Because I ain't fake, and I ain't gonna lie about it. I ain't.
Oh my God. Meanwhile, how many times have we caught her lying? Lizzie, I'm great. I hope you're doing good too. You follow the Summer Wells stuff, Hawkeyes? See, I can't.
Two-faced, I ain't gonna lie about it.
Bringing awareness, I get it, but it just seems like.
But when it was Sumner County, I was like, oh, thank God. Thank God. Thank you, Jesus. Thank God. This is, I know this area. I know this place. I know. They're going to find him. Da, 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 da. And then later on, I was like,
yeah,
what the hell is going on? Whoa, wait a minute. And I gave him a little bit of a hard time. I was like, hell, I can't believe I ever said that. What has happened up there? But then I got turned around. And it was just more so thanking a credit,
Oh, one clip I did hear today that was comedy gold was I heard somebody say that by pinning comments, like, you're not responsible for people's comments in the chat, but as soon as you pin them, you're responsible for those comments. And this person claims to have a Juris Doctorate. A JD.
But when that come out from
that took me out. Sorry, I just thought about that as I was pinning comments.
Rich and Ruby the other day, and I heard what he had found, and I realized it popped in my head. Craddock never believed Katie from the get-go. Never believed her. And if you don't believe that, you can go back in my live, I don't know, a few days ago, or you can go back, you can go over.
That's why he said in the press conference in April that the parents' stories have been vetted and they've been cooperative. But go on, tell us more. And they've never retracted or said anything otherwise.
Richardson, watch that. Because Craddock plainly states what he states. You're going to know they never believe that, no matter what they come out at the press conference and said, no matter what. And it made me.
Oh, she knows that they came out at the press conference and says that their stories were vetted, but no matter what, don't believe that. Believe Smiley. Okay.
Changed my mind about Eric Craddock. So whatever Julie's going on about over there, I'm not going to listen no more to her bullshit. Whatever she's going on over there, and whoever she's going to call on, listen, she needs to take her efforts, if you want to call them that, and do something productive for Sebastian.
Yeah.
She's for the right. Why is she worried about LE? Maybe they might give her some pretty little cuffs. Maybe they can make them where there's one pink and the other side is silver, and they can come get her and KK together. Her for interference, and KK, well, we'll just have to see for what. And then,
how about you and Betty? I bet you guys would be best sellies.
And they can give Prius his own. Because this is the most ridiculous stuff I ever saw. I love y'all too. I do. I love y'all too. I know I haven't been on here long. Like I said, I was going to do something else. I don't feel it proper to even go into that with this, because there's a lot. Hey, chicken lady, because there's a lot of upset and anger with this video. But Julie, you are wrong, and you are a coward, because you not only wouldn't give me a link to come up there and go face to face.
Oh, Smiley's such a big bad bitch.
With you, because I would have. You don't want to debate anybody, especially me. But then you blocked me. I couldn't even find your channel.
Smiley acts like she's so tough. Oh my God, this is pathetic.
I had to get it sent through a Facebook thing from one of my mods. God help your husband. And them children that you have to take care of.
I agree.
And your fake ass shit. She blocked you too, Justin. What a fake. See, and this is what I don't understand. I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this while I'm on camera, because I don't mind saying it.
Say it. Say it, Smiley.
What is wrong with all these hate channels?
Look at her bobbing her neck.
You don't have any content, so you want to come after the good people that want to look after Sebastian and all that stuff, or put his name out or whatever.
Look after Sebastian or put his name out. Even meanwhile, this has nothing to do with Sebastian. When's the last time you did anything about Sebastian? Awareness for Sebastian. It's all about attacking his parents.
And I'm not sending you after nobody, but why is it that you don't go after the people like that? I'm not saying her in particular. I'm just saying there's those people out there.
Yeah, they've already been called out alongside you. I covered Julie extensively.
Just asking.
There's just too many of you.
Asking.
Some of you just like attention more than others.
Well, I will see y'all around. And Justin, what time are you going live? 6:30? Brandon said she blocked me weeks ago for asking a question. That's crazy. It's nuts. Yeah, it's all distraction.
Look at them all.
Well, from what I've seen a long time ago of hers, she's just
they got to stay in Smiley and Justin's good graces.
Drama anyway. Drama. There is a such thing called a drama community, you know. Just saying. Hey,
yeah, that's where you are,
Andy.
Oh wait, you're in the exploiter community.
Good to see you.
Oh, she's blowing kisses at people. Look at her.
But yeah, go over and watch Justin tonight. I think he said 6. I don't know. Seth and Tony, thank you for dropping in. And I hope y'all have a beautiful, wonderful day. Don't let that discourage you. Show Sebastian's name and face. And if you do know anything, look, Sumner County, call Brandon Carter. He's working on this. This is his only case he's working on 24/7. He's not working.
Oh, yeah. Please encourage people to bother the man. That's great.
So many others.
With rumors and speculation from Smiley and Spanky.
615-451-3838. Or you can call TDI.
Wow, she shows the flyer. I'll give her credit.
At 1-800-TDI find.
Oh, of course, it's the incorrect flyer with the reward amount. It's up to $50,000 solely.
Tell dog 1-833 tell dog. You can call any FBI agent, but just keep his name and face out there. That's all Seth wants it to be about Sebastian. Nobody else needs to be dragged into this stuff, especially the detective that's on the case 24/7.
All Seth wants us to be about is Sebastian, meanwhile, is aligned with the people who take every bit of focus off of Sebastian and bring it on to disrespecting and degrading the mother of the missing child, his ex-wife, and her husband.
How in the hell do you think he's supposed to call you back every 5 minutes? I wouldn't call you back every 5 minutes either if you were bombarding me with bullshit. How about that?
How about that?
See you in the streets.
See you in the streets. Ooh. See you in the streets. Ooh. Oh, Southernish, I'm so sorry about your loss too. Yeah, it sucked. It was hard. Just a reminder of how Duchess feels about these people before we end.
Bitch, if I said some shit and you looking for apologies, scram, now you bother me. I mean that shit. Ooh, now, bitch, if I said some shit. Now you calling me an idiot, but you're still not getting it. I meant that shit. Every word that I said, bitch.
That was technically a toad bullhorn, Betty, but the shoe fits. Wear that bitch and lace it up. Lace it up, Smiley, because it applies to you too. Thank you guys for hanging out with me for 5 hours this evening. And I hope you guys have a wonderful day. I will see you back here on Monday. And we will go headfirst into the chaos of this filing. It'll probably take us 2 or 3 live streams to read that because I'll end up with a sore throat. But yeah, you see what they're up to. You see where they're headed, what they're doing. I mean, we all know. Crazy folks act crazy. That's for sure, Hawkeyes. That was the PSA. I hope you guys all have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Go do something for yourselves tomorrow. If that means taking a nap, eating a bag of Oreos in the closet with a good cry, whatever you need to do. But don't forget some self-care this weekend and protect your peace. Remember, let these people talk. They're showing themselves. And there's a reason why certain ones are having full-on come-aparts and lying to their subs about what's being said. Let them. Fuck them. Have a good night, you guys. Bye, y'all. Thank you once again for all the support.